You know, it's one of those things. Like, down the game a little bit. Let's go red. Well, nah, that's still too loud. One. See, either it's going to catch the green or it's going to catch the other one. So, well, I think my sound inadvertently got messed up because the capture is not doing what it's actually supposed to be doing. Because even though I metered out the audio to be correct, it should not be hitting yellow. That is an inherent actual problem. Even in the game, that it's like it should not be hitting yellow. That's going to cause sound breakage. That's probably something that messing with mics is audio doing that is going to drive me insane eventually. Even the slightest. As I know well enough. Look, one big investment I have to figure out this eventually. And most look, running stuff through a mixer is your best bet eventually.
These arts, all their feats will be like the moon's reflection on water, shattering at the slightest touch.
So I think because it needs to be quite. Because one problem, and I tested it before. Now I'm gonna say this. Let me check something here. Yeah, audio is at 5. Audio is at 5. Really? See, I use stereo headphones too. Games made to use for stereo headphones, by the way. Now, heads up, by the way, because I was correct. 7 hours and 3 minutes on 6.1. That was pure hell. Like after Fridays, I had to. I did not log in 2 days. Couldn't do any kind of dailies. The guy attempted it, but I was like, nah, I was dead. I was like, mm-mm. I couldn't do it. Yep. And we have basically more 7.0 news. A new trailer, and this one seems more informative, but it's also worse. So, in a nutshell, Danica is going to be. So, Danica is going to be the support unit. I was correct about that. Now, they're setting up Vesna to be her royal bodyguard, at least the internal. This is by the trailer, but I'm pretty sure Danica is going to be the unit right before her. The interesting part is when you're looking at that is what is supposed to come out. Why is Odette not running 30 days? Odette's running 15 with Inefa. And basically a rerun. Now, this is very oddly suspicious. Anniversary is going to fall on 7.1. Because I was curious, because something is definitely a miss. Anniversary's falling on 7.1. That puts it in September. Which, I mean, I mean, it's interesting. 7.1 is going to give us 20 pulls alone from anniversary, which is probably more than the other, but let's hypothetically assume your best bet if you don't have Quay is probably to pull from there. But that depends on how knee deep we're going to be in Stellar Linchpin. Because here's the thing with Stellar Linchpin. Stellar Linchpin is going to. Odette's going to be the enabler. Miko's going to be the sub. Sandrone is going to be the first. Quay is going to be the healer. Now, this actually puts the speculation into very interesting. They're very hush about the anniversary. Normally, they're very gung-ho about the anniversary. You're having to dig for the anniversary. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad sign. It is a weird sign. I think 7.0 is going to be a throwaway. But then again, it's going to be worse. Because if they decide to run both Astroya and Vesna in 6.2, 6.1, that's going to be atrocious. Look, I stand by my prediction for Stellar Linchpin. My prediction for Stellar Linchpin is Swirl. Okay, we're going to get. And also, I was correct as well. We're getting a new set. So, 2 new sets, in fact. Similar to how we got in Night Soul. It's in Night Soul, and I think it's in Lunar. It's mainly in Lunar. Not like Night Soul. Night Soul has 2 sets. Lunar is going to. Lunar has 3 sets. But it's going to be. So there's going to be 3. So what they're calling Stellar Glimmer. Stellar Glimmer is. So Stellar Glimmer and Stellar Swirl is going to be part of basically the package of Stellar Conduit. It's going to be shoved right in underneath it. That means. But I am not sure that that's actually going to work. Because people are saying Vesna is going to be worth pulling. Which, don't get me wrong, Vesna looks like Durandal. A little bit. But, here's the problem. Stellar Glimmer and Stellar Swirl is probably going to be what the wind elements are for Stellar Conduit. Now that's going to require a shit ton of testing to know if it works. But, they're also rumoring a potential Linne or a Zabai rerun. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if we get both a Linne and a Zabai rerun. Because they're literally rerunning. They're rerunning in Effa, in 7. Now, a lot of the people, be very aware, a lot of the AI slot channels are trying to say, yeah, we don't know it yet. And they don't know a damn thing because they don't research the sites. The problem is, I think the fact alone, Odette being released first when it was supposed to be Destroya, everything indicated it was Destroya first. Now, arguably, that puts, I would say, Valori is probably going to be 6.2. Now, I can rest assured you're not going to see the Tsaritsa before 4. I'll be shocked if they release the Tsaritsa before 4. Because at this point, we don't get Archons before 4. That was a trend set forth about when Fontaine happened. Basically, Fontaine released Fiorina on a 4. Yumiko was released on. Yeah, that's one Biko. Get used to it. That's what I call her. She was released on a 4, as well as her support. But those were both 30-day banners. Fiorina was a 15-day banner, for the record. Now, realistically, this is when you get into if they don't switch up order, they're going to have to release the Stellar Glimmer units and basically the Stellar Swirl. Stellar Glimmer and Stellar Swirl. There's a set that's going to work off Stellar Glimmer and Stellar Swirl. They talked about too. That's going to be the subset to Disenchantment. Now, the interesting part is that's going to go to the ones that are doing Stellar Glimmer. And then the mainline ones are going to that have Stellar Conduit are going to use Disenchantment. Except for Quay, which is using Ocean Hued Clam because of the healing. Now, realistically, it's very because of the 7. The release schedule is going to look really weird. But I could see them putting, if they're putting Odette first, they're going to have to release the 2. I mean, now, this is all subject to change by then. That means if 6.2 has, that assumes it goes 1. This assumes it goes 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. But that wouldn't make sense. Now, realistically, if MiHoYo was correct, that's fine. I say get the crap out of the way first. Okay? I would say get the crap out of the way. I'll die on the hill that Stellar Swirl will not be good. I just, judging by the lineups that they want, I don't think so. Now, realistically, the Tsaritsa's lineup is probably going to include Danica. You'll have a couple of alternatives. That's going to be Valerie, but a lot of the main ones that we know. So let's assume Valerie is going to be part of the Tsaritsa team. But if they're diabolical, they'll release the Tsaritsa and Danica on the same one. Now, that's if they're diabolical. They did it with Sitlov. Now, this really truly depends on how they do their own schedule. But I'm all for if they want to release Vestroya and Vesna together. Now, that's probably going to be one of the biggest pass patches in the entire planet. And then you give players the choice with 2 good reruns. Because the anniversary banner is probably going to be 3 or 4. Because I would suspect, but the question is who you're going to rerun. Let's assume Lene, Zabai, Witch. But then again, Geo isn't in there. They just reran Columbina. They're rerunning Columbina right now. So likelihood they are. That means the anniversary banner, if the front part of the banner is crap and it's only Glimmer and Swirl, that means you're going to get Vesna and basically Bastroya out of the way. Banesto, which now it's going to be very interesting because if the Tsaritsa's definitely coming out in 4, because I say she's going to come out 4. I don't see any time before that. That means Danica is going to have to come out in 3. But MiHoYo is playing their cards very close to their chest. They're keeping the anniversary banners hidden. Now, I'm not calling this devious. I think they're in the process of reworking their entire Snyezhna launch. I believe they're still dealing with the aftermath of prior launches. But they're also coming off Nod-krai. The more I discover about Nod-krai's story, I actually had to look something up the other day. Going through it. And I guessed it, but I thought it was weird. The pyronosis was used to burn the arid tree, then it vanishes. That's why the pyronosis is not in the trailer officially, or it's not in the trailer itself for 7.0. Now, first off, that is utterly stupid and retarded for the story. And again, not that the lore on the Tsaritsa, trust me, there's a big one. If the big one proves to be true, not is she the wife or the person who fell in love with the descender that got cut out, and the child is the third descender that was cut up for the Gnosis. He was cut up for the Gnosises. Now, that is a little bit going to be very fucked up. But they're also hinting that, I guess officially in the lore, he's going to be the mother of one of the first royal Conria lines. That is going to be screwed up. Because there's several different kind of Conria bloodlines. Because you see Arlecchino's bloodline that shows up with the crossed eyes is different than the ones with the starred eyes. And her pupils are similar but different than the others. Which would mean they're going to seed the lore for potential. It wouldn't surprise me if 8.0 is going to be Conria. But that's having high hopes they don't somehow screw up the story. That's the way to do the other. Look, I got off another stream and then I had to come do this one. Really. Functioning on about 4 hours of sleep, oversleep from yesterday. All that fun. A fun little fact is that's Azarita's lore. But technically, at the start of 7.0, she's not going to be in Snyezhna, but we will be. Now, if this is true, something's going to be wrong. Then there's going to be a scene, and a lot of people have said MiHoYo doesn't pay attention to its cutscenes and it doesn't use its content in any patches, by the way. Any pre-trailers. They do it all the time. The question is whether or not do they alter it. I mean, is it parts of it? That's the answer. Because they showed very quickly the burning of the Erd tree. The Erd tree. God. Call it the burning of the Erd tree. Shit, might as well be the same thing. Burning of Irminsul. That was released very quickly. It had the reekings of a lore cover up and a look. That part is going to be 6.2 to 6.7 is I'm rest assured it's going to be annoying to me. Problem is this is going to be like Simaru. Simaru had upbeats, but it also has the world's shittiest storytelling. And you're going to have to ask why. And I feel like Lunar is going to be one of those ones they're going to try to retcon. But instead of it going on for like another version, Personally, I would have launched the anniversary at 7.0. But last year they did it. I'm not saying around the same time, but they did it in September, so they're pretty standard about that. But that would put Odette being first, and then the pulls be recovered right around the anniversary. 20 total pulls, right? So you're looking at 20 total pulls. Well, I guess at least 20. 20 will be 210 pulls. That's the plan. Now, realistically, because I have to check that myself, because normally we would have the anniversary announcements about 2 versions out. And that is the weirdest thing that I have seen. The marketing for 7 is the strangest I have ever seen. The marketing for 7.0 makes no sense. From a perspective of they're late. They were late by 3 days. They didn't do the live stream. So what was it? The 31st to the 12th. It's done on the out. It's done on the out of it. But at the same time, they're very secretive about everything. There's no firm anniversary. Now, it's not a ploy to get people to pull Odette, because Odette's going to be good. We already know the second half of the banner is in Neffa and Flint. Arlecchino is to rerun a meta unit where they rerun her at least once a year. She's rerun at least once a year. If that's setting up for an anniversary banner, at least what, 23 pulls in the initial. Probably we're talking the most gems we probably have gotten in a while, but enjoy it while it lasts. But what's the rerun banners? The free units aren't changing. So the same 6 free units are there. Now, reality is that's not changing. But that version is not coming out till 7.1. 7.0 is on the 12th. I mean, by all rights, I still said they should have put Odette 30 days. But, I mean, this is a big but. I guess they're going to assume people are going to pull Odette if Vesna is going to suck. Same with Vanesta. People skip those. They then are waiting on either Villery and Danica, then Zaritza. And the other guy that has, like, he looks like the conductor from, not the conductor, Who's the guy from HSR? Mikkel. Looks like Mikkel. He's probably gonna be a 4-star. I don't think he's a 5-star. So that's roughly 5 5-stars. So I suspect the banners are gonna be really screwed up between here and 4. Because if one is going to have us actually fight. So the scene, you can look for it yourself. It's kind of strange. It's nothing really super new. It's different than the prior in one aspect of it has us arriving because apparently Paimon, because of Renova's appearance, people go to sleep and put into near death. Now, that's not the dumbest conclusion in the world. Alright. That's kinda rough normal. Sam, you only lost my bonus. Good. Yeah, I fucked this one up. Wow, they actually shortened this. That wasn't that bad before. They must have tightened that one up. They haven't had that one in a while. But it is also putting a lot on. It's putting a lot on. Kinda actually the something's off about 7.0, and I can't prove it until I see the actual reason. I say it's strange because of the actual you're not putting a throwaway. Because normally, let's assume you're worried about a throwaway. You're talking about a potential throwaway banner? Nah, something is definitely weird. Because I'm like, you're not going to do what you do in 7.0 and basically not have anything after. You can roughly do that. They're never. But the thing is, if they are that unsure, that's something. If they are that unsure about 7.0, something's really weird in total about 7.0's release schedule. It is the stealthiest launch of a new continent in probably some time. I think it's not because it was delayed, because there is something definitely off. The units are different than all of the speculation originally was. The lineup they said they would have roughly about a year or 2 years ago, none of the units are there, which is a suspicion that a lot of them are being shoved off to uh, probably the following chapter, which I mean, what? Look, we might have to accept we're not going to get Capitano, which I think that's just not going to happen. I mean, it's not like Sandrone who can clone herself. I mean, let's be clear. Sandrone dying, she can create a false core. I mean, that's no hard. Because that puts the weight that I had a concern on the second half of 7.0 initially, anyways. Because it's so weird. Because if you're trying to address a meta, let's assume you have to rerun. At some point, if they want to, you're going to have to rerun him. You're going to have to rerun Zabai. And you're going to have to rerun. So if you're rerunning Flynn's are in FO, give or take. Flynn's are in FO. Makes sense. But you're not rerunning. They've already rerun Lamia. Lamia's been rerun. Now, reality is that's 2 throwaways. Now, reality 2 is always what are the reruns of the anniversary ban. That's usually demanded characters. God damn it. Dailies, why are you being a pain in my ass? God, it's one of those days. I'm not informed. That happens. I'm just not informed. Not a good sign. Really, really isn't. I'm not in good form. That's why you don't start with the story immediately. Because that's going to start with fatigue immediately. But it is very disconcerting. Because 7.0 should be a really good thing. And I mean this. And the issue is itself is a really secret squirrel. Like, normally gung-ho about. But what could have happened with the Genshin team? Like, it's the exact opposite of what's happened to the other teams. They're not confident. There's a really bad confidence in 7.0. I can't put my finger on why. Because you would think the release of 7.0 would be the most joyous event in all of Genshin. Period. But it's the most stealthiest launch, quietest launch, combined with not the announcement typical of the anniversary event. Which, that is concerning. Now, what I think is they don't have any faith in the characters. Because I think when they switched out the characters, the thing is, they switched out the characters. They weighed the risk. if you weigh the risk and then you say, okay, hypothetically, releases aren't going to be there. Let's assume either data said people skip Sandrone for 7.0. The people who hold up for basically the people who are going to hold up for the Tsaritsa are going to have to save for Danica. Danica is going to be the support unit. That's confirmed by the trailer as well. The odd part here is, as well, the release schedule looks really weird. So if they're either going to go 1, 2, 2. So let's assume. Let's assume they're devious as well. They're going to shove both potentially. Now, personally, I wish they would switch. I wish they would switch up. Basically, not put Valeray upon the same patch that they put Danica. Because if they were wise, they wouldn't be wasting spots. Now, the problem now is how is that going to play out with 7? Pardon the phrase, assume they blow their load. They 7.1, which is the anniversary banner, that would be good to get the reruns that people want, like they normally do. That's what usually happens. You'll have about sometimes 3 banners with weapon banners lurking about the woodwork. It's like it's the only other time, like outside of, I would say, but is it Lantern Right? Outside of basically Lantern Right, that you're going to have this. Only 2 times in a year do you have a lot of that. One's Lantern Right, the other one is Anniversary. Anniversary is usually a shit ton of rewards. 1 free 5-star of the basic bitch variety. Which is fine. They haven't changed. Which, I mean, I don't expect them to. Now, usually I give people a heads up too. The people who are running the anniversary, technically I have them all. Now, I mean, give or take a few. Her, she's one. But she has swirled. Okay? Mona, but she, by all rights, you should have enough of her that she's pulled in the basic banner. The basic bitch banner at this point has has Queen in it, has has her. Can't speak right now. That one, Jean, which is still a support for Fiorina. And Quay. So it's basically Jean, Quay, Queen, Mizuki, and Mona. Now, I have a high doubt. I want to say Deluxe in there too, as well. So you have like Jean, her, Deha, her, and her. Now, realistically, depending on who you're going to pull, I wouldn't say Deluxe is out. Those are going to be the five stars. Those are the 5 stars. It's going to be like 6. But the only perk that's saving her I could be dead wrong. Check something. You can tell I really don't do I don't do the side content as I should. I'm only here at times. Yes. Yes. So she's actually Swirl. Now, if you're going basic, you have these. Sure. But currently, she is Swirl. Yeah, so it's already built into her kit. The way I say, like, right here. Like, the swirl effect is what uh Snyezhna is gonna have, and that's probably what Bastoia is gonna have. Bastoia is probably gonna have that. It's gonna be very similar because I think both are gonna be support units. Very much the case. But Swirl is very Swirl and Glimmer is a weird. I would say Swirl and Glimmer is very highly speculative. Because if you look at the nature of the way when Sandrone was pushed, Sandrone was pushed with both. I can confirm this too. Because this dungeon was designed with Stellar Linchpin in mind. This was their initial plan. Now, reality is that's Pyro, Cryo, and Amnia. This was designed in what Stellar Linchpin originally was. Well, Stellar Linchpin, Stellar Conduit, Stellar Glimmer is a different effect. Stellar Swirl is what Amnio units have. This is what I highly, highly doubt half of Snyezhna's lineup. It's not out of dislike. It's out of the sheer amount of trap pulls that they have into the game. I honestly believe they don't have the faith in it because something is really off. Because if they were excited for a character lineup, they would be all over it. Because with Natlon, we had about every single, not, I wouldn't say red flags. There was a couple of characters that were red flags, but they were very front and center, very much shown. We knew everything about them, I guess, except their final kits. They'll always adjust the final kit. Usually minor tweaks. Then leave it to the Billy community and the Chinese Reddits to basically find out and leak the kits from the playtests, which happens quite a bit because Billy, actually, you want to see the real Diablo 4 players, the real tryhards. We get a lot of our builds from the Koreans and the Chinese that exploit farm and then shove crap into basically the Herodra queue. Oh yeah, I admire their dedication, but don't misunderestimate the Western players. Their farming methods aren't different. They're just more compact. But the problem is we don't know the versions of the story where we're gonna get the rest of it. So I could pretty much guarantee Zaritza's 4, Anika's 3, Valroy is 4, is 2. It would not surprise me in 1 you need Vesna and you need Vanesta. But the trick is that kind of a lineup makes sense. So we're talking 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. On the back end of 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4, you put the rerun banners. That lineup makes sense. If they were wise, and I mean, this is if they are wise. You run probably Worsley again. So Worsley's not going to be free to play. You probably attempt to run Sino. God knows why. You run him, and you run Sino. Honestly, at this rate, you should make Sino free. I say this at this point, you should gift this man to all players. So it just give him out. He isn't meta. He isn't what people think he is. He's always been. Okay, Queen is a better person than him. Quake plays better than him at this point. Keep Worsley as free to play. Keep Worsley as premium. Because the trick about it is, Altaheim, sure, is his kit still relatively good? Here, there. Is there a Dendro push? Be it. My friend was coming back, asking is Katahara. But fine. If he gets a rerun, I would be shocked. See, he basically has already the Stellar Swirl part built into him. His kit is still better, but there hasn't been a rerun of him. I'd have to look and see when the last rerun of him was. Could eat my own words, but it hasn't been recent. Like half these units you could give out for free. Klee you could give out for free. At this point, you could give Venti out for free. That's one complaint I've always had about Venti. Venti hasn't aged well. Venti is, I'll bet, as a fan favorite. Eula should be in the free. She should be in the free. I don't know what his purpose is. Never have, never will. You can keep her as a premium. I don't know what you do with him. I suspect you try to shove him into a lantern light. She still has a purpose. But her kit was entirely reworked. Hold on. They removed it, didn't they? She used to trigger with everything. Now she only works in burgeoning. Ooh, they nerfed her. She was working with see, her kit was originally to work with like a Dendro and another rainbow team. You know. I don't think anyone's gonna pull for her. People will pull for her. Keep her for Lantern Right. These look realistically premium, premium, fine, premium. Keep these all premium. Makes sense. Because Barca is also talking about getting a reprint too. The only way, I'll be honest, is to say you pull this man is if you care for Hexenry. And swear to God, if they can actually, and I mean this, get him to be elemental reaction. It's the only way this man is ever going to get played. Seriously. Besides wanting a character to pull. It's the weirdest reaction I'm going to tell people. Because both Zabai is supposed to get a rerun And they're talking about a Varco rerun because he's popular. They're talking about a Linné rerun, which I suspect if they rerun Sabai and Linné, those are both must-plays. If you don't have them. I mean, those things carry you far more. But I'll get into the other one. But yeah, like the problem is for the people who did not pull Sandrone, they're going to be paying for a while. The ones that didn't pull for Sandrone, I have a sneaking suspicion that that's going to be those are close. But I'll get into it after because I have to get off my chest because it's gonna irritate the hell out of me by the time I start that Archon quest. I already got my foot in the door in the damn thing. I hate it already. The problem itself, you can't describe it unless you play it yourself, kind of see it. Because it's borderline the story is borderline book. Just the lore, just the destruction is bad. Look, you're gonna have to explain why we fight Sertology. You're gonna have to explain the burning of the Erd tree. By the way, this is why you pull Zabai, and this is why you pull Zabai and both. Because of Geocrystallize. Just for the record. And what's weird is he's really good with it. The only thing I can do to improve that him would have a better cooldown. Huh. We have Leyline Overflow. Oh, adorable. I hadn't logged in today. Leyline Overflow's a really, really, really good one to have, but it only works on 3. When it only works on 3, it doesn't work. Like 3's okay. But there's something nearby, isn't there? What happens? I don't come over here much. It's like a part of the game. You never come over this part of the world. Oh, nope. Huh? Really? How are you not dead? But to be fair, over the weekend I had to do stuff in Division 2. So don't ever play too many games that have like, if you play one too many games that have like seasonal stuff, that stuff has a tendency to be look, the problem is when you schedule stuff, not just streaming, it's just any kind of, let's say you're playing with friends. Sure, like right now the assault event is going on. Like, I mean, that's what a lot of people already have it. But right now that part is, I already got the mask, so I'm happy. I'm not really in. I- Look, I'm. Reality is, I'm 14 stars off. Okay, and if I were intelligent, it does remind me. Got to do something. I knew there was something I should have did before I started streaming. It's not great. I may have to go take care of that really quick before I get into the story, because they're gonna reset at like 2 a.m. They're gonna reset at 2 a.m. 3 a.m. What's gonna happen? They're gonna reset, and I'm not gonna be able to collect all the stars. Because I know if any kind of point after the last story, it's gonna annoy me and I'm gonna hate it. See, in the moment, I need ley lines. He's really good in the week to kind of do these. Look, break it up. Don't don't like break it up to do what you need to do. You need to break this up, and like, that's what I said. When I'm caught up in this game, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Jesus. Problem is, if I ever get caught up in this game, it's gonna be strange. Like, I haven't been caught up in years. Wait, I mean by years, years by that. Let's say about 3.1. What the fuck? Jesus, I forgot. Now I remember why I've never done this one. I came over here once before and I never did. Great visual memory I have. Now I remember it. I had that thing set up before. A lot harder than it looks half the time. Not in true form yet, so bear in mind. True form is me playing a lot better and tighter. But yeah, nah, I had to get out my chest. A lot of it I've really done, and I'm kind of annoyed. Takes my love out of it for the second. You used to have to come over here. A few mushrooms you had to collect. There's a specific kind of mushroom you gotta collect, and it's in this part of the world. Okay, really? What I was talking about is you have to. I think it's up here. Leave. Oh, I don't want to land there. I need to do something really quick because I know I'm gonna forget to do it. And the problem is, I'm gonna get really caught up here. I know it's gonna happen again. I'm gonna be really pissed off after the story. And I'm just going, I just have to assume it's 7 hours. So, usually when something is 7 hours, it gets. This is why you should never let your game fall behind. But it's also not why. So, you see once. So, I'm curious what people play, Kind of switch between like 3 seasonal games in a way. I'm between like 3 seasonal games. I got Division 2. I got the Diablo 4 goes for like 90 days. Diablo 4 is 90 days. And see, Diablo 4 is 90 days. Division 2 is roughly 90 days. No, it's not 90 days anymore. No, Diablo is firmly 90 days. At this rate. We're only 9 weeks. Yeah, this is the first 9 week season in a while in Division 2. Gotta remember to. I'm really bad about not collecting rewards. So, bear with me. This is what it's. I play this too, so. I used to stream this, but views wise, it's not the greatest in the world. Then I'll take a quick break. I gotta go to the restroom and then do that. This is why when I do other things, for the record, it's like I'm the person who plays one game for a while and then switches over. That's why my D4 characters have 100 hours in it. Now, wholeheartedly recommend this game. For the record. People will say it's bad. Never will you find a game with the AI that actually learns. I'm not here. I'm just here temporarily. I'm here temporarily. Now, this is what I was talking about. The GE global event is when you want to talk about a company that actually at least loves their players, yeah. Reality is, are they getting about $20 out of us every season? Yes, they are. I mean, it's no different than what it's no different than what I kind of want to know what this is. Like, I really, really do. But I was like, I say, fuck it. The only thing I cared about was this. I don't care about these. You'll ask why. When you have 999 of them, you don't care. I swear, this is the only game that I've ever seen. And this game ruins you. I played this before I played Destiny 2. This game is under 100 gigs. Genshin is probably close to 100 gigs and it's not optimized. Every one of these districts, create your own battlefield, have fun. No seasonal reset on characters. Infinite build options where I shill for stuff at do. Now, realistically, 4 characters, dailies update. The dailies, right? Just show this. I haven't streamed this in a while. Well, rewards, take your pick. I'll finish this out. Again, why do I care? But here's the problem. I've just played this since day one. But this is also the game where it's really fun. Like, Look, yes, hoarding problem. Understand. Okay? Fine. There's a reason. There's literally reasons. Well, this game is roughly you have the build and your stats and your weapons and your talents. These are really just alternatives, and then one day I'm probably going to clean it out. Get a lot of this crap out eventually. That's what's going to happen. And it's stuff I've had for years since Warlords. A lot of different builds and a lot of different armors. So, welcome to the main crack of choice I play. Different builds, different things you wish to do. Dream it, you can build them. Gear sets, everything under the sun. Everyone has their playstyle. Some have their playstyles where they go blast things. So all these in a nutshell, right? See how these work? Look right here. See, this is the one thing. Co-op's still something. It's still entertaining. And largely between this and Diablo, I think both the player base is seriously like 30 plus for stay-at-home dads and computer programmers. Vanguard Rush is going to be so easily missed. Now, you can play on Heroic if you so choose. I don't care. But, look, grand secret of this game is to work smarter, not harder. So, what happens is it's a living, breathing world. All right? Living, breathing world. Take out one activity, you do the other. Currently, there's an event. If you play this or haven't played this in a while, for the Duststorm clothing, and the keys come from patrols up in New York. So you get about one apparel event in a year, and you're ridiculous. Also, if you do not have any of the exotics, there's 20 exotic chests, although caches, that can be farmed daily. So, clothing option. Here, here, there. This is every single season. Now I gotta remember where the stupid seasonal desk is. Oh, I shoved it right there. Depending on how much you play, or do you really care? It's like playing. Well, I don't like the. I don't particularly care for. Never look. Destiny was always a toned down version of this, so At the end of the day, it's always the clothing options, out of the sun, events. See, right now, this is a dust. So, in a nutshell, the dust storms come out here. Actually, developers surprisingly give us a lot of events. So, the way the dust storm event works is if it whips it up, right? Then it's a lot of random patrols. But in each of these areas, there's 20 caches for exotics. Now, they have an exotic too. Okay. Sorry, this is where I'm person by numbers. I literally play very rarely. And yeah, like this is rookie numbers one. I've barely played this week in one day. And that's not, those are rookie numbers for me, but I could easily get a lot. And depending on the way the game is now, I mean, you get these. These come from the big boss waves. And these will be paid options later on. Just in streaming, I stream it. I don't know. I haven't streamed this in a while. And these rewards pop up. I mean, the game isn't hard. It's the worst part about it is learning it. So it's the only thing. But what keeps me playing it is reward. Look, I care about rewards. And a lot of the clothing, right? A lot of your clothing, take your clothing picks, what people like. This comes from the Resident Evil. Take your pick. And this. See, that comes from the current event. This is the winter. I haven't bought a lot of these. These are all like the current. So it's like playing Wildlands. So I'll be back over. My bad. Look, I was gonna forget to actually cash in my caches, and it's you can't do that because I know I'm gonna be over in Genshin for like 7 hours. I should have taken care of that this morning, but then I fell into I fell into ZZZ doing some conversation in the morning. Got dragged into playing, well, not really dragged in, I purposely did something in D4. I say it, I like to joke with my friends, but like that. I helped a friend and then I went and did something else in the morning. So, problem is time. I'm going to have a very, very, very busy week. My plans got entirely screwed by trying to catch up to 7.0. So, no, this is going to suck. Back. Because I had to do that because I was going to forget to do that. I often forget to do things, and it's, well, not, I'm a single focus person, task driven. So there was a couple of seasons ago I didn't care about the stars, but now that I'm working myself through the expertise tree, Christ. That'd be back. I have a suspicion that this is going to be a 7-hour chapter. It's going to be 7 hours. 7. Mark my words on that. 7 hours. Jesus. You know, cats, you must really decide to. Sorry. Come here. Really? Oh. Who? You? Don't you dare hiss at me either. Jesus. Cats, I swear. You know what's funny is you think cats would be starving, and they're anything but starving. They don't complain. Like the moment I get up, they now believe it's time to be fed. I was just thinking too, because after I get caught up, I'm gonna have one of the world's biggest cleanups ever in this game, because I collect quests like they're Pokemon. So there's a bad. It's bad on top of bad, and functionally, it's really terrible. It's the easiest thing in the world to do in this game. At some point, right? It's like at some point I gotta go do this cringe. This is the eating quest. Okay? Just for the record, with Verissa. That could wait. You know. Even wanted to know. Half my quest backlog. Because my quest backlog is at this point is terrible. One of the reasons I think it's gonna be wise to have look, if they were wise, okay, they need to do the Linnae and Zabai rerun because nobody else is gonna have them. Then again, they're the only ones. You know, ever since I took my daily team off gathering rocks every day.
I know. Present. The whole world shares the bounty of the sky. The rain and clouds that grace the earth beneath. The moon was never meant.
I did the mistake that I didn't collect. Why am I being yelled at? Wonder. Why did that get set to Nod-krai?
Mathematics
Why does that
foundation of all things.
remotely matter?
If you're interested, I can teach you some arithmetic. First, hold out both your hands. We'll start with 10,
Nice. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know. I did it. Good. I did this actually. It's been done. Part of this you need to. Part of this you have to do the quest to catch up. And then it gives you the reward. It tells you the date it was completed. Because the interesting part is I looked how old my stuff was that I hadn't done. Like it was only until oh, it's loud as hell. Like it tells you the moment when you completed stuff. Like I haven't done the only one that I haven't done 2020, right? Nah, 2020. The funny part is I completed when of 2020 11 11 of 20. I did that. You could tell like I was more on top of it. 8 of 22. But the longest I ever did is I didn't complete Semaru until 24. That was 2 years. Fontaine was this year, and I haven't done Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha. Which, that's what I'm working on currently, by the way. Truth of the quest behind Piranha is the current, which is 6.7 for the record. See, this lineup is roughly what people want if they want to do geocrystallize. Geocrystallize is open played. This is what happened. It's like when I played Diablo 4. You watch people play Diablo 4, then you ask them, how did you build that build? You don't watch. People will watch you play Diablo 4, surprising. People go, it's long and boring. Well, you're correct. People are. It's kind of the more annoying effect. But one thing people often forget, it's they never ask how you get there. They're always curious to watch people play it, but not physically how you get there. It's something I'm always found curious. And then you got the other half of the people who are just more willing to have these shortcuts. There you go. I don't truly care for when I say I don't really care for this part of the game. It's always been my look, cute idea when I mean it. Very, very cute idea. Somehow I've never felt it. It's very much they try to encourage you to do it. But at the same time, I just think of this as odd. You know what I mean? It feels more or less it's just the extra task that we do. The only purpose I see to come in here is this. Honestly about it. But this is me. This is me. I don't see it. Look, you can customize this place to your heart's content, right? Like, I could probably do that, you know, 5 per hour, maybe it's quicker if I do this. Look, you get bored, you can deck out the entire room. Oh, what did I get? Really? I am gonna have to clean this up. There's actually buildings, entire buildings, locked behind tiers of stuff. You ever get curious? You can build to your heart's content. Rooms, building, place it. Take a bit. I have her at 10. That's why she's not in my dailies anymore. One thing I need to do before I forget to. I am. Come here. Hey, bud. Why don't you sleep? Why don't you sleep? Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Yes, we've had one in the neighborhood for a while. Yeah. I don't know why people are shocked. I live in. See, when you live in Texas and you have like wildlife, yeah, it's all good. Uh huh. Need to mark the timestamp. Um, 1 second. I have to. People coming. All right, now my time sounds. We have 7 hours. It's gonna be 7 hours total. Stop. Now you know. All right. I already started this quest. God damn it.
Ah, familiar faces identified. Our good friends, the Traveler and Paimon.
Whoa, free manual labor detected. Those evaluations could not be more different.
This is Sosi, Sergeant Major of the nearby Lightkeepers.
Wait, that means...
He is Flynn's superior, as far as position is considered.
A pleasure to meet you all.
This is the Traveler and Paimon, friends of ours. They're experienced adventurers who are new to Nod-krai.
Hi there.
Indeed. The sooner we can get it firing again, the quicker we can ease our current predicament. 2 more wild hunt incursions have come sweeping in at different locations after the last one at Star Sand Shoal. Our manpower is already stretched as it is. This is more than we can handle.
Hasn't Flint's gone back to your HQ to ask for reinforcements? When will they arrive?
Huh. Has he now?
Yeah. That's what he said he was gonna do anyway.
He hasn't contacted me about that yet. As per standing orders, he should be leading a team to root out the wild hunt. But I haven't received any reports for a while now. Yeah, well, he does act outside the remit of his orders sometimes. I'm a superior, yes, but I wouldn't say I have much control over his actions.
So, he made the call for backup on his own initiative?
Hard to say. Contacting HQ is a tricky business. I should know, I've tried. They either refuse my requests outright or end up dragging their feet. And all the while, we're the ones who have to deal with the wild hunt, which, by the way, can strike anywhere in Nod-krai without warning, sweeping across vast swaths of land. This has been a real test of our endurance, to say the least. We need to send our personnel where they're needed most. A single missive will not do much to change HQ's attitude, I fear. Flynn's understands this well enough, I'm sure. We usually sort our foes ahead of time into ones that our Ratniki will take care of and ones that we'll target using the cannon. I finished the preliminary dispatch work already, but this cannon...
Okay. Hurry up, I know. Fix this, I know. You fix it if you're in such a hurry. That, or bring me some snacks. This is tiring work over here.
Could you at least tell me how long we'll be delayed?
Well, that's your fault for firing too often recently. Machines get overworked too, you know. You could try thinking about their... Sorry, what? A machine...
In layman's terms, this refers to wear and tear. As such, a machine is more liable to fail the unhappier it becomes. The exact probability here would be...
All right. I'm not good at this stuff, I know that. But let me stress that we Lightkeepers are the primary financial backer of this canon. And our backing does cover the fees for subsequent repair and maintenance.
And I'd say that was a good deal for you. You should thank
Dumb
the front
dialogue.
shop. That means me, by the
Shit's
way.
gonna take
For making you
ages.
such a huge and powerful weapon for such a measly price. Do you even know
Yeah,
how much it would have
skippies.
cost you if you bought all the parts?
By the way,
legit and
skips
right out of the
exist for a
assembly line?
reason. Look, I don't believe in skipping dialogue. At least on a first-time playthrough of any story. After any point, feel free to skip all the cutscenes in the entire world. But if it's your first time playthrough through things, I say please don't skip cutscenes. You will be judged. Especially in games you can't revisit them. The problem with the chapter the other day was it's too much dialogue. Combat's okay, but the stealth mission creates it and takes it out longer. The problem is this whole thing starts. I came across the beginning that you have to deal with a wild hunt. You go to the middle of the town, start it. It's not even you go back and you talk to Nefer. Like, this should have been part of the first story. Not 6.2. And why the hell are we still in Nausea Town? You should be going out further. The quest is like the other. There's the Lightkeepers are way up to, like the Lightkeepers are up north. This is like the problem. This is Simaru all over again. I hate it. It's gonna be 7 hours. It's gonna be about. See, I don't play movie games for obvious reasons. If your game is about 40, 50, 60% cutscenes, I ain't touching. So, Data Ward, LaFay, what is it? What was it? What was it? The Drake game. Oh, we never play anything like that. I don't mind cutscenes if they're impactful to the story. I don't mind dialogue, but this is also if you have dialogue, you blink and you miss it. The issue is, half these characters, if you don't care about them, you're not going to find it. Aino's supposed to be this intelligent child. Inep's supposed to be good. Okay, good. Both are annoying. It's not in the grand scheme of... Like, you shouldn't... Like, this should have been the 6.0 quest, not the 6.2 quest. That's the problem. Yeah, we're still here. Every other region has us go out. This is the only region we're still in the main starting area. To start it and go out. It's not like reporting back to town to talk to Nefer. Sure.
Reminder, your future snack budget will have to be halved without the long-term commission payment, I know. Calculating a viable and cheaper option. Lavender melon candy.
What?
Why?
No, absolutely not. Let me think, all right? It should take maybe 3 more hours. Wouldn't this place be crawling with more monsters than there are fungi and Sumeru by then?
That might not be the concern you think it is. The monsters of the Wild Hunt are only active in the immediate vicinity of its attacks. They will not spread any further, on their own initiative at least. We Lightkeepers will also keep an eye on those areas, both to monitor the monsters and to prevent people from entering the cannon's blast radius. That said, I'm afraid I can't wait 3 hours before dispatching manpower to the locations that the cannon won't be firing on.
That is
And
dumb.
here's where my need for manual labor comes in. There are some checks I haven't finished yet, but with your help, I can get the repairs done sooner. Wait, but we don't know a thing about this stuff. How much help will we be? You'll be fine, trust me. Just take this. Oh, and this. Whoa! This book is so heavy. And what is this?
I'm tired of collecting these things. They sit in your inventory and you kind of remember to do them or not. They're just additional quest items that sit there. But that's part of the quest where you get her for free. Yep, this is where we get into the hell. I call this pacing hell. It's like a bad movie. Yes, cat. I have to turn down game to God. You know, I'm gonna say this where you get the part. Look, dragging out quest is the worst thing you can do. It's like watching a movie that drags out further, and it shouldn't drag. Because if anything, I'm finding more and thens. than I should ever find in
You can
quests.
use Beep Boop Pizza to run diagnostics on the cannon. It'll tell you what to do. And this book will help you understand Beep Boop Pizza.
This cannon was built using more than 50 components from different factories and manufacturers. Aino has bound the manuals into one volume. Also, please note, the device's name is Burgida.
So, it's manuals all the way down, huh? Yup. And if you're quick about this, we might just cut our time to fire down by a whole 2/3.
I'll go with you.
Nice! So you'll check the outside and Anefa inside. Come find.
Instructions received.
Hey! A little snacking will also improve my efficiency by. Aino's explanations for things that don't interest her are a bit meh, aren't they? Or isn't Beep Boopita just following us around? Sure doesn't seem as smart as she said it is. How are we even supposed to know what?
I've watched Inefa perform routine repairs before. It seems some sort.
Ah, so you're in.
Now that I'm not so sure of. Let's search around together.
Works for Paimon. Is this it? Probably not. For this one? Oh,
That thing over there.
where? Oh, yeah! It does! Let's try it out. Whoa! It's flying! Does that mean we got it right? So, what?
Now, dear. This is just a temporary stop along the way. The actual vacation comes right after this. I promise.
Vacation? You promise? This is clearly some sort of exile.
Wow, what do you know? I know was right. We got this working without understanding.
Still, it's impressive how you figured things out right away.
Paimon's up next, along with this stupidly heavy book. Ugh. Let's see. The matching result for this symbol is...
Well, as they say, no.
Yeah, guess you're right. Just feel... Paimon's getting the hang of this now. And this time... Huh? Why are you angry? Oh. We need to take note of the order in which his eye colors change. Purple, red... Hey, slow down! Paimon didn't catch that! What? So now we've got musical prompts? All right, one final stop. This was quite a trip, huh?
Agreed. I must say, you two have a talent for maintenance work. A bit shaky at points, but not bad for your first job.
Good eye.
Really, I'd have liked to share the load, but you were really getting into it, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Ugh, couldn't you have mentioned that earlier? A pictorial prompt this time. We gotta take note of the flashing patterns. Maintenance is a high priority task. The device will be rendered inoperable until it is complete. Switch Beep Boopita to input mode to send out a signal to unlock components. The description of input mode isn't on this page. Ugh, more page flipping. Phew, that was a real struggle. Well, Paimon needs a break now.
Yeah, good work indeed. But it seems this input mode requires some additional work to operate. Well, looks like we're all good. We can remove this thing now. no clue, frankly. But whatever. I got a feeling we've all given up trying to figure this cannon out. I'll go get the replacement component. We should be done once we pop it in here. What do you think? Maintenance work's easier than running errands, would you say?
That's for sure.
I unplugged my mic. I was speaking for minutes. Didn't even realize it.
You know what?
You remind me
I
to
might
tell you
take
how to
this
do
snowy
that
thing at
build.
first, but he's actually a pretty nice guy. Let's wait for him here, huh?
Are your tasks complete?
Yep.
It looks like my
Now to
mic
check the
decided to
replacement component.
disconnect.
We'll be done here once we
It's
put it on.
solvable.
Allow me to check against the recorded data. Yes,
Hmm.
this component is approaching its replacement deadline. The cannon will generate immense recoil when fired. If this is not controlled, the firing platform will become misaligned. This part is designed to
Huh.
a novel analogy, but an apt one. This component is current estimated waiting time remaining 7 minutes.
Yeah!
Certainly, it will be ready shortly.
Really?
Observation. Freshly baked krumkake results in the most efficient improvements upon.
Thanks for the treat. Thanks. Things went great over here, too.
Understood. I will inform the inhabitants.
It's so weird
not
what that
everyone
mic
have to
picks
make
up and what it
preparations for
doesn't.
shock and noise that will inevitably ensue.
And I'll inform the Ratniki stationed. Thanks for your kind assistance. I better make a move.
Righty then. See ya. Bet this huge cannon's a real sight.
That is correct. A huge crowd tends to gather on its own accord. Pure, bright energy rays have never failed to inspire obsessed admirers.
Sure. We did help fix it after all. It'd be weird if we didn't want to see it in. Oh, yeah. Wonder where that strange phantom went. Never mind what it's doing. Let's try our luck at the flagship. See you later, guys. Just be sure not to miss my masterpiece in action. I don't sing for anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same.
Mondays. You plan, and it doesn't work that way. Right? No. It doesn't work how this goes.
Later. Can't you see I'm busy?
Checking snack stock.
Later. Can't you see I'm busy?
Sorry for the delays, but I didn't realize mic issues and other things today. Issues. Well, unless I like today. I can explain kinda what I was actually like trying to explain to the others, like you was asking earlier. It's gonna take long enough as hell. I just literally explained that in a nutshell how the Oridan's supposed to work. I'll explain it again while I'm waiting. So, okay, yeah. So when you're wondering, I hope you understand this. D4 Oridan functions, and what he wants to do is use Conviction Aura or Fervent Aura. He's talking about using Fervent Aura to cycle through Arbiter. Arbiter is best suited. Arbiter is best suited because you need a discipline cooldown. Because the discipline cooldown every time you use an ability basically reduces the cooldown of Arbiter. Your aura abilities have a floor. It's easy to get to the floor because there's an entire board for it that reduces cooldowns. Now, part of the problem with a build that I would give you is the problem of you're trying to play it on controller. You have to understand, it's clicking 3 buttons and there is no particular rotation needed. But I didn't play Conviction Aura or Fervent Aura. Fervor. I skipped it entirely. They want to use Iron Conviction, which is a flat percentage. What I recommend is checking the other 5 set that makes your ultimate all ultimates. Potentially. But to make it work, I had to squeeze out every bit of multiplier out of Oregon. But I could get it to tier 12. It can clear out pits to a point, but it can clear out the open world. Pushing in tower, I never fully tested it, but a lot of paladins got stuck because you say attack speed isn't needed. Attack speed is what helps the aura of fire work. But the key driver is you don't wait till the board till 4. It needs to be at 2. That should be your second board, because Spiritborns require Viscous Barrier to really function. Earlier, that's where your damage multiplier comes from. I would ditch the Tybalt's Will for regular pants and go Gwen's Anvil, Aspect of the Protector. Don't even bother. Dawn Fires are going to be your gloves. But your shield is going to have cooldown reduction. It doesn't have to have it because you're eventually going to floor it. Damage reduction, armor, or life, but you always need a core stat. But a lot of your extra damage that causes clearing comes from 2 things. Making everything vulnerable, as well as you have to refresh Arbiter. But a lot of what I had on everything was damage while in Arbiter form. And to do that, I was doing Falling Star every 8 to 10 seconds. In Falling Star, that means we're moving from one pack of enemies to another. That's what people don't say about Oregon. Oregon is entirely implemented on having the auras up, but Fervor Aura doesn't care because it doesn't help you out with critical hit chance. Now you can use the other ones that turns your ults into that has a higher multiplier, or go Iron Aura. Iron Aura is just great auras. But a majority of your damage comes from Castle and Vulnerable. But there's also a lot of all damage multiplier I use. But the only reason I got tired of that build is because I knew that build would get high, then stall. The moment I knew it would stall out is the problem. Because the moment Oregon stall, yeah, you're just moving through a horde, but it ain't gonna happen. But when it comes to bosses, yeah, you'll be able to burn down a boss very slowly. You can do certain levels of pit completion on your own. But after a certain point, the burn and the attack speed, you need to have all the damage multipliers in the world. It's one of those things of I have to go look to see what mine had. I could get it to play on 12. I don't remember where I left it off. Beacon's a good idea, but Preacher is one. The problem with the Preacher board, it's likely being used. But the one is I think they ditched was Shield Bearer. Now the question is, do you do it without Fortify? So I'm not entirely sure because I have to go look at it because largely the damage bonus comes while in Arbiter form. In Arbiter form is maintained. It has a firm cooldown, like all your auras, and you're just doing discipline. Now, realistically, it's clicking the aura once and it cycles about every 14 seconds. Say 11 or 12. That's what the aura does. Auraden is very fun in D4, but I call it Auraden, but it's Discipline Auraden. It was in the beginning of the season, but Paladins fell off because it wasn't blasting. So that's the problem with D4. Every class that isn't blasting the hell out of everything.
The people of the academia may be clever, but those clever people simply can't stop themselves from doing stupid things. Thank you, most eminent Lord Sangama Bey, for improving my mood for the whole morning once more. Ah, and this bottle of wine from Sumeru. Its exquisite flavor is well worth the price.
As long as you like it. Next month, I'll be sure to have my subordinates deliver more. Please don't like it. Please don't like it. This bottle is so wallet-smashingly expensive. I wouldn't have bought it if I didn't absolutely have to pave the way for our future collaborations.
One jug of wine's enough for today. Just put this round on my tab and we'll settle it at the end of the month. Oh, and don't include Yehoda's secret snack order. She's
Crap.
running that bill herself. I know Dory spent a lot of money trying to get a deal from me. I shan't say no to free drinks, but perhaps it'd be best to leave her some room to wiggle.
No problem. I'll send the bill over in a few days. Am I going crazy? Why is Never being so straightforward this time? Don't dwell on it, Dory. Just focus on getting the deal first.
Why so hasty? Please, after all the trust I've placed in you, surely it's unbecoming to fleece a fellow countrywoman over a simple drink? Dory, oh Dory, the deal is yours, but the money? Oh, we're going to split it.
Oh, come now. Even sisters need to settle accounts clearly. Let's put the mora on the table first, so we don't run into trouble down the line. I don't like that look she's giving me. She wants a cut of the deal, doesn't she?
Just some hometown gossip. You're welcome to join us. However, nothing we've discussed prior has been particularly interesting. But really, I must know, Miss Dory, why did you want to get involved in that fiasco? It's a simple feat to lift a sleeping serpent from its nest. But what happens when it wakes up? Had you...
She just won't stop. Why is she bringing this up again? I already answered this question. Wait, now that the Traveler's here, could she be using this information? Oh, well, the traveler's the one listening in. What harm could that do? May as well help our personal relationship along, even if it costs me a secret or two. Why, business, of course. Sometimes you just need to learn how to wrangle snakes.
Oh, fascinating. So, did you profit from it all? I heard that after Azar fell, a certain group of cowards fled Sumeru. That must have played havoc on your trade routes, with no small amount of goods lost in the process.
Right, and a sizable sum of mora, too. But that's just life as a merchant. Even big losses are small problems. With money, more helping hands can be found and more goods purchased. But I had to return
Odd
to
character,
business in
even if
Sumeru.
you ever see her.
Much like Genius Invocation TCG, then? It doesn't matter if you win or lose or how many cards you have in your hand. Retaining the right to sit at the table and play is a victory.
That's right. As long as I can still do business, I can recoup my loss, but I'll never leave the card table I sit at. Sumeru, that is. If I did, I'd really be left with nothing.
My. I didn't know you loved your homeland so much.
Well, I love mora, and I'm the best at earning mora in Sumeru.
Your senses are certainly sharp when it comes, and those cowards who fled will never be able to play at your table ever again.
See, I need that cleared up in case I ever have to go talk to Nefer. You know that the problem with the antidotes, right, are the fact that I should be able to focus now and get on to items. I'll be a lot happier.
Is it just Paimon? Or are there more people here now? And maybe, just maybe, oh, come on.
Excuse me, are you guests? Ah, if you wish to return to your room while the banquet is on, please use the side door.
No.
That is correct. Only those invited to the banquet may enter. But here in Nod-krai,
It's fine. Looks like we'll have to switch Nefer, right? The curatorian, but if we ask her straight up...
Why?
Oh, Paimon's, we'll be heading to Heath if Nefer doesn't mention a payment.
And yes, I had to go talk to Nefer. How extensively.
Hey, Black Cat, we're here. Oh, it's you this time.
Hello, you two. What's up?
Not much. Just here to say hi. Also, we'll be going to Heasy Island later, so we can deliver the medicine to Lauma for you if you need.
How thoughtful of them. Bet they want something from me in return. Well, the faster the delivery, the better, naturally. And we're lacking free hands right now, so that would be a great help. Yehoda's gone to get the medicine, and she should be back any moment now. If you have nothing else to do, feel free to wait here. I'll have someone bring you some snacks.
Don't mind if we do then. Thanks.
Oh yes, I'm sure you've all heard about what's going on. Nasha Town's in turmoil, and right now everyone wants intel. Whether it's to strike it rich, save their lives, or escape whatever
Yes, the
predicament
town
they
is so
find
in
themselves
turmoil. It's
So you're
peaceful
here
in
to
the
get
damn
Mora
fucking
and
countryside.
It's not all good news, I'm afraid. We're stretched so thin that our clients, the price for taking priority slots has all but skyrocketed.
Oh,
If there's anything,
Huh? doesn't sound too hard.
Is that so? But, no. Is there now?
What's there left for us to say here?
More like our common perspective. Most who live here only wish to defend their own interests. But we are different, are we not? We both seek to resolve the chaos that the Wild Hunt has caused.
Or like make a profit.
I would love to know what has caused all the problem of the wild.
Are we? The number of commissions over at the Adventurers Guild spikes during tumultuous times, too. Would you call taking those jobs for Mora a sin?
Well, that's...
We might squeeze some advantage out of chaos, but equally, chaos could uproot everything we've built at any time. Such is the threat of the Wild Hunt today. And what business would there be left should it end in some great slaughter, or put to flight many who call Nashatown their home? And as I understand, the two of you are here in Nod-krai to follow a trail of clues yourselves, no?
Well, yeah.
In that case, we should keep Nod-krai the paradise people say it is. At least, until our respective goals have been accomplished. You must understand, no force exists here that would inspire unconditional unity amongst all parties.
I'll say this again. The problem with these quests are they are
After that
all drawn
incident
out.
with Lauma, I'm inclined to believe you. Your selflessness is admirable, to be sure, and rare around these parts. Though it's rare for a reason, kid. Just a shame that our mysterious phantom has hidden itself well. Between that and its ability to shift shapes, really, I'd be all too glad to pass on any additional intel I gain. We make a good team, after all, don't you think? You front and center.
That does make sense.
A well-placed only, indeed, Paimon. Nothing is wholly divorced from profit of some kind.
Wait, so you were ready to work with us from the start?
Why, of course. In fact, I was wondering when I might bring this up the moment you entered.
But... Hey, boss, I'm back! Huh? Oh, you guys are here too?
Indeed they are. In fact, they've volunteered to deliver the medicine to Lauma on our behalf. And totally free of charge. Such kind souls, aren't they?
Really? Great! Oh, in that case, guess I'll be clocking out now.
Got a few more places for you to visit right here, dear.
Huh? Haven't I already worked a few days worth of overtime already? Well, guess the extra more is pretty nice.
Now,
We better get this medicine delivered pronto.
it's retarded. Half these stories are all. I don't want like half these actual stories are. Look, dialogue is a murder. All this dialogue is worse. Like, okay, structure. Why the hell do we give like 6.0 should have just been straight dealing with should have been straight entirely dealing with a wild hunt. Fine. Maybe you have the move thing. Instead of having that. Oh, you could have tied that into it. Sure. What if you did? Well, it would have cleaned this crap up tenfold. Now, here's the part that I dislike. The one part that it is in this. The issue is how they're executing it. Because if you're executing it, the way they're executing it is good. And that is, it's just drags you out. So fair.
Surely not. The special medication from before wasn't salt. What? Wait, that can't be. Let me see. This isn't right. How could it be salt? It was raining back there, so could it have happened while I was resting at the store? Sorry, boss. I'll get it back. Hey! Slow down!
Well then, any plans?
We were thinking of doing that, but
Ah, yes, the banquet is on today. Perfect timing. That's where we'll go.
huh? Can you get us an invitation?
Oh, come now. What are we, sticklers for the rules?
It's not that the combat that bothers me. It's usually the bullshit involved. The amount of
Lady Nefer, a pleasure to see you.
That's right. My apologies. Consider it my fault for not having explained the banquet's rules to them beforehand.
Oh no, it was.
Not even an invitation check? Oh, Paimon didn't real.
hate Nausea Town.
Finally! Now, what?
Pardon me. I'm sure we're all having a good time. But I would like you all to meet a mysterious guest I invited for just this I give you tonight's special guest, a renowned mixologist from Mondstadt.
What the fuck?
Are you serious? Nice to meet you all.
I'm sure that no more needs to be said about Mondstadt's wine industry. After all, we are all connoisseurs of fine drink here. The special drinks menu is being set before you as we speak. Now then, for a time, let us set aside our worries and enjoy these exotic spirits from afar.
Ah, I see. A new face for the bar.
And here I was thinking, that ain't a familiar face. No wonder.
Well, it's a rare occasion to be sure. Want to order a glass or two?
Sounds intriguing.
I spoke to the owner. The bar is all yours. The recipes are available for your perusal here. Not to worry. I've taken the liberty of removing the more challenging options.
up so quickly?
Well, as long as the flagship already had plans to, Dimyon will assist you. Serving guests with drinks will be the
It's already finished. Anyways, there's worry.
Of course, every guest will have their quirks.
Got it.
Look, in the meantime, I'll go mingle with some of the guests who pique my interest. There'll be a little event during the banquet's second half.
Hello.
Good work.
I love mini games, but in mini games.
Ever consider returning to Snyezhna?
Tell you what, I envy people like you. I'm like a man in a leaking boat, soon to be food for the fish. I wouldn't have come to this dump if there were any better place to be.
Come now. Surely it isn't that bad. We've still got the light keepers.
You trust them? I wouldn't. Wouldn't trust anyone, really. You're stuck with a wild hunt here. The Snyezhnians can't be bothered, the Lightkeepers can't spare the people, and everyone else, they're a mess. I'd sooner put an ounce of faith into that cannon. Forget it. Let's just drink. Let's see if this new mixologist is worth the billing.
Hello. How may I sit?
Good work.
Wait. What are you angling for?
It's worse than stealth missions. Stealth missions you can come like cheese and find a way to
Seems
fix.
like they're all talking about the cannon already.
Hmm.
Guess that's why Susie was so anxious.
Hello.
This is busy work.
Good.
Oh, so this order was yours, huh?
Indeed. So, and
Ah, you two must be Nefer's friends. A pleasure to meet you. If you
Paimon doesn't recall her.
then Hints is the name. I help out.
Paimon's name is Paimon. Pleased to meet ya.
anyway,
Oh, come on. Is that?
So, you've known each other a long...
That's right. I came to Nod-krai with nothing at all. She lent me money to study a craft, and even introduced me to Aino and the Voynich Guild.
Yeah, that's a... Huh. So never...
Well, I'd also come now. Aino's talents are better spent on issues bigger than basic machine repair and component. I did think myself a dab hand. It took me a long while, but I finally got to the point where I could make my own machines, and even maintain some of Aino's relatively complex ones, like Kuvaki detectors or mechanical arms.
he's the one responsible for maintaining Yehoda's robotic arm.
Oh, speaking of that, didn't Sosie have a mechanical arm too?
That's right, one of Aino's masterful designs. I could never design one of those in my life, but if you gave me its blueprint, I could hammer one out. Nowadays, I've got regular customers, which makes for a decent keep. Even got a kid, if you can believe it. On the flip side, being a family man means I can't just flee this place whenever I feel like it, so I'm afraid I'm...
All the more reason to be proactive and do your part. Oh, wait. Just another question that's been bothering me. Have you heard anything about people seeing illusions within Wild Hunt Anomaly?
I have heard of humanoid shapes being sighted, but familiar faces... Most would think they'd lost their wits from fright if they started hallucinating. After all, no ordinary person could survive an assault. Does this have anything to do with our current Wild Hunt?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
All right, I get it.
Then we'll take our leave. He's a social man. You can often... Since he's never heard of the Wild Hunt exhibiting the power to imitate familiar faces, might it be safe to assume that our phantom wants to keep that as...
Huh. That does sound worth note.
A good idea. And one our upcoming activity will facilitate. Come.
This is literally the problem is how much you have to spend in
Thank you for
these
waiting,
two.
everyone. The roulette showdown is ready to begin.
Finally.
Come on, let's go try our hand. Joining us, new girl? No, you won't. The one who'll be mixing the roulette special has to take part. Those are the rules.
But...
That's
Since we have a new friend with us today, let me go over the rules in brief. The wheel before you is divided into an inner and outer circle. Participants must take turns to spin the pointer of the inner circle. Whatever beverage it stops at, our lucky contestant will drink. The drinks are divided into juice, tea, and alcohol, with that last further divided into 3 levels by intensity. Spin your way to a non-alcoholic beverage, and you'll score no points. Up during a round of drinking, one participant may choose another with less points than them and pose a question, which the other party must then answer.
This sounds like it might favor those who score higher, but push your luck and you might not recall any answers you were given the next day.
defeats the purpose, wouldn't you say?
And that's why the person mixing the drinks has to take part. You know, just in case they decide to pour heavy, then sit back and watch the show.
Not that our newcomer looks like the drinking type. Either way, looks like we're in for a show.
Anything you drink will be replenished. And additionally, I have decided to sponsor a grand prize for this grand occasion. A single serving of Dark Horse.
What? Do my ears deceive me? A chance to drink Dark Horse and Nod-krai?
Dark Horse.
Guess what? Indeed. The Dark Horse could be yours to enjoy, so long as your luck holds. And so long as you can remember its taste the day after. And if our lucky winner can drain the whole serving in one go, they will gain the right to ask everyone a question, regardless of their score.
High risk, high reward. That's gotta be some strong alcohol.
Now, if there are no other questions, let us begin. Allow me to get the ball rolling. Intensity 3. Looks like I'll have to put my back into it today.
Let's go! Wow, this is kinda intense.
I stand by my
Oh,
statement.
my turn.
If I could ever get out of
Man.
Nausea Town and never come back,
I've
the
been
better
making a
this
killing lately.
quest will be.
Where's it all been coming from?
Hey, bro. I heard you met up with some big shot from the Voynich Guild. Mind introducing me sometime?
A normal drink, huh? Must be my lucky day.
We've reached the final round of the roulette showdown. Let's see who gets the last laugh.
I gotta say, you monsters really know your alcohol. This recipe is super good. Teach me, would ya?
I was wanting to ask about your wife. Your wife.
I mean, technically, your character is now drinking age in the world, so why would this be a problem?
You're up.
Whoa! New face here just drew the Dark Horse.
Bottoms up! Bottoms up!
Hey, will you be alright? You wanna just give this one to Paimon?
Whoa! She actually downed it in one gulp.
Nice job! No wonder you monstatters have such a reputation. Me? Well, what do you think? Monsters, of course. Absolutely. If there was something else, I didn't stop to see it. Just took off as fast as I could. Oh, and guess who showed up just as I'd gotten out of there? Those good-for-nothing rat Niki, that's who. If my luck had been just a little worse, they'd have found nothing but my corpse. Or either way, there's nothing in there you'd want to see.
I see some downcast faces. Why, have we all hit our limit?
Says who? I'm still...
Because you didn't drink that much.
In that case, let me raise another glass. To a blast of a showdown and a wonderful evening.
Hello, ma'am. Lady Nefer has ordered a fresh round of drinks. Could you deliver it to her?
playing cards?
Same as usual then? One die.
I'm not here to do business with you.
Come now, I've already ordered us drinks. Or are you looking to add another line to your ledger of arrears?
Oh, so this is a business deal.
So, let's go over this again. One die, 100,000 mora.
Yikes.
Then we have...
What are we even doing here? I can give you 3 things. The features of the Wild Hunt, the exact locations where it has appeared, and the intel we've received from the Lightkeepers. The Wild Hunt is in fact a phenomenon linked to abyssal power. Fog and monsters follow in its wake, posing a lethal danger to ordinary people. On the flip side, these monsters cannot leave the fog, so the disaster cannot spread quickly.
We already know all that.
Fair enough. Then I won't beat around the bush. Here's a map of current Wild Hunt anomalies that I snagged from the Lightkeepers, including the locations they'll soon be bombarding.
Huh.
That's a lot.
We've never seen anything like this either.
That's not enough. 4 dice.
Cool it, all right? I'm not done. Now, the Lightkeepers don't want you to know this, but weirdly enough, more Wild Hunt sites have disappeared than their involvement would indicate.
Isn't that normal? They're not the only ones fighting the Wild Hunt after all. Adventurers do that too. And maybe...
I'd agree. And really, we've always had a small, stable discrepancy between reported anti-Wild Hunt ops and anomalies cleared.
What could that even mean?
I've got 2 theories. One, that some new force is clearing the Wild Hunt out in secret. Or 2, that some Ratniki are not reporting the work they do. The odds of the former happening is low. Not many organizations can even engage the Wild Hunt. Never mind, keep those If you're interested, I'd recommend...
Paimon doesn't really get...
Now that's what I call interesting intel. No wonder you've been doing well for yourself.
Please, stop.
Oh, stop that. Let me give you an opportunity instead. Out of respect for your independent intelligence gathering. An answer to a simple question. For 50,000 off your debt. Have you heard of people seeing familiar faces within a Wild Hunt anomaly? Or experiencing something akin to, say, an illusion?
No, nothing like that. Nothing at all but ghostly shadows.
Nothing at all, hmm? Not even for 50,000 mora? Either you don't take your debt seriously, or you're confident you can pay it off.
Hey! No means no, all right? This is about my dignity as an intel broker. Mora doesn't factor in here at all.
Okay. Well, that puts me at ease.
You really...
And you've learned quite well. Go on.
Ugh.
So, you're his creditor?
Indeed I am. He's resold my intel quite a few times now, pocketing the difference as luck would have it. He would only purchase information from me when he was just about done negotiating with his buyer. So I arranged a little something just for him. A painful...
Ooh, that sounds...
Oh, I was downright beneficent in charging for that betrayal. In any case, I believe that's all we'll get here. Most of our intel seems quite dispersed, so let's try piecing it all together.
Well, first, no one else has seen that weird phantom, apart from...
Indeed. And we have that from multiple accounts, so each statement corroborates the others.
What in Teyvat could that phantom be planning?
Agreed. Instances of the wild hunt afflicting Nod-krai in general have increased in frequency. What you encountered must have been something special, with our mastermind concealing themselves within, in order to top, in which case, two questions arise. Who is this mastermind, and why would they want the moon marrow?
That means the light. That means they're withholding crap in general. It's like a massive quest that, if you follow the chain, it takes you to the north.
I'll continue investigating along these two lines. We can reconvene again if any progress is made.
I'm back! Luckily, the store owner kept the medicine bottle I left on the table safe for me. Here you go. Huh. Thanks a bunch, Yehoda. Oh no, I've got work to do later. And anyway, isn't the cannon about to go off? I was watching it the whole way back, praying it wouldn't fire. Not until I got back, you know? Again, lucky me. Huh. So you're interested in that big gun? Of course. I mean, just think about it. Something that size is bound to be comprised of thousands, even tens of thousands of parts, fused in such a way that it can operate smoothly and fire off a supergiant, super strong beam. Isn't that just so cool? I mean, miraculous. Like a miracle created through countless careful calculations.
It has been a while since the last time it fired. Go on.
Thanks, boss. Anyway, y'all wanna come? It'll be worth the while and worth your wait. I swear. Might as well. Fruits of our labor and everything, you know? Woohoo! Let's go! Kaboom! Wow! What a crowd! People seem pretty excited, too. Just goes to show how big a deal this cannon is, huh? Oh, for sure. One shot, one kill, problem solved. Simple and practical. Just the way we like it. And even if that wasn't how it worked, just listen to how it roars. If that isn't power, I don't know what is. If only I had that kind of strength. Hey, don't think like that. Your skills and smarts have been a big help to us, too. Really? They think that? Oh, I'll do my best the next time we work together. For sure.
All that to fix a cannon and still be here. Christ.
Nice one.
Finally, all fixed up.
That sure was powerful. I feel so alive right. You know, Paimon's been wondering if you're That's what we call drawing a line between your work and... I've got some mechanical talents, can do it. But me, not even I know where her silly robot. Anyway, gotta go. See you later. Says the person who got salt and medicine mixed up. Huh. Looks like the crowd's breaking up as well.
Now that's just that is a very long like. Okay, so you go and talk to the person, and it's borrowing me the 10 minutes or so. Explain something a little less than that. Nah, that's all dialogue you gotta sit through. Interruption. I have to get up again. Jesus. That's long. Why do you have that quest at all? Take the medicine and go to his. It's about half a dozen the hour. Just ask a stupid question. Not a dumb answer. Look, you should not have to sit through all that dialogue to do that.
Huh. Let's see now. What's changed since we were gone? Yeah. If anything, looks like things are settling down. That's Llama for you. Hey there, Llama. We're back.
The cleanup work has been much more complicated than I expected. Solving problems that have built up over time is a tall order. I believe it will take a few weeks more. Fortunately, those who remained appear to have shaken off the... It's as if they've finally been forced to come face to face with what their faith actually is.
And it's all...
No, I should have done this a lot I've been focused on taking care of myself these past few days, so I'm in a good place. And Since you're looking after the moon marrow for us,
Speaking of which,
I've tried asking around, but what about you?
oh, we haven't made much progress either. But here's what we've got.
I think I've got the gist of it. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you too. Don't forget to take good care of yourselves. In any case, please, come this way.
Right,
What do you see? Is it over already?
This appears to have occurred a long, long time ago. The memories I sensed are highly turbulent and disordered. So that is all my power allows me to discern.
Yeah.
Huh? What's the matter?
Columbina.
The flowers changed color.
Hello, Fat Cat. I know, Fat Cat. What's up? Nice. You doing your thing. Yes, Fat Cat. I know. It's not time to feed you. It's crappy thinking you to be fed every 3 hours. Doesn't work.
Yeah, we should go see her.
I'll leave that in your hands then.
Oh, wait! Here you go. This is the medicine you asked.
Thanks for. Also, if I may, I have a feeling that Kuthar might be able to help you get a more detailed glimpse at the memories about your spaceship.
Oh, that's true. She's the Kutar after all. But we best check if she's doing okay. See you later then.
Now we move the plot along. Jesus. For the record, why spend all the stupid time in Nashi Town if you're just going to have to go over here anyways? Why? Seriously. If you are doing that, see, all the time in Nashi Town, all that was to sit and have to come do this and go fetch their air quest. It makes no sense. God, it's the dumbest quest design. It is the dumbest. I mean, I don't call it a waste of time. It's like, what was the whole point? I mean, that's what you do with a side quest. You do that for a side quest. You don't do that for a main quest.
Oh, she doesn't look so good. disturbing you, but are you okay?
It's like I'm returning to the moon.
Wait, it's not that bad, is it?
I sense the moon's power within you.
We got the moon marrow back from the Fatui. Can it help you in any way?
And what do you require this time?
Come on, don't even think about that. Right now, you gotta focus on getting better.
I might...
Oh, give me your hand.
Your feet never left the ground. But anyway, feeling any better?
Significantly. The moon within your body, it is as silent as a reflection in the water. Fascinating. I merely drew forth a ray of its light from the water. Enough to keep me tethered to the ground for now.
I think I sensed some other changes as well.
That is the moon goddess's favor. All things I come into contact with will bear this mark. It is harmless, and will fade over time.
Speaking of which, do you want to be the Moon Marrow's custodian, now that you've got your power back? It's supposed to be something that belongs to a god in any case, right?
It is the remains of Arya, goddess of the eternal moon.
So it does have to do with... Wait, what?
Yeah.
Did you not know this already?
Lama just said it was different from the other fragments, and that she could sense divine power within it.
And she is correct. When I drew that ray of moonlight from the marrow, I also drew some memories from within.
See, this should have been the plot an hour. You should go to town, get this, and then go do this. Get the medicine. Short conversation. Not have to deal with a drinking game. You know what? Have any issues? Go find Flynn's, or go find the Lightkeepers. Not the other. So the fragment is a memory part of not just the Eternal. It's part of actual Arya.
That is how I know that it belongs to the goddess of the eternal moon.
Oh.
Lama also saw the past by using the Moon Marrow. Why didn't she see that?
There were once 3 moons in the sky, each belonging to a goddess who ruled over it. But after the War of Funerary Flame, all 3 lay slain, and 2 of the 3 moons were shattered during the conflict. After Arya's death, her power coalesced into this moon marrow. The iridescent moon's remains have never been found. And while the Frost Moon's goddess died herself, her moon was never broken. As the prophecy stated, this moon would birth a new deity sooner or later. The entity the Frost Moon Scions call the Kutar. I can sense that my power belongs to the Frost Moon, but it lies beyond the false sky, too distant from me. Forget controlling it. Sensing it alone requires immense effort.
Oh, wait, let Paimon count this up. We have the Eternal Moon's Marrow with us. No one can find the iridescent moons. that mean you have the Frost Moon's marrow inside you then?
No. It can only form after the moon goddess is dead. Consider it a form of energy core. You may as well ask if there are rocks on the moon.
Oh, so you're saying that you represent the Frost Moon's power, right?
Yes. Now, a god with a gnosis is named an Archon. Since you bear the moon marrow, does that make you a moon goddess? You do not wish to become one?
That's not really the problem here. Also, why are you so eager to pass that title on to someone else? Anyway, never mind this becoming a moon goddess stuff for now. We're asking if we should return this moon marrow to you.
I do not desire it.
Huh?
Nor does it desire to come to me.
And what does that mean?
When I came into contact with its power, I sensed a kind of rejection. I can only guess that this is because I, too, am a moon goddess. 2 moons will not rise at the same time, let alone consume one another.
Guess it's stuck with me for now then.
You sure that's gonna be okay? Glauma did say that you've hidden its power well, but the damselette sensed it just fine. And it's the wild hunt we're dealing with here, not some run-of-the-mill enemy. If it detects the marrow...
The wild hunt? You speak of that phenomenon as if you were describing a person.
Well, it sure looks like there's a person behind it all. Someone with a super clear goal, too. They've been after the moon marrow non-stop.
That seems to ring a bell.
Huh? Does it really?
My colleagues used to mention someone, back when I was still with the Fatui. He hailed from Conria, gaining abyssal power during the cataclysm, and he had a consuming fixation on the moons.
Conria? Well, we don't know if the phantom we saw has anything to do with that, but the details kind of match. What was his name?
I only know what others called him. The Reihir of Solnari.
Oh. Now I know why. Oh, now they remember 5 centers versus 3. Congratulations. They can't decide if it's 7 or 5 or 3. 3 of the worst, and now I guess that's why we're gonna fight Sertology. Logic.
There was that title too. Yes.
Wait a second. Dane mentioned him, didn't he? Does that mean that our enemy is Rerir, one of the 5?
Oh! This is Rainier's chapter.
If that was the case,
Rainier.
surely he'd be stronger than this, though.
I heard that he disappeared not long after the cataclysm. But when I asked my colleagues where he went, they replied, "Do you really not know?"
Why would they say that?
Oh, actually, this is a good chapter.
The tale of his final fate has it that he fell into the moon's reflection, from which there can be no return.
Wait, hold up, pause.
Not true.
Too much information.
Not true.
The same. I seem to think that I should be the one who would know everything about the moons. But as I said, my prologue lies beyond the false skies. I do not even remember my name.
Oh.
Either way, following his departure, the wild hunt situation worsened drastically, and it has since become a byword for abyssal disaster. The present phenomenon may have inherited the same title, but it far surpasses its past incarnation in both scale and lethality.
Oh, just think that we're up against one of the infamous 5 sinners. That's way too much for us to handle. That incident on Star Sand Shoal must have been luck then. And even then, defeated Marionette.
Oh? What did you just say? Would you mind repeating that?
That's your ex-colleague? So, we were on Star Sand Shoal together, and she was beaten by the Wild Hunt, too. Did you just laugh?
Yep, she did.
No.
That's all.
Totally did.
That's a lie.
Are you two on bad terms or something?
No. I simply imagined the put-out expression she must have worn in that moment, and found it interesting.
She seemed quite shaken.
Oh, she'll adjust soon enough. She's very good at that.
Okay, anyway, we've gotten off topic. Now that we know how dangerous the guy targeting the moon marrow is...
If Fatui intelligence is to be believed, Rerir would prevail even if all of Nod-krai were to stand against him. Perhaps something restricts him, if only for the moment.
Before I decide, there's a favor I'd like to ask you, Columbina.
What do you need?
Do you think you'd be able to show me what happened when my brother and I arrived in Nod-krai? I mean, when our spaceship first landed?
Sure.
That was quick.
As I said, this to me is but a single ray of moonlight. Give me your hand, and ready yourself.
Lumine, come on, we...
What?
Hey!
Our spaceship. A long, long time passed after we landed. No one left the ship during that time. But Ether found me from outside of it somehow.
Huh? How would that even be
I don't know.
The secrets within memories are like cookie crumbs. Take a bite, and they go everywhere.
All right.
Well...
Will you need my help? I could help you conceal them.
You could!
Detecting it within you is already no easy task. But I can teach you to further conceal its presence using Kuvaki, like this.
Ooh! Looks like a
Can you sense it? Now, try to maintain it. You learn...
Huh. Looks pretty sturdy. Could probably... Are you always here, Columbina? It's kind of dangerous out there, sure, but have you, like, taken a walk outside or something?
Dislike strangers. Slightly better.
Yeah, the Frostmoon Scions have changed since you last saw them. Who knows?
I will consider it.
She seems kind of tired. Either way,
It wasn't much. The flowers here. They like guests like you.
Now that's a lot better of a chapter. That is a lot better. So this is the chapter for Ridrear. Oh boy. That makes more sense, but landscape special object. Yes. Hmm. Because that's very different. I mean, technically, it's how he does come back to form. There's a thing, he receives help. I mean, the journey there isn't 100% miserable. Plant and drink water, blood of it. Because if he is behind the wild hunt, that makes more sense anyways. I was kind of wondering how this got back over here, then I realized it's been about 2 days since I've been over here. Ugh, that's a lot better than it was. So it should progress a lot quicker. It's less disappointing, but knowing the reason he comes back is worse. See, it might be a better story, but I still say Doctore's story is way up there. Yeah, Doctore is evil, but you know, reality is it's more or less stupid. Because the explanation on how he returns is a separate story. Remember, I said it's the journey there, not the journey around. Because the journey there is the journey too. Because the simple fact is, you shouldn't have to wait through an hour of dialogue that wants to make you drink, so to speak. Just skip through it to actually get through that. You should just get the stuff and come over. I mean, and technically the fragment being a fragment of the moon goddess herself, well, more or less infused with it, it's a separate story. Because you're at the point at 6.2, Columbina should be guiding. Because base chapter, the base chapter, okay, basically brings in the people. That makes sense. The base chapter brings people in. 6.1 will set up a narrative. Fine. 6.2 will start push the narrative. that it would make sense. See, they went back to it's the 5 centers of Conrigan. Where's that leave? Sertaloga, Rhine-daughter, Rinrear. Which is the dumbest plot in the entire planet. Because this has been one of the problems. Nod-krai has this all over the actual place. I'm gonna snap. Brain does not like staying awake for this mess. I think it's just that first part of that chapter that's really bad. The first part of the chapter is like, okay, so skipping, the ability to skip would be so much better. Like skipping, not having the dialogue and the, because what does Nefer really care? They're not like, because the one problem is if it should be an overarching issue of Rinrear or the other was it's gonna be the main villain. Why? Like that makes more sense than having a okay. Because there's an overarching problem with you're trying to set up a threat, which they do really horribly. Because it gets to the point they just go, oh, Doctore is the main threat. But they also say why Rinrear can't be destroyed. But in reality, all the sinners of Conria are actually immortal. And it doesn't make sense why he vanished. All things considered, especially with Rhine-daughter actually knowing the power of creation, even though she creates stuff. Well, she knows the power of creation. She's the one that created Abeto. And then Abeto created Durin. It would have been so much easier just to explain some of that versus the garbage. You have to go serve drinks. That's stupid stuff because that part of the quest is murder. Monday. They're nah. Everything's a delay today. Everything.
The Raker of Solnari. I've never heard that name before.
Plus,
Let's keep this news confidential. But if this Rarier is as you describe, he will be a truly formidable opponent if we try to take him on by our...
Yeah. Things might be okay if everyone was willing to work together, but right now...
No.
Exactly. Whatever the case, let's start by telling those we can get to join up about the crisis.
By the way, this is not how you deal with an apocalyptic level threat. Just for the record. A Cinera Conria appearing is not a minor accident. Alright? Sertology basically said, Skirk to basically to Tavon just to sit there, right? Learn something. God only knows why, right? Sure. A Cinera of Conria is a god boss battle. Probably worse than fighting Doctoran with false moon powers. Alright? No. You don't play around. And it's not exactly like the world's gonna know who he is. Like, a handful of people know who he is. Like, they're not gonna exactly say, oh, they know who he is. Because if they do, the ones that do probably are higher up. Because it's mostly only mortals, not the immortal. Here's the other part. This is what I think is a big plot hole. And it's probably where they screwed it up. If you were going to fight a Sinner or Conria, guess who's not here? Dangsler. Like, if anybody knows anything about the Sinners of Conria, it's going to be Dangsler.
As it happens, we have our own reasons to protect Nod-krai. But even if we didn't, we'd never leave people in the lurch. That ain't our style.
Thank you. The Frostmoon Scions will stand with you to prevent this crisis as best we can. In addition, I believe that the relationships between the various factions in this land are not cast in stone. The winds of change are blowing, and we Scions have nowhere to run. Our faith, our sect, all of it is here. Whether our foe is the Fatui or this Raker, we must stand our ground.
Let's see. Speaking of allies, the Krumkake craft shop is the closest by, right? And F is sure to help us.
Damn it. It's because I got that tail on top of that place that I haven't done. I'm like, I want to do that later. No. I gotta go deal with it. How is this an actual quest? Like, this shouldn't be an actual quest. But it is. Like, This quest, yeah, there's a way you could fast track it and it not be a problem. But sure. I was like, nah, I don't need to do these. I'm very wrong. Something told me to do it. Check on the corn in the microwave. So I gotta go do this. And it's like, what, I need 2 hours to get back to the main quest. And I mean, hell, these are more reputation quests than they are actual quests. By the way, are you real quests? See, these things are more rep quests than they are anything else. Because why do reputation quests clog up a quest? You know. What can I say? Huh. Really?
Nothing's going right lately. Is a good night's sleep too much to...
There, I know. If nothing is going right, then nothing is the problem. And if nothing is the problem, everything is going to be alright.
You really think so? You know, Inefa, you've gotten a lot better at comforting people since you went away. I bet it's the Traveler's influence.
I could not say, but thank you. Please get some rest. I will inspect these sorting robots for you.
I'm gonna give each one a hit on the head with my wrench. I gotta see for myself which one is going haywire.
I hate these 2 characters. I was putting this one off. And I have it cock blocking a quest. I like it. I really love it when a game sends me either on A, milk runs, or B, makes me deal with NPCs, which have no manner of bearing on a quest. Oh, I'm sorry, did that quest that you need to deal with sitting on top of a target? No. You have to go through this entire quest chain.
Oh, Traveler! Paimon! It's you! Hi, Aino! Hi, Inefa! It feels like it's been ages since I last saw you two.
Be better.
Wait, but anyway, seeing you makes me feel a bit better.
I know. It appears my analysis was correct.
Huh?
You were getting upset over nothing, but now that the Traveler and Paimon are here, your mood has improved. Conclusion. Everything is going to be alright.
Huh. Well, I can't fault that logic. Oh, what's the matter, Nothing major. People keep getting into fights around here, and last night they crashed right into my workshop. All the clinking and clanking makes it hard to sleep.
They want her to be a child genius. That's like HSR, you gotta put up with Henrietta. Good. They actually go out of her way. They're basically, they make this actually a child character. I've never wanted to deal with this character in the game up to this point. When she was given out for free, you avoid them like the plague. I've done this in every region. You'll find my least interacted with characters are any of the characters that are byproduct super annoying. Again, I'm just gonna have to tough it out, suck it up, and do the bad stupid quest, because the fact alone this is blocking my entire progress. I'm halfway tempted on to turn on fast tracking. But fast tracking is going to entirely... Look, don't ever use that feature because it will fuck up a lot.
Sounds like the Clink Clank from Kage Craft Shop is living.
Do not be alarmed. It's a group of treasure hoarders on the run.
Treasure hoarders?
Okay.
Dipping into the Vitui's pockets? Wow. Sorry. Again. Not the point. Yeah. Before Nefa came back,
I already cleared them out last night.
Wow. So, problem solved, right? Well, the sleeping problem is solved. But now there's an issue with my prospector bots. They're supposed to sort out the useful treasure from the junk. Nice. No, not impressive. There's a traitor among them.
Correct. The sorting bots delivered several items of no utility this morning. The ratio of useful to non-useful items suggests that one of the bots has malfunctioned.
No shit.
My bots don't just break down for no reason. You know what I think? It was sabotage. And it must have been one of those people from last... And we'll find him. Yeah! But first, how are you going to do that? By staring him down. You gotta put a little pressure on him and see which one starts to sweat. Okay, so psychological warfare? That works on robots? I don't know. If it doesn't work, I'll just drag them into a small room and interrogate them one by one.
Treat them basically. There's a reason I haven't finished out the food quest that's down in, I refuse to engage in the Collective of Plenty till I'm good, damn, and ready. But I meant the Food Gorge challenge with Harissa. I would avoid this one like the plague, too, if I could. I would rather deal with the other ones. But sadly... See, the Flens one's actually good. This one's annoying as hell. The less I actually have to deal with this character, and by the way, it's like this character will help us fight a Sinner Conria. Indeed. A smart-mouthed little child that can build robots. Maybe an Nepha, because a Nepha is basically powered by an ancient construct. Okay, fine. But I shouldn't have to.
Wow, how's that fair? Two of them are just hard-working little bots. If I take them apart even though nothing's wrong, it'll hurt their feelings. Okay then. Alright, listen up, you three. One of you has messed up big time. And if you don't own up, you'll be dragging your friends down with you. So, time to come clean. Or will...
Also, this universe has no idea of artificial intelligence. So, Why do we care? Why does the universe care that has no artificial intelligence on how intelligent something stupidly is? This is the problem with Aino. This is kind of the problem with Inefa. Inefa is a good character and kind of a meta character in the aspect that she's good for Lunar in certain lineups. Like if you need a barrier. Like she's the alternative to Lalmia, which I would just prefer to run the Lunar lineup straight and then build another lineup for something else for in-game. But functionally and realistically, sadly, and I'll say this, the beginning of Nod-krai, Jadorda, it was actually used. Same with Aino gets recommended. Yeah, free-to-play unit, feel free to use it. But she's also an archer. I refuse to use archers. If you see Linnae in my lineup. That's really not how I use Linnae. Realistically, I use Linnae to switch to deduce or E. But the problem with Aino is she's obnoxious, and the fact I have to do it. There's a reason I avoid quests. Certain quests. If it's not prescient or put to me to deal with, I ignore it. That's not why I got a quest backlog. The problem is I kind of want to skip all of this style, but I'm sure it's important at some point. It's like worse than clearing up antidotes. Devs continue to do this. Like Inazuma has a couple of like annoying children characters too. The irony is most of them carry claymores. Natlon has Inshan, which on the surface is a really good design character, but after you play through Natlon, the less you hear the dialogue, the absolute better. The problem with either that or some of these characters is I don't want to see them. Thank God in Snyezhna we don't look like we have it. But I'm pretty sure 9 times out of 10 there's always an obnoxious character. We'll deal with it at one point or another. I mean, I honestly find half these characters annoying. It's like basically after Natlon, I don't want to deal with the stupid talking dinosaur. Emoji, basically. Burn it to the ground.
What are we gonna do again? We'll let you off, but just this once. You stared them down all right, Traveler. Notice anything off? Yep, that's it. What did I say? A little psychological pressure does the trick. Come on, help me. Nope, wrong one. Come on, help. I know, Inepa, we caught him. Do you need to check him over?
Analyzing exterior. No anomalies detected. The probability of malfunction due to an external.
Huh. Must be the processor then. Uh-oh! He's on the run again! Catch him! What? Is that him?
No, those are scrap sorting bots.
Okay, well now I'm getting curious. There's more, but We need to catch him first. Try sucking him out. Oh, finally, we caught him. Man, what is going on with this bot? Wouldn't you like to know? Huh? You can talk? I know. No, it's not possible. I mean, my prospector bots do have a voice function, but it's all preset phrases. There's no way they have awareness like a Nepha. Their cores aren't even a fraction as advanced as her. It seems like he can communicate. Could his core have been... Can you mind your own business? Jeez, why is this bot so aggressive? Oh, just you wait. If you don't get out of my sight, I'll round you all up and send you straight to the Fortress of Meroseed.
The Fortress of Meroseed? What kind of place is that?
What is it again? Meropede. Yeah. Would you stop with the personal questions? So intrusive. Leave a girl alone. Whoa! What do you mean, girl? You're a junk sorting robot. Okay, well, I'm not sure what happened, but something is definitely wrong here. This isn't the prospector bot I know, that's for sure. Well, guess the only way to find out is to open you up and see what's going on. Don't come any closer! Somebody help! It's okay. I'm a girl too. That doesn't change anything!
Apologies. Traveler in Paimon. Aino prefers to devote her full focus to solving problems. I believe she needs some time to get to the bottom of this issue.
Can you just murder it?
Perhaps it would be best to follow up tomorrow.
Uh-huh. 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 Yes. That's the point.
Don't be scared.
And on top of it, the weight don't work.
Weird. I know I only installed an average Nod-krai machine core. I know! Inepa! We're here!
Greetings.
I mean, I found the source of the mouth. What?
The bot has the wrong core. It is not the one Aino installed originally, but the core of a clockwork mecha from Fontaine.
It has the wrong
Hey.
core? It's no big deal. The original core was just something I salvaged from a pile of junk. Billy, the problem is, this new core is really advanced. I don't even understand half of its functions. Really? Is that why it can talk like an Eppa? No idea. What I can tell is that this core went through a massive explosion at some point. Almost all the modules are damaged. But, wow, if even I know
The core originates from Fontaine, but little is known about this technology. Without relevant knowledge, it breaks...
Yeah, but it's not all bad news. I managed to extract a useful bit of information from the data I could salvage. One word. Charred. sure it's important. It was stored in the deepest part of the core. That's the best protected part. The best protected part?
In the event that my core sustained damage, that's where I would move all Ino-related data to...
Ah! Knock on wood, knock on wood! Your core is gonna be just fine, Ineffa.
I was engaging in a hypothetical discussion.
Doesn't matter, you still gotta say it. Say knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
Yeah! Huh? Anyway, I bet there's other data preserved deep in the core, too. And I'm gonna extract it all. Here, data, come to Ino. Man, this core is so mysterious. But bingo! That's the question. Who replaced the original core with this one and why? I mean, even though it's damaged, the reason... Bingo! You know what happened the day before it started malfunctioning? The Fatui chased a group of treasure hoarders straight into my workshop. I'm thinking the treasure hoarders stole the core from the Fatui and needed a place to hide it. So, they stuffed it in my prospector bot and handed the original core over to the Fatui to smooth things over. Makes sense, don't you think?
Of course. In fact, intel from the Curatorium appears to corroborate this hypothesis. Several of Marinette's subordinates were robbed on their way back to Snyezhna. Although it is unclear what was stolen, the culprits were identified as a group of 3 treasure hoarders. Their leader is a silver-haired woman wearing a hood. As for the remaining 2 members, there is a man with pink hair and a man with purple hair.
Wow! So Paimon was right.
Seen them before.
Treasure hoarders around here
Not because they're common models in this game, because they're
This group has only
stupidly
been active
everywhere.
recently. The Curatorium suspects them to be outsiders not local to this area.
Yep.
Who cares? Yehoda said they're just a bunch of Yeah. If those treasure hoarders really did mean to hide the core in this bot, they're probably gonna come back for it. Let them come. If they're nice, I'll even share my crunkakes with them. And if they're mean, Ineffa will give them a good old knuckles. And if they... I already thought... Ineffa, can you get Little Chard and the others to come over here? Okay, hold on to your hats. I'm gonna hide Little Chard in a scrap prospector bot. What did you just call me? Come on, we have to call you something. What? Do you already have a name? Lombro. What kind of name is that? Did you get it from somewhere in your data bank? It doesn't sound like a little girl's name to me. Oh, so use Lombro as a last name. Huh, I kinda like it. Then it's decided. You're Chard Lombro from now on. You're stuck with it either way. You're the one who decided to hide out here, so from now on, you work for me. Don't think it likes the sound of that.
Correction. This bot has no capacity to like or dislike something in its...
Huh? Why? Because its core was destroyed 6 ways to Sunday. So, right now, its tone and mannerisms are all just a simulation of whatever data has been preserved. Like, remember how I found the word chard in the data? Well, if that refers to a person, then basically, Little Chard is just imitating their way of speaking. Oh, so that... Anyway, we can figure all that out later. First, we need to make sure Little Chard is hidden. Why don't you take the reins, Traveler? Nice job! You've got some engineering chops, that's for sure. And thanks to you, I'm now the proud owner of the most advanced prospector bot in town. I expect good work out of you, Little
Kill me.
Chard. But don't worry, you'll be compensated. Like I care. We gotta do something about that temper of yours.
This is awful.
Maybe a little flour on your head.
Damn MacGuffins. What the fuck?
That reminds me! Traveler, Paimon, if I can make them into flowers, or you deal. Awesome! Good luck out there on...
The actual fuck. All due respect, that is a stupid. This quest design, I will never get it. It's what I don't understand it, I know why. See, I mean, technically, that's... Now, can I get all of that to get back to the main quest? Okay, that is done. It looks like if I have to clear out every side quest to get to a main, it's gonna suck.
We meet again.
Listen! We've got updates on the wild hunt situation.
Threat level exceeds expectations.
Doesn't matter if he's the Rahira Solnari or Solari or whatever. One volley from my cannon, and he'll be blown to smithereens! You were there when we fired it, right? If that isn't the kind of firepower that helps you sleep at night, I don't know what is!
True, but the cannon only works against shambling monsters, right? What if Rearier's super fast?
Well, we'll just get an effort to go grab him and tie him down.
You're not taking this seriously at all, are you?
Anyways, firepower is not a concern. See those canisters over there? That's all concentrated Kubaki, which we'll be shipping to Nasha Town. More than enough ammo in there to blast that Fatui research facility to bits in a single shot.
You sure have been looking forward to this battle, huh?
Of course! This is gonna be the shot that shocks the world. All of Nod-krai, heck, all of Snyezhna will know my name once we're through.
I mean, I do enjoy the thought. But a sinner economy is not going to die that easy.
Sure. Travel safe.
I know. There remains intel left unshared.
Oh, right. Yeah. Since you're investigating the wild hunt, something pretty weird's happened in Nasha Town. Should probably watch out for that once you're back. Remember that Sosi guy? The Ratnik in charge of firing the cannon? He's been found dead in their organization's offices.
Wait, what? Didn't we just see him, like, half a day ago?
Yeah, it's still new news. So, not many people are in the know. We were only informed because we'd worked together closely. And even then, only just now. I'll send a Nefa over to Nasha Town with some flowers later.
He seemed like a good guy. Didn't put on any airs despite being a superior officer either.
The data concurs. This gentleman appears to have been one of the most accomplished amongst the Lightkeeper's sergeant majors. His character has also received commendation. Most would have lacked the motivation to fatally attack him.
Oh, that makes it even worse.
Hey! What do you mean, actually? on the details. Only Ratniki have been allowed on site to investigate the scene. You'll have to find some way in if you want to check it out for yourselves.
Got it. Let's go then. You coming along, Inefa?
My tasks are incomplete. The last few batches of ammunition must be randomly inspected. You go ahead.
All right. We'll see you later.
Really? A dumb side quest, and now off to a dumber side quest. Where we should have waited in the first place. I mean it. Basically, you deal with one stupid section, and now you gotta do another. Look, it's not complaining as much as it's just dumb. It's like, this place is terrible to deal with. I know why they want to keep you coming back here, but it'd probably be so much better if we did. That's the key.
This must be it. Oh, doesn't look like there's any chance of us getting in with it. Should we go speak to the guard first?
Might as well try squeezing blood from a stone.
Never!
I came over to take a look as soon as I received the news just now. Aino told you about this then? Before we start, shall we see if we've made the same guess? Indeed. Quicker than we thought as well. Keep your eyes peeled for any clues once we get in. No need to jump to conclusions.
But how are we
Just follow me.
I'm sorry, but we're not open to guests right now.
Sorry about that. They're here to investigate.
All of them?
The paperwork checks out.
All right then. Enter.
You know, here's how you structure this. Go to the quest in the north, where you meet the Lightkeepers. Okay? You get approval from one of the head Lightkeepers. You avoid all this bullshit altogether. You don't need Nefer to drive the plot. You use an actual character from the Lightkeepers to explain the story. Because, I mean, the Lightkeepers exist up there for a reason. Sure, they'll say it's an overwork situation and they could use your help. Sure, that makes more sense. Versus having to bullshit your way through. But plot must drive plot. Make it simple.
Paimon might have said this before and
Shishich, my old friend. Fill us in, if you would.
Greetings. If you would allow me. The murder happened not long ago. The sergeant major was killed by a single piercing strike from a polearm. We have performed a preliminary sweep of the crime scene to facilitate investigation. No obvious signs of a violent struggle. No damaged doors or windows. The culprit must have used some other means to enter the room unopposed before performing the deed.
entry unopposed. So, do you think there's a chance that the culprit would usually have right of entry?
At the moment, the most valuable lead we have is based on an eyewitness report from a nearby resident. Specifically, that Flint's was seen entering and leaving this place in the time period when the crime
I'm
most
not
likely
rushing.
occurred.
I'm catching up.
We have tried to contact him, but he has
I'm not rushing. I'm trying to get through it.
Indeed.
I get through it at a normal pace.
Right now, right?
To be honest,
Okay.
I'm not particularly
Here's the
inclined to
thing.
believe that this was an inside job. Flint's can come across a bit eccentric, but he does well in missions on the whole.
I am not rushing through it by any means when you have to take 7 hours. My game is 6 years old. The thing is, I want it. Now, I disagree that it's the best Archon quest. It's the worst Archon quest. Obvious reasons. It has the worst structure. Now, it probably ties into Snyezhna. Not Snyezhna, but Simaru is the worst Archon quest. It's too lengthy. Simaru drags on. The only good part about this Archon quest, in reality, is it gives the moon goddesses. It goes into it. But you have to ignore the lore butchered in the beginning. It butchers the lore. Okay? The problem is you have preset lore. I know what happened. I'm trying to catch up my story so I know the lore of Snyezhna because I want to do it day one. And I'm also tired of my game being about a year behind. And I remember most of the story details. Now, should I take time between them to clean up the stupid side missions? Probably. I have a very, very busy other game schedules that I play. This is my cozy game amongst the rest of the MiHoYo games. And there's parts of Nod-krai's Archon quest, which is very bad to the lore, in the whole lore as a whole. The problem with wasting one of the 5 centers of Conria like this is I know what happens. I also know why Irmin's soul gets burned. I also know MiHoYo used it as an excuse because they screwed the storyline up when they should have executed the storyline 3 years ago. At least 3 years ago. The problem is, I think there's a couple of good parts. Let's be clear. For all the good parts, it's outweighed by average parts. Because the structure of a good quest does not have you running around Nausea Town repeatedly. The quest should push you out. If I had to rank quests, I consider Mondstadt a tutorial average. Inazuma is one of the best ones. Natlon has very dirt moments. But there's a but. Take the bullshit aside. The Loom of Fate is still very fuckery. If you take the in-between chapter at Chasm, which is a side story, it's better than Simaru. Fontaine, Simaru is good in spirit. It's one of the best boss fights, but it's too much dialogue to get. And too much time waiting. The chapter drags on. Nod-krai functions like Simaru. Natlan is one of the best Archon quests, yes. But as far as base structure, Mondstadt is still probably better. The issue is itself is it comes down with Nod-krai is the structure. I hate saying it that way. No quest should be structured this way. Because the payoffs to the story have really bad lore implications. The exploration in Nod-krai is good. The quests leading there aren't. The side missions are better than the main. That's the best way I can explain it. You do not waste a Cinera Conria like this. You never should have. That's the problem. You go from Natlan to the very end. Because there were preset rules. Nod-krai likes to ignore it. Which actually sets the stage for Snyezhna, which I guarantee it's going to be ifed. Because the story, there's good parts and there's bad parts. The less you have to deal with Nasha Town is the better. I stand by my statement. The further you get away, no other quest, even Fontaine at its slowest, is better. Most of the story for Nod-krai has the same pacing problem the beginning of Simaru did. Even if you know the reasons Doctore does what he does. And I pick up on stories really, really quick. There's no plot threads between 6.0 to 6.2. The only thing I need to clean up is the side quests. Also, they don't feed into the main narrative. More is explained in Natlan by proxy than in Nod-krai. Nod-krai only saving grace, according to, even if you know lore-wise, is it did change Expectations of Columbina. Because if you want to talk about the best Archon quest, it is still probably... It goes between Inazuma or Liu. Maybe that's old player bias. Everywhere else I consider a downfall. It's a downgrade. If I had to pick three, it would be between it would probably be Inazuma, Liu, and Natlon. Natlon would be a lot higher if it weren't for the retardation between certain things. And I mean that with all due respect. The problem is, of the worst I've seen, I consider Fontaine average. There's a problem when you make a subversive Archon quest that doesn't carry a purpose over. Every Archon quest is meant to not drive the story of the region. It is meant to drive the story towards the journey. The issue with Nod-krai is it does not carry weight. So that helps you understand. I understand the lore very well. Nod-krai's weight. The Shades would not let the tree be destroyed. Because the rule was, if the tree gets destroyed, so is Tavon. Even if they say the tree is saved, it doesn't mean it. It's the same with making Doctore the main enemy. If Nod-krai's saving grace is explaining a section of the prehistory, sure. But you should not subvert the actual preset lore with the moons. That's your problem. The moons as well as the sages. The shades, the heavenly principles. That again, asking MiHoYo to keep it consistent is pretty hard after 6 years. They kept mostly to it with Honkai Impact because of reasons. Mostly true. They pretty much by year 6 had the idea how they wanted to end the story. The main story. Genshin changes it because the weight of the Archon quests isn't felt. Because if everything has been done that's up till now, Dailies should have been smiting people. Left and right. By this rate. You wouldn't have two Gnosises vanish. We're not talking the other. It doesn't make sense in the long run. And the prelude to Snyezhna, I'm not angry about it, it's just more disappointing. Because the expectation of Snyezhna was supposed to be better. Nod-krai goes on too long. You shouldn't be, by 6.2, screwing with this. Maybe come back and talk to somebody who should not have this type of quest structure. If you take into account the beginning of every quest should push you out further, not draw you back to Nausea Town to explain the rest of the story. It's a structure problem. Every story and every Archon quest starts you in a starting location and pushes you out. To be honest, this has the same pacing as Cimmeru does. The problem is, it also wants to do what Cimmeru did and explain mysteries. But the key is, it's not doing it very well. Chasm, a side story, which I still remember to this day, is still better. That's not a good sign. And I disagree if people... Well, everyone has their form of a story they like. I disagree with the pacing of this story. The further I get away from Nausea Town, the better I am. It sounds insane and it sounds weird. The story itself needs to be sped up.
He also had no disagreements with the Sergeant Major that we know of. But neither the eyewitness report nor the nature of the fatal wound itself are in his favor.
Looks like there's not much else to dig up here. Let's... So, the evidence points to Flint's, and he just so happens to have disappeared without a trace. A sticky situation indeed.
And Renrir's supposed to... Well, I guess.
We know that this Flint's could have been Rerir in disguise, but we lack the evidence to... Furthermore, Flint's has left us with many questions, all of which...
Yeah! He said he would report back to headquarters, but it seems he hasn't gone at all.
Let's approach the issue this way. First, we must determine our culprit. Was it Flint's or Rerir in disguise?
Yeah! What reason would Flint's have to murder Sosie anyway?
None, as far as I know. And even if he had a motive, it would have been easy.
Yeah! They would have often gone out on missions together. Plenty of chances there.
Yes. This means that he has been hesitant to abuse this ability, or allow it to become common knowledge. Likely so that he could act in secret under other...
But no matter what, barring identities comes with...
Precisely. He likely knew then that the real Flint... We'd have to ask Flint's ourselves, I'm afraid. But we shouldn't jump to any conclusions, and there are other, less likely scenarios. For instance, Rerir may have already killed Flint's long ago, and been living as him for some time now. Yes, that...
Then we've got to find him before the Lightkeepers do.
Steady now. Our friend should be back soon.
We've tracked him down to a beach north of Nausea Town. The Wild Hunt is present too. I'll have you know that this is top secret information.
Don't worry. You'll receive a top... The beach is all yours. I'll stay and...
Oh, right. Before we go, should we reveal Rarier's secret? Since he's trying to keep it all hush-hush, why don't we just pull the curtains on his little trick? Hey! What?
Oh, I was just imagining how satisfying that would feel. But I'm afraid this revelation would only... Setting aside the matter of evidence, some may trust Flint's on our account. Tossing him into a swirling tumult of public opinion like that might just give Rarier more opportunities to And think about it. Once people learn that he can masquerade as those they trust, would they continue? Unease grips the hearts of those in Nasha Town already.
Yeah, you're right. You've really thought of everything, huh? Nothing
They don't make Nashi Town worth
Indeed.
the
But just
region.
in case, let me stress once more. We should neither be excessively... This light source is of special Lightkeeper design. It provides illumination within Wild Hunt anomalies and can briefly dispel...
Oh, right. We'll have to deal with that mess, too. Yeah.
You're welcome. I've charged it to your account, by the way.
Hey!
See, I would have the older Genshin would have just kept it where you're not going to be. You'll probably be dealing with it. Because the issue is most of this quest is bait and switch. The issue, right, is I'm getting all the story beats, and I am not digging it. Let's be very clear. When you're explaining it, you have to...
Really rolling in. Quick, grab the light source. Is that a Lightkeeper's lantern? Is there someone up ahead? Come on, let's go see.
Well, see, the issue with this storyline, it's not what you think. It should set the stage for the next quest.
This monster was lurking near the lamp. That must... There's some... Huh? What?
Well, that's annoying. Badly, that takes precedent. No, I mean, technically, I'm just trying to I want to catch my game up because I want to. Also, as I said, I am utterly tired of having my game be a year behind. Because it's really hard to enjoy this game. It's like, oh, fuck you. I hate this fucking shit. I do.
Whoa! That's really rolling in. Quick, grab the light source.
I know what I'm doing, I just want that thing. And it's not to say the characters are worse. It's got like 4 characters that are like worthwhile.
Whoa! That's really rolling in. Is that a lightkeeper's lantern? Is there someone up ahead? A moonlit night for all.
And trust me, I don't rush through quests or anything, I am slow.
This monster was lurking near the lamp. That must have been a planned ambush. Or not. There's something in. Huh? What? A fight took place here. Did Flint leave these marks?
Is someone there? Please, help me!
Isn't that Flint's voice? Did you hear that?
Leave this place.
How does that survive?
We'll be in trouble if these spooky shadows touch us. Quick, use the lantern.
But at the same time, it doesn't make sense if you're trying to explain. I kind of think they really do badly at explaining the presence of the Wild's Hunt in general. Wild's Hunt is really like a bad version of... Then again, they also don't have... After the Luma Fate story, they kind of fucked up the entire Abyss storyline. And you cannot take the Abyss seriously. Wild Hunt was never the Abyss without the Prince. That's the problem. The Prince or the sibling is what drives the Abyss. Rinweird doing it. No.
Hand it over. That was mine from the first. You're a fool. You again.
What the? It's stronger than before. Lantern, now!
It escaped again. This situation speaks for itself, I presume.
So, you were tangling with Rarer out here all by yourself.
So, that vile phantom hiding inside the Wild Hunt has a name of his own.
Lot better.
Yeah, you don't look so good.
Sorry you had to see me like this. All the same, you have my sincere thanks for your aid. To think you had the power to so easily cleanse the filth staining the lantern. Might I ask what magic that was? Or whose pupil you are? And an enviable constitution it is. A pity that such abilities cannot be acquired.
Why did abyssal power just burst out of your lantern anyway?
That is a long story. Many moons ago, when on Wild Hunt clearance duty, I shattered one of its cores only for a special crystalline object to fall out. I sensed a power surging within it that was at once familiar yet strangely illusory. I freely confess to being an avid collector of ancient gems, coins, and other curios. And curiosity it was that had me store this crystal inside my lantern. Afterwards, I wound up collecting a few more such crystals quite by accident, and discovered that they could merge into a single piece without my prompting. Though my understanding ends there. It was only recently that they began slowly emitting abyssal energy, which could neither be dispelled nor weakened.
Is that what Rarer claimed belonged to him? That must be what he's after then!
I concur. And here's the kicker. Before he was exceedingly weak. In fact, I've already beaten him several times, though I could not destroy him completely. But I noticed while engaging him that the crystal fragment would restrict my powers. As such, it occurred to me that I should hide it rather than tangle with him. Alas, he has proved most fixated upon this fragment. And for some reason, and where, might I ask, would it be safe? Or do you think it wiser I threw it away? Were our places switched, would you discard it, knowing that its perilous might was beyond your ability to counteract, yet capable of causing greater...
Yeah, throwing it away would mean giving the bad guy what he wants. But exposing yourself to its corrosion and growing weaker by the day, that sounds super dangerous.
Only those who shoulder risks are qualified to welcome in the turning of the tide. Those who flee when troubles come are nothing... Though I shan't deny that I have your fortuitous arrival and... Either way, it seems this fragment is now utterly still. That must have made it useless to Rerir. I imagine this wasn't the only reason you came looking for me, though? Ah, I see. To use the Lightkeepers to find me, I suspect. I did not inform anyone of my true whereabouts, so he should have had more difficulty tracking me down. They alone have the ability to quickly pinpoint my position. Our Sergeant Major has a Kuvaki-powered device that can be used to detect others who bear a lantern. They usually don't pay my whereabouts much mind unless they absolutely must find me.
You mean
Yes. Where did you pick this up?
we found it inside a lantern when we first charged into the Wild Hunt anomaly.
It must belong to a Ratnik dispatched to investigate the area, who, it seems, dropped everything and fled the moment they saw the wild.
Guess it's not surprising how they found you so fast then. But if Rerir could have shapeshifted into Sosi, why didn't he just use that Kavaki device to find you himself?
Were he to use it, that device would likely fail to act as it should, owing to abyssal interference. So not only is this Rerir ruthless, but a purveyor of dirty tricks, too. You might not be familiar with Sergeant Major Sosi, but he put his heart and soul into every mission. Our deployments are subject to orders from headquarters, and his orders were to be stationed long-term in Nasha Town. He worked so hard, seeking to... But every year they would say, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. He often wondered if it was because he was lacking somehow. In truth, everyone had nothing but the highest praise for him. But good work does not always lead to good outcomes. The higher-ups would think, he's doing great where he is. Let him stay there forever. A most convenient choice for them, at least. Whereas his subordinates would think, wouldn't it be a shame if we were to lose such a talented, easygoing boss? So he waited. And he waited. Until the world closed its eyes in the depths of the night, and a lantern was slowly lit for him alone, that no one could see.
You know the worst part about it is? They choose all the side missions in the entire world. All of the bullshit at the beginning of it. And you should focus on the characters that matter. This is my example. Flynn's is not a bad character to introduce a story element through. Inefa and Aino are the worst. Nefer doesn't do anything. The core driver of the story, whether it's the villains, should have been Marionette, Sandrone, as she is known, Flynn's, Lalmia, and Columbina. This is why I said the quest should push you outwards. It should push you north to deal with the Lightkeepers. There's kind of a big reason when I haven't cleared up that giant eye that's at the end of the map, by the way. Because I want to know what that thing is, and I know it exists for a purpose. It's at an end of a very long chain quest. Travis wins. I mean, if anything. Varka is a red herring. He serves no purpose. Think what you want. He serves no purpose. That's the problem with the story. The story in an element should have been driven by the core. Not wasting your time in Nasha Town. Nasha Town should have been the launch point. Go from that circle down there. And then push forward. By the time up to 6.2, you would have been pushed further north. Assume you have to deal with Rinrir. You should give a better explanation. And they're also doing this story without Damesley, which is a dumb idea. Flynn's is a tough character, don't get me wrong. But Flynn's is not a descender, nor could he fight Rinrir. I stand by my statement, he is wasted. It's like the references we have gotten to Daughter, which, outside of creating Albedo, that's around Frost Mountain, you learned of her lore. You learn a little bit about her lore when you're dealing with the witches. A little bit. The Wild Hunt should have been the first enemy you fought. It should have not been the Fatui. You introduce... See, like, Natlon does the introduction good with Children's of the Echoes. That's why I say it. Fighting the Abyss. Because you should start to learn who the real threats are. It's not the Wild Hunt. That's the problem. Nod-krai's story pacing murders it whole. Where I disagree with a lot of it. It's not a magical story. Wild Hunt winds up being a really nerfed version of the Abyss. The problem with the lore after Luma Fate is the Abyss is weakened or trying to reform Conria. That's the problem. It's not that the Abyss has always been the main enemy. It's like in 40k, Chaos is always the ultimate enemy. The Abyss Order should be the main enemy, but you don't have them in every chapter. But you should also, in a region controlled by the Fatui, the Fatui should be the main enemy. From either the get-go, or have to deal with an Abyss evasion. Natlon with the Captain deals with the very fact, but it also deals with... That's why I say it's my third favorite. Now, technically, Liu as a whole is probably by far my favorite region. It's kind of really tied up there these days with about Inazuma. Man, where I spend most of my time. I only spend most of my time outside of those regions if I'm doing something that takes me from it. So, unless I have to do something afar, I don't really go out. Because that region has more soul than most regions. Both those regions do. Now, I will say Liu has more soul than probably Inazuma. Inazuma's story was not a letdown. Inazuma doesn't do a good job of explaining itself. It's just a nation that isolated itself. But then it's my opinion. Liu is more of a fleshed out region. Even when they added the Adepti region out to the west. That's still Liu. Because Liu has that majestic nature to it. And I mean, if you're going to throw away a region for an Archon quest, the Temple in the Sky should have been the second. So, as I said, wasting a center of Conria this way isn't good. A center of Conria should be a main story, not a side villain. It's just, but the nature of what they are, it's like wasting a Harbinger. They wasted Arlecino. They wasted Capitano. Actually, they rehabbed Capitano. I think they wasted Sandrone as well. I mean, it doesn't matter if what she does happens. You can't... The problem is when you're using old knowledge, you can't switch around and go to deal with the moon goddesses, then explain finally why the region's been dealing with a wild hunt for many years. But then go to explain you need to deal with the moon goddesses. Then deal with the heavenly principles, whilst nerfing the heavenly principles. Because I stand by my statement as well. The heavenly principles should have been far active before now. Long theory has been that the heavenly principles were actually dead, but they're not dead. So, it's really a weird story that parts of Nod-krai are good, very well written, but the quests get worse.
One that has played out many times throughout history. Another reason to take this Rereer's head.
At least we now know that he's looking for these fragments inside Wild Hunt anomalies.
And yet, what did the Sergeant Major have to do with any of this? Why did he have to die?
Could Rarer be
No, I haven't.
set up to fire, destroy the fragments?
Oh yeah, no. If Dainsleif appears, it wouldn't surprise me. By the way, Dainslet should have appeared before now. No, I'm in, like, the part here. No, I'm pretty sure Dainslet appears. But where I'm going through is, I think I'm in the first part. Well, not the first part. I don't even know what stage I'm in.
Come on. Let us be on our way.
The issue is, if you're dealing with the center of the centers of Conria, he's the first person you deal with. Because when you're having to deal with human elements, that's not the time you're going to be dealing with it.
Poor lost lamb. For the everlasting caress.
Close your eyes. Be silent. Night.
Forest, protect.
A new moon rises. As you like. Surge.
Again, you're having to go back to the town. That's the problem. Because every other time you've been dealing with Dainslet is always here.
I understand the situation more or less. Either way, I suppose we were lucky not to receive a...
Yeah.
Since you two can enter.
Oh? And how are we supposed to...
Either way, I suppose we were lucky not to receive... You'll know when the time...
Still acting all mysterious. But he seemed pretty confident, so... Hello?
Ah, you're the special...
Yep, that's us.
Well, you're just in... If there's anything else you'd like to look into... Sadly, no. But considering that Nefer from the Curatorium of Secrets came forward to help investigate...
We'll do our part too. Phew, we're in. Thanks to Nefer's reputation, once again.
You shouldn't be relying on her.
Nothing about how Flint is gonna enter, or how we'll pick him up. Never mind how we'll leave later on. Something the matter? Huh. That looks like Flint's lantern. But where is he exactly? Well, we've got the lantern. What now? Oh, Paimon almost screamed out loud. You never said you could do magic like that.
I like his little trick. The only reason I know that is because I use him in Nose Animation.
This lantern may have a rather peculiar shape, but so long as it doesn't glow, it won't stand out in the dark. I calculated that you would have already entered, so I chose a spot visible from the window before using light to send you a signal. As I thought, you're both sharp-eyed and on the ball.
This is why when I get to Snyezhna, I want to know his backstory. We learned quickly he was a royal fae. I guarantee you he's a royal fae. He's not a common fae. Because, as I stated, Noi betrayed serves his Aritza in his place. What makes him actually a better character?
Your composure is more impressive still. You're right. But let us leave such trivial topics for a more relaxed moment. Our time is limited after all. Just as I thought. Come, try sensing it yourself.
See, this is the part.
Identical powers must flow from the...
Let's see. Identical powers from the same force. Now.
To sow chaos by depriving the Lightkeepers of one of their commanders?
Now, this is a better plot. I would have led with this. Instead of doing the other one, you do, because you would go up, see the Lightkeeper's murder, and then you go back down.
If the Wild Hunt's true form is powerful enough to stand against the world as you claim, I fear not even the full force of Lightkeepers could stand against him, let alone the handful of us stationed in Nasha Town. He would have no reason whatsoever to pick quarrels with individual ants.
Be back. See, this is a lot better of a story. When you start getting into it, it would have made better sense with story structure. I mean, but by every definition, Dainsleif is in every region. At least that deals with Abyss.
Let's look Well, that makes things simpler. In that case, allow me to... When we fought, he seemed like quite a reckless foe. Certainly not the meticulous mastermind type. Yet here we are.
Oh, if we can't get any leads, the longer we're stuck here, You mean this?
I'm not well versed in machinery, but that means his mechanical arm is malfunctioning, right?
No, that's not right. Paimon remembers this signal. We saw it before while repairing the cannon. It doesn't mean that the components are damaged. It just means that they're due for regular maintenance. So the device has stopped operating. But the real problem is that... Yeah, he even helped us find the maintenance port. It could still be a coincidence, but considering...
The Soci you met could have been Rerir in disguise. In other words...
That's right! If only there were some way to prove it.
You mean hints...
We had a short chat with him once at the tavern, but...
I know where he lives. The situation is critical, so let us now take up the role of uninvited guests ourselves. Ah, yes. And remember to pick me up by the window.
Very rare you get an all-around good designed character that's a good character as well. Very, very rare. That's Ineffa's problem and a couple of others. Ino's problem. That's Shadora's problem. That's Nefer's. I arguably put. Cleanse is one of those characters. He ticks all the right boxes for a good character, but as well as he's actually really strong. That's the thing about it. If I were to do the story, and I think that's why every region you would have that.
Oh, it's you two. On Flint's. Given the hour, I guess it must be an emergency.
It is indeed. Our sincerest apologies for interrupting your rest. We are investigating a certain matter in connection with Sergeant Major Soci. We'd like to know if he has sent you a request for maintenance to be performed on his mechanical arm.
Soci. Oh, so the rumors I heard, are they true? You know what? Forget it. I'm sure it's complicated. No further questions from me. Just a moment. I need to check my records.
Thank you for your understanding.
You get rough.
8 days ago, he came to request a round of regular maintenance. But as it happened, I had run out of the required components. His mechanical arm is especially sophisticated, having been designed by Ino personally. As such, they usually take several days to arrive. In fact, this time, he even asked me if we could push his request forward. And I understood, completely. Not being able to use your hand, that's rough for anyone. But even more so if your job involves fighting out in the wild. So I did my best to convince Ino, and eventually, the parts arrived. 3 days ago, if I remember correctly. I sent word to the Lightkeepers immediately, but he never showed up. I assumed he was just out on some mission or other. What's with those faces? Everything all...
You've provided us with some very crucial information, Hintsa. We can't make everything public yet, but once our
No worries. Just glad I could help.
Thanks.
Good night. Hope the investigation goes...
seems that it is as we guessed. The Sergeant Major Sosi you encountered while repairing the cannon was actually Rerir in disguise. 8 days ago, he had yet to act. But at some point after that, he attacked and imprisoned the Sergeant Major. With the immense gap in strength between them, the job was finished in a single blow. And thus Rerir had no opportunity to discover the malfunctioning mechanical arm. Perhaps his mastery of shapeshifting extends only to outward form, and not therefore to complex internal mechanisms. Hence his oversight of the uniquely mechanical traits of the Sergeant Major's arm.
You're saying he thought no one would realize his mechanical arm is actually made of some kind of black muck on the inside, so long as it worked, right? Still seems like there's a lot of guesswork.
This also has me stumped for the moment. The cannon has always been used to destroy the Wild Hunt, and it works as intended. But how would that help Rerir exactly? Assuming he plans to collect the fragments within Wild Hunt anomalies, firing the cannon works against him, since it would blast those fragments.
So we solved one mystery, only to dig up another. Whew. This is getting Paimon kind of down. And sleepy too.
Yes, I'd say it is high time we took a break. We'll have to fight Rerir eventually.
Yeah, we should totally get some.
A reasonable suggestion. My colleagues have never failed to live up to my...
Well...
That would be good, yes.
Phew, back inside.
I suppose. Had you already sensed the unique power within my lantern at that time? I see. Words truly...
Because I mean, they hint that he's a Fae by now. Most of us learn that he's a Fae eventually. Like all of it, but it's the question of what kind of Fae is. Little do you know, he is a very important Fae. Again, that's like one of those ones. He's a very good all-around character.
Fortunate then that abyssal energy was only leaking from the fragment in minuscule amounts when we first met. Or I might have been in for a real interrogation.
Yeah, hard to say how that would have played out. We've had a whole bunch of unpleasant run-ins with the Abyss.
You mean to ask why I'm going this far to oppose him? Well, as a light keeper, I'd say I'm simply doing my job.
Yeah! You're covered in more mysteries than Paimon could shake a skewer at.
All right. I suppose I do owe you some honesty, whether out of gratitude or the need to build trust. Your deductions have been quite correct. Should one wish to conceal oneself within a lantern, elemental power alone is not enough. You know humans well, and naturally you understand their limits. But some things that humans would consider difficult are quite normal in the eyes of non-humans.
So, you mean you're one of the latter?
Have you heard of how Snyezhna was once the realm of the Fae? This race is no longer of any importance, but they still exist.
This gets retconned very horribly.
The fact that I am standing before you.
We've heard some scattered legends, but that's all Paimon thought there was to it.
I once turned my heart toward humanity, and thus did I experience loss. I once labored and did much, and put an end to my tale with my own hands. When you realize you are floating in the middle of a vast ocean, you cannot help but feel that swimming in any direction would be equally meaningless. not be better than to simply sink? But
Mhm.
before I could sink to truly lightless depths, chance had it that I should be awakened by a band of Ratniki. They were facing a horde of abyssal monsters, and could not last against such a disparity in strength. Yet none fled. Those who dwell in darkness for long enough become exceedingly sensitive to all light. And the first light I saw upon awakening was that which shone from their eyes.
Is that why you chose to help them?
It's a good reason.
Perhaps I was moved by their valor. Perhaps I simply saw my past self in them, and was moved to action for the first time in a long, long while. But I was freshly awoken, and my powers were limited. I could not prevent casualties altogether. The survivors and I buried the fallen heroes. That was the origin of the Final Night Cemetery. Well, not exactly. I was just more familiar with them. So joining up seemed in life. Well, I believe it. Besides, I'm well past the age when one might believe in things nonetheless. There are still some things I will not allow to happen. Tomorrow I shall go and check our records to see if I can find any connection between the Wild Hunt.
Will you need us to get you where you need?
Oh, I'll be fine. I keep a backup copy at my residence in case of...
Can you even go back there right now?
Thanks for the reminder. I believe they'll have checked my place, but they won't have stayed. And even if someone is waiting, I have ways around that. I am the master of my own house.
All right then, we'll trust you.
Anyway, I hope you'll help me keep this a secret.
Paimon's lips are sealed.
All right. Thanks again for your help. Good night, you two.
Finally, we can rest. Let's go get some sleep. There's tons to do tomorrow.
See, I would say it's the weirdest part, because that's the first you learn about the idea that she was hunting the Fae. Because you gotta realize, the order to hunt the Fae to extinction would have left all Fae in the world basically subject. But what's interesting in Snyezhna, of all the characters released, they're all Fae. I mean, except for a few. Now, I don't know if I call a siren a Fae. I don't know if you call it. See, Linnea's definitely a Fae, so is her sister. They would know he's a Fae just by look, if not ears. Because it was always a gap of why the Tui wouldn't hunt Linnea on sight. Maybe that's a gap in an oversight. He's an augur bird. But there's also Royal Fae, too. That puts the Tsaritsa as a Fae. Now, if you look at his name, it's very close to a Royal Fae. Now, if the Tsaritsa just displaced Fae, her personal bodyguard, the enemies that were introduced, they're Fae themselves. That's why I said that whole order to hunt down Fae was pretty all but gone. Like, if that's the actual order to hunt Fae, I'm pretty sure Fae wouldn't be working within the Fatui. I'm pretty damn sure they wouldn't have. She wouldn't have one of her closest advisors be a fae. Well, they can't keep the lore consistent. It makes no sense. That's what I mean. It's one of the worst stories. Lore consistency in Nod-krai is weird. Because it makes no sense. It's not like, oh, there was a decree. That's pretty established. Like the Raiden Shogun. She wanted the Vision Hunt decree. But people, when she asked for the visions, she didn't care if it harmed them for her Eternity project. Again, it's one of those weird coincidences that people doing the quest forget it. They'll forget it about a chapter or two later. They'll lose it within the chapter.
Hey! Where's Flints? Is he here, or isn't he?
We would be most obliged if you would pipe down a little, dear guest. Our other guests are resting.
Resting? We're all about to be done for, and you're talking about rest? Flints is a wild hunt shapeshifter, here to deceive us all! If we don't get rid of him now...
You better give him up. If anything happens, your business here is done for.
Or are you in cahoots with him? You with the wild hunt too, huh?
Boy, oh boy.
Leak out? But we were so careful last night. How did anyone see us? What do you mean? This is so confusing! What do we do? These people are no match for Flints, but they're super... It's not like all the unusual stuff about him will make it any easier to... Okay!
Hey! Let us in now!
My apologies.
Hold on!
What in Tevat is the meaning of this racket? Are you intent on depriving both the Voynich Guild and the Curatorium of Secrets of even a... Boss, do we really have to entertain people who don't respect the rules? Call a few of your boys and have them thrown out.
And what hole did you crawl out of?
A watering hole, of course. The one you've just disturbed. A place to get a moment's respite from all the recent unhappiness, and to escape from all this talk of the wild hunt, or strange ghosts and phantoms. Who'd have guessed people like you would come bursting in, shrieking louder than any ghoul?
This is a matter of utmost importance. We've got solid evidence. All we need now is to confront Flints face to face. Exactly. And you sure don't look like an impartial party either, Nefer.
Oh, don't I now? How about this then, boss? Let them do their search. If they find their man, they can have their little chat. But if they don't, then they owe everyone here an apology, as well as compensation for all the racket they've caused.
Wait, it's...
All right, all right. I suppose that's the only way. If we don't let them in now, they'll be back sooner or later. What a mess.
Oh, all right then.
Well, I'd say that sounds like an impartial proposal. What say you? Or are you suddenly unsure of yourselves?
Come on, everyone! Move it!
No sign of Flints.
But how can that be? Hasn't he always stayed here?
Done searching, are we? Guess it's time to uphold your end of the bargain, huh?
That's well deserved.
So, Paimon, you've been waiting to ask me something, haven't you?
Yeah, how did they even find us here?
My inside man with the Lightkeepers informed me that you paid the crime scene a late-night visit. I surmise that you must have rendezvoused with Flints and obtained. Then, early this morning, a group of people gathered at the town gates, news spreading amongst them that the Wild Hunt could disguise itself by taking on familiar faces. Everyone started throwing out the names of possible suspects. No one, seemingly, was exempt. And amidst it all, Flints's name started gaining more and more traction. I'm sure his solitary lifestyle may have played a part, but I wouldn't discount Rerir throwing fuel on the fire in secret.
So, did Flints make his escape after hearing about this? And that's where I, Yehoda, the quick-witted, fleet-footed backbone of the Curatorium, got my chance to shine. While everyone was super focused on the argument in the main hall, I alone noticed an opening.
I got her to climb up to a window to help Flints out, only for her to return with nothing but a lantern.
Aw, come on, boss. I was just getting started.
We initially intended to bring Flints back to the Curatorium and wait those people out, but I never expected this to be all that was left. I imagine, though, that he wouldn't have left something that was so seemingly important to him behind.
Might he intend to come back and get it later? Maybe. I'm not sure. Well, he's out of harm's way now, so that's not super important, right?
Oh?
What Paimon means to say is, we've got lots of new intel to share.
All right, then. Yehoda, contact the others. We're going to need all hands on deck. Let's have this discussion over at my place.
2, 1. Basically, these characters have no use to the story. Like, this should have been a far, far bigger story than it actually is. Because you gotta realize it isn't.
These are bounties. If you want to negotiate.
Huh. The issue is, it's like the weight. Like, if he was actually really trying to do really stupid things, like, it would have been easier than to just slip around like a person in the shadows. Let's be clear. Look, he's a sinner of Conrief. He's been alive for 500 plus years. People think he knows.
I see. So Flints has a fragment taken from within a Wild Hunt anomaly.
Is he gonna be okay? Earlier, he said that the fragment had gone still, so it's probably of no use to Rerir now. In that case, Rerir shouldn't have any reason to keep pursuing him, right? So, was all that ruckus back at the...
If I were him, I would have simply turned my attention to...
A reasonable course of action. Remember what we heard back at the tavern? The actual number of Wild Hunt anomalies destroyed has been greater than Lightkeeper records would indicate. Some of these must have been Rerir's doing. He must have been seeking more.
This much is pretty easy to understand, but
Maybe because that'd be more efficient than having to clear anomalies himself?
yeah, I'm confident that the ammo we're packing has the oomph to do that. But I am a mechanic after all. Ooh, why don't we find a few of those fragments ourselves and use Kuvaki to carry out a little experiment?
Our lab could certainly accommodate such a test.
In other words, we've got to destroy a couple of anomalies and collect fragments from them, right?
Lightkeeper operations have just about ceased following the Sergeant Major's passing. Meanwhile, the Wild Hunt continues to grow in scale by the day. I fear only we can keep the situation under control now.
Then we best act fast. Paimon's got a bad feeling about this.
A feeling we all share.
There are 3 Wild Hunt sites that must be dealt with urgently. But I believe we have the capacity to handle it.
Works for me. Ineffa and I will take
The curatorium will
And we Frostmoon Scions shall
Paimon didn't think she'd ever get to see everyone here carrying out a plan.
Never mind you.
Let's head out then. We'll meet back up at my lab.
Understood. Time is of the essence now.
Gotcha. Stick.
Huh. Anyone seen the lantern? Has Flynn's dropped by already?
Well, considering what you said earlier, you know where we're going next, right?
So nice to have that as a damn teleport. That is one good thing about that.
No one's guarding this place, just like he said. But, where do we find the information he mentioned?
This way.
Really? I don't have the teleport. How many times have I come out there and I've never... The problem I'm noticing is this is that second quest in a row that is about 70% total fetch quest and dialogue. It's not a good sign.
Let's move. We're running out of time.
There you are! Okay, let's split up and make this happen. Or not! How are we supposed to read through this many files?
Difficult, yes, but it is also our most efficient option. To expose the true intentions of this Rereer, we need to dive into Nod-krai's history.
Hope we don't land on our...
See, I don't skip quests. I've literally done story chapter after story. The problem is, this has been about 70% dialogue and fetch quests.
That file suddenly moved by itself! This is a graveyard, right?
Many strange things happen here, but
But that file really did move.
Yeah. It'd be funny if it did.
Hey, come out! Don't scare Paimon like that!
Wild Hunt Phenomenologue?
Hey, another file's moving!
Are we being given hints? I feel no hostility. On the contrary, it seems we're being aided somehow.
Actually, this plot's kind of good.
Seriously, another one? Okay then. Paimon will read this one.
See, some of these, when you get towards the end, middle to the end, they're better designed. It's just the middle is beginning is awful. First quarters are bad.
Paimon sure could use a lot.
The material I've read through has all been about past Wild Hunt incidents of enormous scale.
Paimon as well. Guess that makes...
Whatever this is, it seems to want us to notice something. Let's bring our...
Alright. All these incidents look pretty different.
Wait. I've noticed something. Before the occurrence of these huge Wild Hunt events, a smaller scale one would erupt in the exact same location. And look. All these smaller scale Wild Hunt site reports share a common outcome.
They'd be detected, but would go inactive before any forces could be sent to deal with them. They could then be sealed directly using a tide seal stone. But why?
Some of these records are too old. I doubt he had regained the ability to act freely yet, or we would have met long ago.
And here's another similarity. Kuvaki and nearby soil completely drained. Could this be important
Kuvaki and the Wild Hunt are mutually opposed forces. We Lightkeepers previously believed that these small Wild Hunt sites would temporarily go inactive due to being neutralized by the Kuvaki present in the soil. But now that we've synthesized all this data, there is a key issue this hypothesis cannot explain. Indeed. Despite the name, I would not call a tide seal stone's sealing powers watertight exactly. But for it to fail and the situation to deteriorate and...
Paimon feels like she's almost got it.
That might be it. It could be that when Kuvaki and abyssal energies meet, the stronger side will suppress the weaker one. And while Kuvaki can indeed destroy small-scale wild hunt anomalies, should Rerir be strong enough, the Kuvaki might be his for the taking.
Paimon kinda gets where we're going with this.
What are you referring to?
We had a real close encounter with the Abyss in Netland. It's a force that tries to taint everything. It's hard to explain in detail, but basically...
Was there a gap between him pretending to be Sergeant Major Sosi and the cannon being fired?
There was. Aino needed to make some adjustments after we finished those repairs. Rerir, disguised as Sosi, left at that, leaving him more than enough time to shapeshift into you, return to the Lightkeeper's office and set up the crime scene, before heading over to the cannon's target area and absorbing the Kuvaki.
It all makes sense. And all that just for the fragment I had with me. It begs the question, what makes it so special that he needs it so badly?
Well, if you're trying to reform yourself...
That's odd. We shouldn't have any guests. I'll go take a look. Ah, it's an ibis.
It's carrying a letter!
Situation urgent. The cannon began operating shortly after we left Nasha Town and is preparing to fire. It is locked on to Star Sand Shoal. Please return to Nasha Town and assist with all...
That's gotta be Rerir's doing.
No time for speculation. He's already made his If this bombardment continues to increase his strength, he might regain his complete...
What should we do? There's no...
Let's go to the cannon's target site. That's where we should find... One moment. Just let me get this news to Lauma.
Go! Fly! Not a moment to lose!
Look, I don't mind the convenience for Lauma. Lauma...
As expected.
Humans, you never change. Always trying to use powers you neither comprehend nor control. But it is also thanks to you that I found a way to return.
You've messed with the cannon again, huh? Sorry, but this round's
Such faith in your companions. But will the inhabitants of Nasha Town understand why they wish to stop the cannon? I think not. When all they see is the wild hunt surging up everywhere they look, the cannon must seem like their only lifeline. This is the truth I have revealed to them. They did this all of their own volition. The zealous worship of power leads only to annihilation of equally zealous proportions. True power does not heed the commands of the weak.
You were waiting for us to leave Nasha Town then.
Of course. I imagine the one you call Aino would have managed to stop the cannon otherwise. Shame, then, that you proved one step too slow. In their folly, the townspeople will bar the path of all who seek to stop the cannon. And your kind-hearted, weak companions have not the stomach to deal with them. The cannon will not be stopped now.
Well, sir, you look most pleased with yourself. In that case, before you put us out of our misery, I would like to ask you a question, if I may. See this fragment? It once haunted your dreams, but now it seems useless to you. What is it exactly?
That is my corpse.
Sorry, what?
My body was once torn into countless pieces and hurled into the swirling chaos of time itself. But even so, my life and will were not extinguished. Every last fragment calls to me. Sooner or later, they shall
So the terror of the Wild Hunt was in fact caused by scattered pieces of your corpse. I guess they don't call you one of the 5 sinners for nothing.
Serendipity guided the fragments to construct an incomplete version of myself, upon which I began collecting more within Wild Hunt sites across the land. But each time, the fragments I obtained
Indeed.
hardly worth mentioning.
Took to his first appearance. Not his first, well, first official appearance.
So that's why it responded so strongly to you.
Only by retrieving this most critical piece could I gain mastery over the turbulent Kuvaki energies and be
I feel he's wasted.
Hence, you fired that first shot, hoping to regain enough power to seize the fragment from me.
Are you completely crazy? Weren't you afraid of dying?
No.
Such power has no hope of killing me. It may destroy my form over and over, yet always I rebuild it. It may smash my flesh and crush my bones thousands of times and more, but that is of no consequence to me. What truly infuriates me, however, is how you've destroyed my heart. All that suffering, everything I endured. I've adapted to the strength and flow of this Kuvaki. The next cannon shot will multiply my strength immensely. It will not be a full restoration, no, but it will be more than enough to destroy any in this world who stand in my... Still, I suspect the Kuvaki will have rendered you down to nutrients for my consumption.
Traveler! Behind you! Look at that light!
Lot needs to move.
Dang it! Who fired up the cannon without my say-so?
Its defensive barrier has also been activated, likely in anticipation of interference by malicious actors.
The air is thick with fear and anxiety. It's spooking the birds and beasts. What exactly is going on?
You're here. Looks like this was all part of Rarir's plan. Not only did he plant seeds of suspicion in people's hearts, seems he's now igniting them. Yehoda's gone in to scout out the situation. She'll be back any minute.
I'm back! I'm back! Oh, it's bad out there. Rumors flying everywhere you turn. Something about the Wild Hunt preparing to spawn a wave of monsters, the likes of which we've never seen before. But that's not even the worst of it. Lots of folks don't even believe the cannon can prevent this crisis, so they're getting ready to make a run for it. Others are trying to make a quick buck out of this whole mess.
How could they still be thinking about Mora when such a catastrophe is imminent?
Unprecedented danger brings unprecedented opportunities in its wake.
Terrible.
A chaotic situation can bury...
Pacing is worse.
Even those who flee without reserve.
They can't even end a quest good.
Is it any wonder, then, that some will aim to profit? After all, a gamble that might rewrite one's entire life is hard to come by.
Even so.
Well, seeing as you disapprove of their actions so strongly, Lady Moonchanter, I suggest that you be the one to handle them. Not like that's the only major problem on our plate right now.
This should have been handled so much better.
As soon as possible. Also, the unexpected activation of the cannon entails a high risk of incorrect operation. This must be stopped in a timely manner.
Well, about that, people have been talking about how someone might come to stop the cannon. They've decided they won't let anyone in.
Uh-huh.
I made that thing! They can't just take it from me!
Yes, they
Let
can.
me over there! What are they gonna do? Stop me?
They might, if Rarir has already formulated some countermeasure. For example, he might have spread a rumor that the Wild Hunt would take your form.
Possibility, high. If they view the cannon as Nasha Town's only hope, they are likely to conclude that anyone who tries to stop it must be with the Wild Hunt. We will face strong resistance, but they're just ordinary people. Brute force must be avoided, if possible.
There's no time. Let's go into the town. I'll find some way to calm the townspeople. You find a way to stop the cannon. Oh, you're back. And you have a letter? The traveler won't make it back in time. So they're heading straight over to Star Sand Shoal instead.
Wait, what? Isn't that the cannon's target? Why would she go there?
Assessing risk level. Maximum.
So if we can't prevent the cannon from being fired...
Then she's prepared for the worst.
And we must ensure that her trust in us is not misplaced. Let's go.
In turn, you can use the really dumb characters, right? Because if you utterly assume you're gonna waste a Cinereconria like this, nah. Mm-mm. So I said he's wasted. Like, it wouldn't make sense, even if a bodiless version of him is to remain, right? You have to understand, it's a dumb reason to waste him. Again, like when I know the real reason is, look, Doctoria helped him. It's the dumbest plot in the world.
Most of those we've met so far have been attempting to escape, so they haven't gotten in our... Looks like they formed groups to protect the cannon. If they believe that we're with the Wild Hunt...
Is that Lady Lama? But are you really her?
It's you, Rixa. I believe you recognize this power, having lived on Hisi Island for so long. It is not something that anyone else could imitate.
I do, yes. So it really is you, my lady. But why are you here? Really, I believe...
The townspeople have been misled into believing that they needed to activate the cannon. I am here to stop them.
But...
I know what you wish to say. Our island and Nasha Town have never had close ties. There should be no... But you chose to leave the island. It is unfair, unjust, that you should be dragged into this mess. I seek to redress this injustice. Not only for you, but for... Please, have faith in our long-standing friendship, and that this is where my heart has led me.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you. Please help us.
Then come.
All right, I understand.
Seems we chose the right person for the job.
Huh? You're not...
We won't be able to calm this storm by our power alone. Let's go, Yehoda.
Okay. See you again.
Remember these words. The road shall be paved with truth, and we shall pave it ourselves.
It's you, Lady Moonchanter. It's her. Everyone, it's her.
You're right, my lady. At times like these, we must rely on ourselves.
We won't let you pass. This creature, aren't you?
The problem is, if you're trying to solve, it doesn't make sense either.
Lady Moonchanter, there's a child here.
I mean, but at the same time, they aren't going to know they have an apocalyptic threat on their hands. Throwaway villain, in fact.
You wretched monsters! You're not getting anywhere near the cannon!
The monsters you fear do not exist here. The madness you have fallen to has been the source of untold disasters.
You think we had a choice?
Destiny is no excuse for greed and destruction. The choice has always been yours to make, and it remains so, even now.
And we're supposed to just pass
Thank
through
you
a
for bringing
crowd.
us here. We can quickly overcome the bear.
The cannon is all yours.
Got it. Thanks, Lauma. Inefa, give her a crown kake.
Orders received and
Please, everyone, listen to me. I will not deny that we hold different beliefs, but in the face of the immense threat that hangs above us all, we must persist in trusting one another. Otherwise, rifts will surely form. Prized Ope, if your fear is born of helplessness, if you flee because you know not how to fight, then follow me, you who are lost. I am no god, but so long as we hold our candles steady and unite beneath the same moonlight, no deception or rumors can be concealed from us. Let us resolve then to defend ourselves and to stand firm against the false illusions by which our foe seeks to beguile us.
Again, you're going to shorten this quest by about 2 hours. Probably done more combat, if that's the case.
This is making me dizzier than I expected.
adjusting route. Make ready.
Let's go, Inefa. This way up. This is making me dizzier than I expected.
Adjusting route. Make ready.
Out of the way, small fry. What happened to the path?
Track missing. Fall imminent.
Come on, come on, come on! Get out of there! Whoa, nice!
It's also implying that people have the power. No reason.
Knuckle Duckle, what are you doing here? You want this? Rush attack!
Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol.
I will never understand why you insist on giving the little children claymores. I will never understand.
Defensive mode engaged.
isn't good enough, we gotta hurry.
They insist on it, though.
Scanning. Kuvaki ammunition fully loaded.
Sorry.
Preheating complete. The cannon is going through its final pre-fire checks.
Alright, let's hit the emergency brake.
Assessment. Not enough time. Emergency brake will cause internal explosion of stored Kuvaki. Damage assessment. Incalculable. Nasha Town likely to be blasted skyward.
No! I mean a manual brake, the primitive kind.
A manual brake. Understood. Roger that. We are out of time.
All your efforts have been futile. It is too late now.
Perhaps you're right. Why aren't you running?
Sigisato passa sax, inti ipotus, in necritus necrus baptusi, que zones tu zonos pentusi. Osesticos palatin pirantur risurcu, topir tu aetion veratum.
That's funnier, though. That's more funnier. Direct it towards something more pointed. Can you say we're fucked 7 days from Sunday?
Well, that's not good.
Sluggish, torpid. This body is a disappointment. I can barely muster 10% of my original strength. You've ruined everything again.
Let me guess. You didn't get a human body back, did you?
What's with him?
See, this is a waste of a villain. Technically, he would make a better villain of a final arc.
Watch out! Whatever rationality he still had when he was searching for his body is gone. All that's left is the calamity you see before you. A monster fueled by nothing but his own obsession.
Matters not. Having a heart. Being human. It's all irrelevant. Completely and utterly insignificant. You matter not. Does anything in this world.
Such a waste. When I mean, this is a waste of a villain. It is.
Fools. Time to die. You too have the potential to be driven mad by knowledge. But the truths you seek are so insipid. How laughable that you should die for their sake.
You're wrong. The unknown is but a fog to be dispersed. Knowledge is the true pillar of the world. You're not the only one who got stronger. Polonia!
Oh, it's a better villain arc. Slightly better. See if they redeem it.
We're safe?
It seems this young lady aided in our escape. You have my sincere gratitude, dear madam. The flowers here bloom in such peaceful silence. I imagine you would not have invited anyone here were it not an Oh? I take it that means you've been here before then. In that case, I count myself fortunate to...
Columbina! What did you do that for? I studied his abilities inside out. Equipped Polonia with comprehensive countermeasures. We were going to settle the score.
But he still broke through, did he not?
What? You expect a battle to be completely one-sided? I just didn't expect him to have no sense of honor whatsoever. Polonia would have been fine in a head-on clash. But battles just get chaotic.
Oh, so you actually thought you could win. Have you been taking care of yourself lately? Your calculations seem to have deviated quite seriously. Perhaps you could try sleeping and rising earlier. Or you could adopt my previous recommendation and...
Hey, listen here, Columbina! I tolerated your nonsense previously because we were colleagues. There's a Fatui warrant out on your head, and don't you forget that. Don't make me fight you right here and now.
Oh,
I mean,
I was just a little concerned about you, that's all. Just like that time when you weren't making any progress with your research. So you went and cooped yourself up all alone.
That was none of your business! And don't you ever drag me out to one of your freaky hobbles again! Come on, Polonia! We're leaving!
well, why should be really mad at Columbina?
Well, anyway, thank you.
I mean, that's more of the later. The thing about it is, that's more of the later Columbina than the. See, Columbina is a weird one. Because there was a major retcon. It didn't happen around this time. It was the Tea Party scene that actually had La Signora and the them talking. It was Arlecino and them. They have more of a sibling rivalry, to be honest. And call it respect. Because that's more or less the. See, some call the Tea Party animation more of a major retcon of a lot of the original characters that made La Signora basically a murderer. Basically, if anything, they change Sandrone's character halfway through because not only was they were going to try to redeem her amongst this arc, but the idea she was going to be a playable character. Same with Columbina. Columbina's character arguably got changed too prior to release. So what? It's about 2 versions off from the release of her. Because the idea is, I mean, the issue is if you think you're gonna fight actually Rinrir, good luck to you. On a bad day, he could still kick your ass. You know, it's like Frieza Black apparently is able to beat a Saiyan god, right? Sure. But she really thinks that you stand a chance. Oh, did I forget? Do none of these characters know the MacGuffin all of them have? They're immortal. So, what exactly were you supposed to do against it? I reiterate my point. Let's assume Columbina is powerful. She has her moon goddess power. She might be able to help. See, that's what I like about HSR fights. Even if they are, some divine presence helps you, at least. The idea. But you're not going to put a dent into the man. No matter how much countermeasures you put in, you know, she doesn't, no one's ever seen anyone like it. That's why I said he's a waste entirely of a villain. Like, it doesn't make sense. You should have Danes lift the whole way halfway through the quest, because he is the only one who actively knows how to fight them. Through this entire quest, you haven't seen him once. And you think, if anything, he can sense a center of Conria. Except in the beginning. Oh yeah, Dainsleif is just wandering around. We haven't seen him, I guess, since 6.0. But I mean, Colabina being the magical MacGuffin that she is herself, she can just whisk us away at will. That's why there's good parts to these quests, and there's the most retarded MacGuffins. She prevented us from getting murdered. Because no one has a way to fight him. And honestly, how do you fight somebody that's a center of Conria? We're not like fighting Capitana. Fighting a Harbinger basically makes sense. Not a center of Conria. A center of Conria with about 1/10 of their power has enough power to take out more than an army. Like, I mean, even in a decayed form. So I do not know what possesses the writers to think we're supposed to take on one squarely and fairly. That's why I was like, really? That's how you're going to waste a center of Conria? No, doesn't make sense. It's an arc that makes 0 sense because you're at 6.2 and not the official villain. It's the weirdest thing ever. Because if you're taking on akin to a god, the thing about the centers of Conria, they are totally cursed. They have no, at least of the big ones. I mean, you can say Rhine-daughter can't fight. Let me see it. Leroy? I remember all the different names of them. But, like, yeah, that was the one that creates things. Yeah, she was more of a scientist than she was anything else. But they were all heads of Conria. So you're talking maybe a Descender could fight on even par? Maybe? Defeat? No. I mean, I don't even think Dainsleif can defeat one. So it's like, discover the magical MacGuffin that beats them. I think it's always borderline dumb. You don't put an invisible, you don't put a wall in front. It's like he's an immovable object without a proposition to beat him. Again, waste. That's what I think. I always find it odd that the guy gets wasted. I mean, dude gets utterly wasted and he needs to really, really sad.
I was worried about you, too. Not only because the remains of the eternal moon goddess cannot fall into his hands, but also because you've done much for me yourselves. And then well, I brought your associate along for the ride, too. But that was as much as I could do.
You're not afraid to speak your mind, miss. I like that. Please call me Flint's. It is my honor to make the acquaintance of one such as yourself.
Still, what do we do now? Riri's gotten stronger again. At this point, it doesn't seem like we can beat him.
You need a MacGuffin.
We did block most of the Kuvaki, so I'd say we've put a lid on his plans for now at least. But we still don't know what his aims are, and he may continue gathering power. So we must be very careful.
After you left, I can no longer sense his presence.
That means it's safe out there for now, right?
A question, if I may, kind Miss Columbina. When the cannon's Kuvaki beam was deflected earlier, I saw several bolts of energy streak toward Hisi Island, only to be blocked. Did you also have a hand in that?
No.
I see. Curious.
Oh yeah, the cannon veered off course in the end, didn't it? Paimon wonders how Aino and the others are doing. Let's head back and check on them.
In that case, Miss Columbina, I shall not disturb your serenity any longer. Thank you once again for coming to the rescue.
I mean...
Now, all of you, do not worry. My strength still isn't returning. It seems my time is running out.
Fortunately, we were able to minimize the harm. Only a few townspeople were hurt. But the Reikir of Solnari has now gained a complete form, while we still know nothing about his goals.
It seems we have done something akin to releasing a vicious cuckoosaur into the wild. I'm sorry. Is no one here familiar with cuckoosaurs?
Paimon knows what you mean, but that analogy seems more than slightly understated.
He said that this world means nothing to him, so it is possible that he doesn't have a reason to fight us at the moment. If his objective had been revenge alone, we would likely have no recourse.
Is there, still time for me to tender my resignation? Just kidding, just kidding. Don't worry, boss. I know there's no running now.
So my cannon, my pride and joy was a hindrance rather than a help. You know what? I'm gonna dismantle it right now. That's right. And it still works on normal wild hunt anomalies. Don't let this get you down, I know.
Flint's, we'll need you to attend to the aftermath with the Lightkeepers. Don't worry, I've explained everything to them. You're in the clear.
My thanks. For that and for everything else I hear you did to help us arrive at the truth.
Had you been willing to show yourself in public more often, you would not have been so easy to isolate, you know.
Point taken. I will give that some thought. I suppose that's one way I'd benefit from replacing Sergeant Major Sosi.
You mean you're being promoted? Was Paimon the only one who didn't get that?
Well, if you've got a moment, would you like to come with me? There's a certain gentleman I'd like to send off on his final journey. This man was like a lighthouse. Here he lived as if it were a mere matter of course, and brought light and grace to those around him. But people, once used to illumination, are apt to ignore the lantern's presence. Slowly, gradually, he came to think as such himself. I have achieved too little. I must do better. There is more work to be done. Perhaps his end was tragic. But I remain proud of the way in which he illuminated the path for others. Every shadow born of the light shall remember it.
Oh, poor guy.
I've heard that one too. Is that so? Well, you're right. It may seem that our efforts were in vain, that Rerir achieved his goals, but we will pursue him to the last, even if the outcome is not what we wish for. It is not dissimilar to the role of a graveyard keeper. We do not seek to bring the dead back to life, only to grant them peace.
Oh, what are you two talking about? Care to explain?
I would say for the most part. You have to explain the concept of death.
Okay.
That's why Flint has a really, really good backstory. The way they handle his character is really good.
Either way, the Lantern Fae is not playing the leading role in these final rites. Lightbearer, with your blood you have paved the road to glory and justice. Even as we hurry on, bruised and battered though we may be, stay a while and look back upon the world and all its love and hatred. Until it closes its eyes in the depths of night, and a lantern lit for you alone flickers softly into life. Thank you for everything, Sergeant Major Sosi.
The whole idea is the idea entirely that you gather that Flint's had a more important job. I mean, if you're just trying to get rid of the story, that's entirely separate. But again, I don't skip things.
Boss, do you remember that thing that I wanted to ask your opinion about? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much effort should the Curatorium of Secrets put in if we were to work with others again? Is that a 1? Isn't that kinda low?
Guess again.
Wait. You mean 0? But wouldn't we just be slapping our brand on the joint venture and calling it a day? Why even team up at that point?
Yehoda, what I mean to say is that there's neither an upper nor lower limit.
Aw, that's just like you, boss. Always thinking ahead. Wait a minute. That's not an answer at all. Is it? Oh, come on. Just give me a number, boss. Please.
I mean, the problem is I don't want to look. She doesn't want to work with anybody. It's just normal. She hates working with people. Kinda normal. Very, very normal. Look, hindsight is 2020, sure. Nefer doesn't work with jack squat anybody. Nor do you expect her to.
What brings you here? Didn't expect to see you around again.
And where have you been, huh? Didn't run away or anything, did ya?
Oh, of course not. I was simply elsewhere discussing business deals. Indeed, it was all thanks to you that my little store was saved. What? Why, I wasn't acting in the slightest. And didn't I tell you that my prices were reasonable? Oh, but you still turn to that Curatorium of Secrets, or whatever it is they call it. If even regulars such as you abandon ship like this, what can a businesswoman do but take her— And how should I not be, Running small overseas enterprises is no mean feat. Never mind when such formidable competition exists. Forget it. Fortune and destiny are as one, so there is no use complaining. It's not as if Nefer did me no favors on account of our common homeland when I first arrived. If anything is to blame, it is the lack of opportunity to have her owe me in turn big time. Now then, should she ever need anything, you make sure, no, make doubly sure, to inform me first, alright? Flins? Don't see you coming around here often. Just feel free to take a look. I'm busy right now.
Well, I've come to visit you, Miss Aino. Here, I've brought some snacks from town in their traditional butter flavor. So, where should I leave them?
Shh, Inafa might hear you. So, what's the occasion? Are you gonna say that the rat Nikki will be taking over all Wild Hunt incidents after that hiccup with the cannon?
And criticize a genius like yourself on account of results that none of us could anticipate. We would not be that crass. If we really did do that, I dare say we shall never again see technological breakthroughs.
Sweet talker.
It gladdens me to have set your heart at ease.
Anyway, what's the matter exactly?
Well, could you help me repair this lantern? I did bring it to Nasha Town to get it fixed, but it broke again during our previous battle.
You want a genius like me to go fix a lantern?
Oh, my apologies. Perhaps this request should be better directed to Miss Inefa, and perhaps the snacks too.
to do this, no problem. Wait right there. I'll be done before you can say fix it.
Much obliged, then.
And next time this happens to you, make sure to come to me first, you hear?
Nice, decent resolution.
Fix my lantern, he says. Police. If only everyone knew what the heck. Take that Hansa, for instance. How in the world do you end up creating an integrated controller for the cannon and the barrier from random components people ask you to fix? Gives me a head. I gave him a real earful and told him to send me regular reports. If he's been working on it lately, I want to hear about it.
Sophia. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Where is Sophia? Well, doesn't matter where is Sophia? Probably at the house. Like hindsight, I still say the quest is about 90. It's at least 70% cutscenes. Problem is, they need to not do that because that makes very. I think it makes very, very dumb mistakes. Because the problem is, right, when you do that with a quest, it's just takes the soul out of the quest. Like, there's no reason to say he gets a real form, and then you waste him. I mean, yeah, thank God she didn't let me fight him, because he'd probably kick everybody's ass. You beat people. It's like, no, stand by my statement. One of those, you ain't gonna fight him. Fine.
Ah, fancy meeting you here. Thank you for keeping my secrets. Well, because otherwise I'd get in trouble with the Snyezhna. If they couldn't detect my own lantern, I suspect the higher-ups would foist a standard-issue Ratnik lantern on me. A Ratnik carrying 2 lanterns. Imagine that. It would be...
Where's Mommy at? Question, where's Laumia? City? Stupid. Follow the tracking. Because in reality, it's like It's not like the wild hunt's gonna disappear. Like, you literally have a side story to basically explain something that's
Krumkaki creation complete. Please, enjoy while it's hot.
Thank you for going to the trouble of remembering that, Miss.
Understood. However, I fear that Krumkakis do not keep for that long. A week at most may pass before their taste deteriorates.
That's not quite what I meant by...
Huh? We appear to have some guests.
They must have followed the aroma of the krumkake.
Affirmative. In fact, I can devise a cereal omelet based...
Huh?
What are they saying?
They are discussing your address. They wish to go home with you.
I mean, look, all in all, it is a throwaway quest. What is that, the second quest in the chain? Still no sign of the villain.
Hey, it's the Wanatar! Should we go after her? Or do you have someone else you'd like to meet?
Like, basically, there's still no sign of the villain. You just have another plot that breaks. But it's not like you can beat him anyways. Well, it's pretty damn suicidal to try to fight him.
Columbina! What are you doing here?
Was it not you who recommended such walkabouts to me?
Yeah? But aren't you afraid the Fatui will see you?
Zandrone seems uninterested in my capture, and the others are unlikely to risk making contact at all. They have more troublesome affairs to deal with.
Well, it's good to come out for a walk either way. So, how do you feel?
The flow of Kuvaki is somewhat turbulent, and the people are ill at ease. However, is this where you purchased the dishes you treated me to?
Are you serious? That's what she's concerned about? Berries and fried meat? Well, we can take you to grab a bite if you'd like to. There's all sorts of delicious stuff out here that you won't get to try at home.
You've been quite subdued. Thorny questions on your mind, perhaps? I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania.
Of course. Mania
Let's
being
see
the
if that
thing.
fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repel. Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino, was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could look into the Eternal Moon's marrow for you if you wish it so. But after our previous attempt, I suspect your spaceship has been intentionally hidden away. Perhaps someone has certain truths they wish to hide from you, or from others. And I doubt there are many who could accomplish such a feat.
You can almost find out where it is.
Still wish to return to the moon that belongs to me. That is where the answers lie buried. That is my true home.
Interesting. You followed me this far. Why not show your face?
Haha! Right, right. Right you are. I forgot to introduce myself. The name's Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
You know, the worst part is you decided to throw Varka at the end of the quest. Oh yeah, Varka's gonna basically put justice to the man. Look, realistically, yeah. Is it the worst one? It's some redeeming. Look, take into account the first about, what did I say it was? Not 2 hours, 6, 7 hours, roughly. 801. I mean, it's short term. God, oh, that is. Oh, it's funny. You can almost pinpoint where the ship is. It's right there. The problem with the quest itself is why introduce Varka in the first place. If you've by the end of 6.2, he's not there. Because half the problem with these chapters actually are like they are 2 hours. They're literally an hour and a half of just initial dialogue and straight bullshit quests. fetch. These quests are about 70% total dialogue or fetch quest and only 30% combat so far. I don't think I've ever seen that in an Archon quest. Like, Rinrir being the main villain? Sure. Oh, that's right. You still have no sign of Doctore. That's the problem. You can't just go, oh, 6.3, he pops his ass up. The problem is the initial person should have already popped themselves out. Maybe, let's say, you have an idea what the person's capable of? Sure. I mean, yeah, he's not as powerful as he is. Oddly enough, I don't know why Barca would want to fight him. That's the problem. The quest is still missing something. You don't... It's missing soul. There is no Dainsliff. You just have him appear. It's no better than the chapter before. Like, if 6.0 ends in a weird one, 6.1 ends in a weird one, 6.2 doesn't have a good one either. But yeah, it's what, about roughly 6 hours, so an hour less? I mean, let's be clear, that's less painful, but the dialogue is enough to murder a person whole. Minus, like, a thing where I have to go out and actually go. I have a really, really, really bad suspicion I am going to have to go clear up this, clear up that, and clear up this. Why do I have a really stupid suspicion I need to go clear those up? Basically. I have a feeling. Like I need to go clear this up, like I need to clear up Flint. The problem is, sure. What are you gonna do? Renrir is running around the world now. Cool, he got his body back. Aren't you gonna mention that Doctore helped him retether his damn soul to the planet? Nope. Wait. Yeah, I'm not saying that they should have did that, but look, I have seen worse quests. I have seen it. Of the 3 so far, it's less painful. Like, like of the 3, I think it's less painful.
Observe. Be silent.
That's them. But yeah, no. They wasted Renrir. Renrir is wasted. Entirely. And you are no step closer to figuring out why any of these people are doing what they do. No, it is. I mean, that's a good cutscene, don't get me wrong. But what exactly are you supposed to do against Rinrir? I mean, you can't kill him. And basically it's gonna be pointless and fruitless for that matter. That's the problem. We're 3 quests in. No sign of why Doctore is doing what he is doing. That actually he's the ultimate villain. You have Rinrir basically coming out. That's okay. He's supposed to be the big bad, and God only knows why. Like, oh yeah, that's right, because plot says so. Plot dictates, because plot demands. Basically, plot dictates and plot demands. Like, I think look, if the Wild Hunt is initially meant to be the villain, sure. The issue with the main quest is you're no closer finding who the real main villain. Like, yeah, one say it's Doctore and the other. Like, you know that he's here. Oh, they don't say he's the one that tethered his body back. I mean, let me see. Did you guys take a hold to your face? I wonder though. New places. What is this mess? But yeah, you have Rinrir running around the world now. You have basically, I mean, it's something against the one quest that. I'm looking for something. It looks like it's damaged off in the distance, but it doesn't. I mean, it looks like it took a shot from the cannon, but I mean, that's the interesting part about the world. The world does start to show it has that's the cool part about this when you do the quest here. Because it does show like the damage to the world a little bit. Just a bit. Which is kind of strange because you start to see it. Because that is one thing you notice. But, oh, not the shoal. Shoal is, you see it there looking to this side. Ah, see, they'd be looking like over here. But yeah, basically the world starts taking internal damage, I guess. Which isn't entirely up. Yeah, the quest itself, it's not as good. Like I do say, it's the third quest in. Nope, nothing to see. No stakes. You literally say a Center of Conria got released halfway through its fetch quest prior. That's the problem with it. I mean, even if he's weak, oh, save for a boss later. Sure. I still don't get it. I think it's a waste. You're still no closer to understanding why the Fatui are here. That's the problem. You're no closer to why the Fatui are here. By the way. And why I'm over here, I might as well murder hobo them. Obvious reasons. Why I need materials. But yeah, no, I don't like it.
We got ourselves a straggler. Why the frost moon of old?
Be silent. Observe.
Forest, protect us.
But you waste Renrir. Well, I said he's a waste. Like, they're telling me that... No, I refuse to believe that somehow Renrir's involved. And basically, I refuse to believe no one knows. I'm trying to look over to a place. I may just work and get this other one cleared. But yeah, no. I'm gonna work on a chapter a day, but I'm gonna have to probably go clear up the other ones. I mean, hopefully they're not too long. But no, these quests do take forever. They do take, well, that was 6 hours. You know. Not so bad.
Poor lost lamb.
Is it wrong to murder hobo things? Not really. The issue is with the story is when you're 3 chapters in and you have no damn idea what's going on. Compared to Natlon, you already kinda knew what was going on. Which is a very different. This one you don't. I lost track where I wanted to go. See, sadly, what I want to see is high up. But yeah. Oh, did you know this base was supposed to be part of the Tsaritsa's weapon? In the final? Yeah, I believe that 100%. A weapon in Nod-krai is supposed to help the Tsaritsa. Okay, yeah. Can I literally just... Disbelief is the term I'm beginning to have. Let's see if there's anything down here. I mean, let's assume this is an older moon fragment, too. This is a duct. Really? Ah. How did I do that? Like, I would wonder how many times I've ever died by falling. Because I always climb shit that I shouldn't to get somewhere. But yeah, no. Story is getting hurting. It is getting to be the painful part. Like, I don't like being 3 chapters in. That was... You know what? You know what? I got a plan. I have a lot of deaths by falling. Who could have guessed? I learned to climb, get everywhere by climbing. I want in that passage. Don't know why. But yeah, the story needs to pick up. Because look, Nod-krai it has the same drag that Snyezhna that Semaru had. It's hard to tell because it's hard to describe unless anyone's done Semaru. Semaru would have a poignant take. Let's assume it's a poignant event. But it would be cloaked in the most worst way possible. Not to be part of the main story. And by the time they got to the main story, you're like, what the fuck was going on? That's why I say Semaru is probably I say single-handed worst one. This one's way, way, way up there. And the actual issue is... I mean, we're pretty much left. It's not least I appreciate that this one doesn't have the world's worst lore breaking. I've seen worse. But the problem itself is now Rinweir's free. God only knows what the fuck they're gonna do with him. And then... oh well. Maybe. Just maybe something will happen. Only open an entire area and nothing for it. Nothing to show. Let's see. I need these. There's only 2 I don't have. I mean, I'm pretty sure those are like by the story, though. By the way, It's not bad to come bully these. You kind of have to.
Observe to dust.
You ever need stuff from them? Nah. I have 3 things it do. You have to bully these things. What? How are you still alive?
Be silent. Close your eyes.
Took too long.
Hmm. Oh. There is a chest in that one. They go, yeah, have you been to this facility? Yeah. I don't know why they... Like, sure, we've all been here. It's just a question of... Yeah. Hello.
Be silent. Observe. Fear the dark.
Okay.
Be silent. Close your eyes.
But yeah,
Be silent.
I'm just gonna remember the timestamps. Yeah, about 6 hours? And a half. I mean, it is shorter than the one before, thank God. It would be worse. As I say, you can kind of explore this area. It's really like... It's an interesting place to explore. You can get way the hell up here. By the way. Probably before anything. No, I have been at the top of it. And the key is there. can't do it when you're sitting on. Because you can't pick up anything on that. But you can do that. But yeah, at least that one's done. I shouldn't be happy about that. So, how can you do that? So if halfway down, but you gotta bring that up. That's the problem. What, like halfway up? Ooh. The cheese for this.
A walk would be.
You know, there's a cheese for this, though. So people don't know it. If you don't, you'll learn it. No, that's not where I want it. Please. Work. No. No. Not where I wished it.
Stabilize.
No. Wonder. Hmm. Used to be. Oh. Used to be a way.
Solidify.
What I'm trying to do is that. What the hell was that? May not allow me. Huh.
Quake.
No. So you gotta be about that high up. So if you're that high up, you can do it. Nope. This may not work. Nope. And there's a fishing spot right here. These are always so. These are always so tricky. Weirdly enough. Basically, you have to See, though I have actually figured out a majority of these. Some of these, no. But yeah, basically. On to 6.3. I don't know if I'll probably, if I wish to start it, probably get my foot in the door, so to speak, so I don't have to deal with it. And you have to actually, like, I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go get this one, so I have the teleporter, though, up here. But yeah, that's gonna probably be, that one's done, so at least I'll have...
Allow me to guide.
Look, the good part of the quest is you get a little bit of... Very good part is you get the lore on, like, Flynn's active. That's actually the part that I think people kind of forget. Got it. Really? Oh, fuck.
A long, long time ago, there was a young woman who ran away from home. After spending the last of her mora, she trod through the cold of winter, shivering in her threadbare clothes. Suddenly, the young woman found herself stepping out onto thin air, and she fell through into a
I guess I'll
strange
figure
portal.
shut these.
But before she could
What
read
the
it,
hell is
a
this?
voice rang out from somewhere in the distance. This is the secret home of Nicola Coco, the great mage everlasting. Oh, destitute one, tell me your
Well,
first...
shit.
Whoa! Nicola Coco. Who's that again?
The young woman was in awe of the mage's magnificence and beauty. After a lengthy silence, she solemnly declared,
I'll finish these up. It's not like there's reputation matters up here, but
the moment I beheld you, my heart...
well, I know
began
you get
to
them
flutter.
clear, so they're fast
All
travel
my
points
heart
too.
desires now is to make your wishes mine. The subtlest of smiles appeared on the mage's face as she replied, very well. Then I shall task you with performing certain deeds on my behalf, such as those that are within your ability. Your guide is here, and your reward awaits you in the days to come.
Guide? Does that mean this glowing orb?
Why does this feel like this is Nicole?
Secret home, said the young wanderer, with a look of confusion on their face. Where the mage's voice grew... Wait, does it make sense for this to be a bashful character? Ahem. It is rather... This shall be your trial. Offer... As the young woman continued forth, she noticed many exquisite These are all the... I quite like that. But turning people to stone at the drop of... Upon hearing this, the youngster broke into a cold sweat. Anyway, statues. Well then, young one. Now you have learned of the troubles faced by... The mage poured a cup of tea for her visitor.
Wait a minute! Shouldn't we think twice before going all in on this? Huh? Although, having said that, this teacup looks kind of familiar. Nicola Coco. Ah!
That's what I thought.
Mage.
Correct. What do you...
Hard to say.
I haven't decided yet. I need to renovate my home first. Anyway, if you can hear my voice, I assume that means you're currently in Nod-krai. In which case, could I trouble... Exactly.
Are you serious? Alright then, leave it to us! Wait here.
Uh-huh. I guess it's touching. Huh.
Did they run from home too?
I think at some point I have to get up to the keys. I actually got to see where I have all the keys for, like, the previous region. Look, I don't mind Nicole as a character.
Let's see. Where should we go for the next photo? Oh, we saw a squirrel statue earlier, didn't we? Do you think Nicole likes squirrels? Let's snap a few photos to take back.
They call this a pleasant surprise, right?
Nope, very easy.
A moonlit night for all.
Observe.
You poor lost lamb. Try the frost moon.
I'll work on the ones I have now. So, like, Nicole's will be up here, and then the other one. Oh, where are you going? Oh.
They call this a pleasant surprise.
Weird, I can't really go anywhere without stepping on a quest. It's kind of a problem. Yeah, but a lot of these quests need cleaning up, because the one I haven't done is up north, because I'm... But that is a later one. Because the problem is they should have introduced the Light Keepers by now, too, because the Light Keepers are important. Not to say Nicole was the worst kept secret ever. Problem with Nicole is she's, as I said, she's not a bad character. She's very, very out of place. Hex and Ray is going to suffer for a while till they actually get it fixed.
A mandragora? Paimon thinks that would make a pretty fun statue.
I believe so. It's a very fucking big one. Oh, that's a very big one. It's mad.
That's the one! That's the money shot! Ah! Oh, that was scary! I wasn't expecting it to jump us like that! Go on, Traveler! You got this! A new moon rises.
With one heart, we pray.
You know what I say, at least with that one done. But I am going to try to finish up these. I don't think I need Nicole for ship, but hey.
Observe. Fear the dark.
See, I think this... Really? Yeah, you want to go do that one?
A moonlit night for all.
Observe.
Receive my blessing for the everlasting curse.
That should do it. Paimon's kept all the pictures safe. Let's go back to see Nicole.
But see, I think these style of reputation quests are fine. Like, I think I have, like... Look, they're not terrible. Short things. They're not busy work as much as they are just awkward.
Hey, Nicole! We're back!
That was quick. You two.
It's nothing.
You can hold on to them for now. I'll be there in a couple of days.
Sure thing!
Doesn't work on the other one.
You want to see my archive? Of course! I'm always happy to show off my masterpiece. I even did the illustrations.
Just who I wanted to see.
It's like we never met Nicole before. It's just we have never met her in person.
You took? Excellent source material. Carving tools? You mean these blocks?
That's right. The statues are inside the stones. All we need to do is remove any excess material. To make things a little easier for you, I've provided. Allow me to demonstrate. First, the numbers on the stones represent the amount of material you need to keep in a given column.
Oh, it's starting to take shape.
Got it? If you carve the blocks then you just need to add some finishing touches, and voila.
Wait, what? It suddenly changed in the blink of an eye.
A great mage doesn't reveal her secrets that easily. You got the basic carving process.
All right. What the? This is way more difficult than the one you walked us through.
Oh, sorry, wrong one.
Unlike Zabai, Zabai was able to keep everything. She lost half her wisdom and lost her
That's
voice.
the one I was going to work on. Yours is over here.
Well, that... Let's go! Do you still remember Nicole's process? The numbers represent the amount that we need to keep per column. So, if the number is 0, that means we gotta remove the whole thing. And if it says 3, that means we just mark the whole thing as keep, right? Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again. Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again. Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again. Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again. This one seems to be giving you some trouble. Whoops! Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again. Whoops! Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again. Okay. After careful inspection, Paimon's found a piece that we need to remove. And it's that one. Now, we just need Nicole to add the finishing touches.
You
got rid of all the extraneous stone?
I'm fine with letting her finish that. She can happily finish that. I don't blame her. She wants to. Don't ask me to do mini games within the games. Never gonna do them. But
Oh, it's the Mage's Lodge. When did that? Is this the power of a mage? The young visitors. Aha! Finally! They lived happily ever after. The end. Huh? Tough customers, huh? All my. But just as they had started warming up to one another, a group of uninvited guests stormed in, seized the mage, and absconded with her. As the youngster stood there in shock, but after making it through a grueling training program, as it turned out, the great mage Nicola Coco was an alien entity. Her true identity was the first daughter of. She had come disguised as a mage as part of a secret plot to trick the. Oh, great mage! Have you been lying to me all this while?
I just wish she was more useful.
As their heart began to break. Leave me. War is destined to break out between. The mage turned her face away, but the youngster bravely reached out and grabbed her by the arm. But in that moment, Alinus, who had once aided the youngster, Alinus had been Meowtress III's second daughter all along. She had only helped the youngster in the hopes that her sister might be incited to trick. Anyway, that's the gist of it. In the end, the youngster, who by this point had turned into a cat, worked with the mage to successfully foil the king's. That was amazing! That can't be helped. All creations escape the controlling grasp of. We angels are a case in point. Once, we were tasked with guiding human beings, but because some of us chose a different path, our entire race was punished. If even the heavenly principles can't fully control their own creations, what chance do I stand? Fate is always ineffable, and yet, I still hope I can guide those I meet towards a happy ending to their tale. Anyway, the story's over now, and I'm running a little low on energy. Next. Phew, that should be everything. You two, stop by my lodge if you have the time. I'll put the kettle on, and we can have some tea. You don't need me to show you the way again, do you? Oh, it's Nicole's voice! Did she redecorate her polymers? Look, it's that ball of light again! Let's follow it!
I feel like the witches and the dragon storyline should be addressed one day. It will never be addressed.
Welcome.
See, the thing about the witches and the dragon storyline, it's been around for ages. We know of at least the main ones these days, but not like we used to. Nicole was the first one. You have like the other one. They're involved in the witch quest, but it's kind of an odd one. See, Nicole is not a bad character. Not a bad character. But you need 2 Hex and Ray to make a team.
Wow, your home's so pretty! Paimon loves what you've done with it.
Second. Here. Try the other one. Because if they're pretty short quests, because these are the reputation. See, I mean, I probably had to wait days anyways. But I need to go clear the Varka quest up, because he probably will be involved.
I knew you'd appreciate it.
He'll be involved.
Hearing that makes it all feel worthwhile. It all started the day I finished building the secret lodge. I was planning to keep the streak going and build a few more, but there was no one around to inspire me. So after a while, my enthusiasm just sort of fizzled out. Is there no way to have fun, enjoy myself, and feel like I've accomplished something all at the same time? Then
I just
the
wish she
answer
wasn't a
suddenly
terrible
popped
character.
into my head.
I really wish she wasn't a terrible character. Like, if she was not. By terrible character, I mean she is just placed where she's not anything without supports. Like, maybe. Let's hypothetically say you can get, let's hypothetically say you could run her without a Hex team. Right? Run her without a Hex team. Okay? Fine. Run her in a fire support like she's being run in Chandrone teams right now. Which is rather odd, I believe. When you're running her in like an entire team that is something she's related to. I probably should, as I said, knock off the Lightkeeper quest as well as the other. The thing about it is, you know what I will say, 6.2 doesn't, it leaves me disappointed more than angry. 6.1 just left me angry after a while. Look, I don't dislike Nicole, but I wish she was better. She needs to. Varka is disappointment. Unfortunately. Fine. Oh. Ew. Ew. Oh god. Oh god, did I get coffee? Oh, I think I just tasted coffee grounds and coffee. No, 1 sec. Yeah. Sorry about that. Vile. Look. I have a small coffee pot. I have a larger one and a small. Problem is, one of those filters gets inside, and when it falls down, it gets coffee grounds. Ugh. It's so bad. Occasionally, the coffee filter utterly fails, and like basically, like too much water gets in, or it just doesn't. Look, yeah, it's just bad. That's like apparently it had like a bunch of coffee grounds in it, and yeah, that's gonna ruin any coffee.
Wait, have we skipped straight to the answer?
Keep up, Paimon. Time waits for no one. Look, it's right in front of your eyes.
Through this door?
Well, not just this door, but you're not wrong. Everything has to start somewhere. What better place than here? Are you ready?
Oh, wait a minute! You're going too fast! Paimon can't keep up! What are we supposed to be getting ready for?
Oh, don't you worry about that. You don't need to get ready for anything. It's just a turn of phrase. Based on my observations and understanding, you're not a fan of complex introductions and explanations. Glad to hear it. In that case, brace yourselves. I don't plan to hold back. You know us angels. We just can't resist the satisfaction of guiding adventurers to treasure. Well, seeing as the goal is to be kind and help others find happiness, why shouldn't I start by giving my own friends a few happy pointers? So, I had a sudden stroke of genius. I transformed my little lodge into a place where you can relax and have fun. I even hid treasure in each and every room. To tell you the truth, even compared to the other angels, I'm quite the expert when it comes to hiding things. If I were to bury a chest in the wild and not show you the way, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to find it even after months of searching. Anyway, I digress. I don't want to make things deliberately difficult, nor do I need you to run around the wild just to keep me entertained. All you have to do is find 3 feathers right here in this room. And once you're done, let me know so I can watch you open your reward. A nice, big treasure chest.
Ah! So we're going on a treasure hunt! Ha! Paimon can't wait!
Exactly! A treasure hunt. It's going to be so fun.
Really? Really? weird part with
Was that a little much?
no. That's what I know I was supposed to find. Oh, feels like feathers, right? No. It is blocked by a quest. So no. Problem is
Gust of super sweet wind just blew right down Paimon's throat! Hey, where are we? That teapot and those cups look really, really big! Wait a second. Did we shrink?
Apologies. I was hoping to invite animal actors, but alas, I'm used to dealing with thespians of a more...
Huh? Nicole, you shrink too? Paimon thought you were gonna be huge!
not really. Too weird. Yep.
Nicole, the magnificent, massive mage propping up the heavens while crouching down to talk? No, thank you. I'm quite happy with my current size.
Sure.
Anyway, welcome to the Great Mage's Tea
I happen to
Party.
choose the quest that
Now,
likes to drag
pour
on.
yourselves some tea.
Does the Great Mage's Tea Party evolve as boiling the water ourselves?
It's called participation, Paimon. This is all about creating a sense of participation.
Look, she's not going to turn around and screw you up. But look, part of it is, it's not like fighting the lodge. This is more or less the...
Paimon's guessing we need to add sugar ourselves too?
Alice takes 3 sugars,
Anya prefers one, and Barbalov likes hers without.
Okay. Can Paimon be writing this down?
No need, no need. I'm just thinking out loud.
A path's opened up! Looks like we can go this way!
Nope, not the answer.
Whoa! Is that a giant Mandragora statue?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Hold on a moment. Sorry. Just a minor technical...
Sure.
It's moving!
Aha! Much better.
Too sadistic. Look, I don't mind Nicole, but God, this is horrible.
Come on, it's barely attacking you. You can handle a little spirited tickle.
Well, well.
All right. Heaven's will made mine.
By everlasting flame!
Hello.
Heaven's will made mine.
I won't lie, she can do a lot of damage. Yeah, one of those things. If I ever said she...
The tea's still nice and warm. Just right, in fact.
Did you just plan this whole thing just so you could sit back and enjoy this moment yourself?
Come now. This is your reward. You were the ones who earned it after all. Go on then. Open it up.
Paimon can't help but wonder why you're so excited about these rewards, Nicole.
She just believes in helping others, quite honestly.
Sure, Paimon looks forward to the traveler's reaction when she gets her a gift, but this feels kind of different.
Oh, don't worry about that. I don't mind. At worst, my answer might shatter a few illusions you have about the angelic race. If you thought we were all selfless, benevolent beings, the truth may make you think again. As for your question, my dearest Paimon, my excitement has nothing to do with sharing the joy of those I guide. Instead, it derives from completing the duties I am burdened with.
Huh?
It all started with the birth of the angels. We were entrusted with the mission to love all living beings on this land. Unlike the gods who came after, our ability to perceive emotion was crude and undeveloped. Most of the time, we simply executed our orders from above, like automatons following commands. Aside from enlightenment, guidance was our primary mission. It was one of the few instincts retained by my former peers after they were stripped of their wisdom. Upon completing our missions, we gained a certain sense of joyous relief. It was the most intense emotional experience an angel could normally undergo.
Isn't that kind of sad?
No, it's far worse.
But I prefer not to think of it as something worthy of pity. After all, not even the great ruler of the firmament can deny the truth of the emotions in my heart right now. Besides, guiding others is a good thing in itself, don't you think?
I mean, she joyfully. That's a lot darker. I mean, the thing is, it's a lot.
If you don't mind.
She's a lot. That's pretty. I'm not saying she's. That's a lot darker than it appears. Because, like, if you begin to think about it, like, her trailer is pretty self-explanatory, though. I mean, her the angels decided to basically rebel, or the leaders did, against the heavenly authority. Which sounds weird. Biblically cliche, sure. But what wound up happening was, so now this is where we know more about Phanes than we know about anything else, basically. Oddly enough. But
Nanina's covering the north, so we'll have Laurent take the east. Right, that's all for now.
Hmm.
Huh? Honorary knight? Paimon? What brings you to my camp? Not at all. Any camp of the Knights of Favonius is your camp too. So make yourself at home. Though, you should give me a heads up next time so I can have the quartermaster break out the good stuff for you.
Is this really the Expeditionary Forces camp? Paimon was expecting it to be a bit more crowded.
Not many from the force are still stationed here. And of those who are, most are out patrolling. Truth be told, it is a bit of a ghost town. Gathering all the Abyss-related intel we can. Naturally, we're focusing on dealing with the Wild Hunt right now. Intelligence is the foundation of any campaign. It's not just enemy movements. Terrain or shifts in the weather can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Moving forward, we plan to form a long-term partnership with the Northern Intelligence Network. Turn this temporary camp into an intelligence station.
An intelligence station? Whoa! Like the kind in Fontanian spy thrillers?
Haha, as if. Name one book with a camp this lightly defended in it. During these years out on campaign, we've found that different abyssal disasters are occurring all over Teyvat. They're unnaturally cunning, always shifting, with no two attacks quite going off the same. I hope to use the Northern Intelligence Network to share our findings, and use that collaboration to keep gathering information on the Abyss. This isn't any one nation's burden. Every day, countless winds blow through Nod-krai. I'd say that makes it the perfect place to set up an outpost.
Oh, so assassination!
Well, chivalry's good and all, but in reality, we've only just established this station and don't even have a good map
You
of
know how I
nearby
feel about
terrain.
Varka.
If you stumble across any building materials or intel nearby, don't forget to bring them back with you. Rest assured, you're our honorary knight. We'll look after you.
Basically.
One expedition wraps up, another begins.
Grandmaster! We've got big trouble, sir!
Oh, what is it?
That important guest we were expecting today? He's trapped at the foot of the mountain.
What? Is it who I think it is?
Yes, sir, it's him. Most of our available manpower is tied up in patrols. Who do we reassign?
No need. Just point me in the right direction. I'll handle it myself. Honorary Knight, Paimon, till next time.
Oh! Paimon's never seen Varka so nervous. Now she's curious who the... Yeah, that's probably it.
A little concerned. I was like, she cannot break wrong. I was like, but that's every Geo person's settled duty. Rude. Just had to get lost in exploring. Like one.
This is a pretty good haul. Lucky you.
Oddly enough. I'll figure that one out later. At least I know where it is. No, I see it. I see the other way to do it. That was another way you could do these. Actually, so as I said, I do like to prefer to do things the hard way. Realistically. Look, I'm sure there's another way up, but realistically, what I found.
I'm tired already.
Top rest, and apparently that's the third. Nope, that's not high enough, and that's the third one. That's where the third one is. Oh, not high enough.
Take me up.
So usually it makes more sense to do it this way, but Okay, but 2 ways up. If it's a mobility skill, then go ahead and do it. But the other half is the issue is at the same time it's see, if you explore enough and you have the keys, that's kind of how you can have. I am so curious why this place is all like corrupted again. Oh, that's right. You come over here for you come over here for a quest, that's why. There's like a little itty bitty quest you come up here for. You have to clear out like the corruption in the area. You have to clear that up and then basically do whatever. I've already done that one though. Got curious. Huh. It's fine. No. Actually nice. No, not where I need to go. There is a location down there though.
Help! Please, help me!
Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Hey, are you okay?
I'm fine. Whew. Good thing you guys showed up so fast. Or I might not have made it by sundown.
Praise be! Our essential supplies made it through.
What kind of supply?
Good eye! This here is the dandelion wine we specially ordered.
You have no idea what it took us to get it here, all the way from there.
Ha! And a fine job you did.
So, the only reason...
Really? Mondstadt wine. The only thing he wanted.
Finally being serious about something...
What's that? Are you saying drinking isn't the most serious of serious?
Wait! Please, wait a second. Now is not a good time.
Yeah, listen to him!
This is a custom brew. It needs to be kept constantly rolling to prevent settling and keep its flavor. Having sat for so long, I'd say the taste is degraded by at least 10%.
10%?
Okay, you do you then.
We specially commissioned someone to build a mechanism that keeps the barrels rolling. Looks like it broke in the fall, though. So now, I guess what?
So we just keep whacking the wooden barrels and... Aye, teaches force control and... Ha, keen... Right then, all yours. Don't worry. training Noelle, she'd blast the barrels to splinters the second she got nervous. Couldn't stop her from cleaning up the whole mess herself afterward. Over time, she became the finest cleaner in the Knights, bar none. Ha! She might not have realized it, but that's progress too. First time I did this training with Razor, it took us an entire day to finish. Know why? He spent a quarter of the day rolling the barrels, and the other 3/4 trying to figure out what the heck I was talking about.
Really?
Gene and Albedo once sat me down to have a serious discussion about whether or not the Spark Knight needed to take part in basic training like this. A Knight's basic training helps build character, but
Paimon's hands are sore just from watching you. There's gotta be an easier way, right?
Not really.
come to think of it, you haven't met Lowen yet, have you? Kid's so used to doing things his way, he didn't even show up when it was time for the training. I asked him about it later. He said he went to poke a hornet's nest full of monsters, and as for barrel drills, he didn't think targets that wouldn't... Ha! So that's how you did it. Not half bad. Wisdom's another kind of strength, after all.
Look, that's cheap, but it works.
Ah, Grandmaster! Honorary Knight! They're back! They're back! They're back!
I just want to have this cleaned up, so at least if I need bark, I don't have to deal with them.
How the wind carries that scent. A special brew from Dawn Winery to boot. They're back.
Oh.
Yes, this is it! This is the taste! Oh, it's just how I remembered it. Amazing! After all these years! I was starting to think I'd already forgotten the taste of a good Dawn Winery vintage. If the taste hasn't changed...
I wonder what the northern one is. If it's not Lowen, be curious on who that one is.
Thank you, Honorary Knight.
That's enough. Put a cork in it, everyone.
Oh, yes, sir.
Like I said, drinking is...
Oh, sticky honey roast, sweet madams. Paimon never thought she'd get to eat such authentic Mondstadt dishes out here. Wait, where's Vorka? Anyone seen him? He's okay. Paimon will...
So, what's the hero who saved our savior and brought it back to camp doing in a corner like this? Truth is, what I've got in my cup is the most special of special brews. It can only be drunk alone. But since you've caught me, nothing for it. Here, have a cup. Got me. Just a joke. Not a drop of liquor on me right now. If you're thirsty for a real drink, go find Erminy later. She's got plenty in stock. A camp always needs to have one sober soul to guard their drunk comrades from things that go bump in the night. Those have been my standing orders since this expedition started. Rotten luck, eh? Just so happens that tonight, it's my turn to be that sober soul. So, on this night when they're all drunk, I can't be.
Like, he's a good character. Like, okay, design-wise, good. Aesthetic-wise, both design and aesthetics, S tier. Behavior, S tier. Kit is about A tier. A minus. Well, actually, let's be fair. A minus to be correct, okay? If you know how to build. Problem is, he needs 2 Hexenray team members, and you need Nicole to make him pop. That's the problem with him. Yeah, he has no elemental reactions. So, he's dead in the water. Unless they chose to patch it in about the next time they update his kit. That's the problem now. Like, he's been hinted at the whole story so far, but, you know, he's like what he does.
Who knows? Maybe fate just gets a kick out of messing with us. If it had come one day later, maybe I'd have been down there guzzling wine to my heart's content. But if it had come but one day later, maybe you'd have passed the camp by, missed the feast, never even had this chance to talk. Nobody can say what choices lead to what outcomes until the time comes. Just like when I decided to lead this expedition out of Mondstadt. Never imagined I'd make it this far. That's how it turned out, aye. But when we marched, all I knew was this. An abyssal storm was brewing up north, one that threatened to scour all of Teyvat. It took us some time to mobilize, but where would the enemy appear? What form would they take? That was all a complete mystery to us when we set out. All we could do was, quick study, aren't you? Alas, the enemy won't sit around twiddling their thumbs while we finish preparing. Every hour we hesitated, the abyss was devouring the lives of countless people. The sooner we marched, the sooner we could change. That was all the intel we needed to launch this expedition. None of that formality, honorary knight. And you're no different. Your journey's also changed many people's fates. Be it Mondstadt back then, Dvalin, or Nod-krai now, the expeditionary force. Even my fate, too. The fact that we can sing around the bonfire, drinking and thinking about the future, none of that could have happened without your arrival, traveler. Who's to say? Fate's fickle and hard to fathom after all. But as long as you're alive, there's hope. The wine we didn't drink tonight, we can have tomorrow. The lads will save my share. As long as we're still breathing, tomorrow will bring more wine and laughter. So cheers to tomorrow, to hope.
What's weird? I've already done this up here. I believe I missed one. Look, Vorka is a good design. Like, I just wish he was a better. I just wish he was a better character than he was. Quite honestly. I wish he was a far better character than Look, the idea of Varka, even at the time, 6 years, you know, you hear about him in the story, you see him, it's something he's a bad design character. Problem is, you have to elemental charge him, and then he goes boom. Which in turn is what makes him pop. He pops on that alone. But you're basically charging him. That's kind of the thing you wind up doing. Really, like 4? I hate to say it, these are a lot better than the other ones. Here's the third one. Meeting point 1. This one. Lohin? Wonder if this one's Lohin or... Only one I can think of. This is not Flint. Flint's Nicole, Varka. This might be what? Could be Lohin, but 5. Who the hell is it? Elegrin? Nah, can't be. There can't be Elegrin. Wonder if it's blocked. Ew. 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 Ah. Yeah, it's blocked. It's blocked at the gather your strength bit. Coincidentally, the other one's blocked too right now. It's not good. 2. Yeah, don't tell me it's a plastic one that's still down there. How the fuck did I miss this one? Shotgun. Remember. Part of like a stupid little quest up here. You have to do this one though. Something's up here is blocked. I am not sure what has it blocked. See a chest. Oh, that's actually I can look that one up. I'm gonna probably have to look this one up because I already completed it. Now I gotta figure out what's blocking it. This is the quest that's blocking the other one. What's the quest? The fragment at the stone. I can figure it's out the outside one. Oh, it's a Pelican Tiny, but I don't think that's it. Unless it's the one outside. It is the one outside, isn't it? is the one outside. Never mind. Thank God for tutorials. Dear people who know how to. That's why I hate getting lost. Bring that down.
Taking shelter and listening to the rain cleanse the earth makes me feel safe. Like being home.
Problem is, I finished that up. Now I gotta get like. Yeah. Half these quests are not voice acted. See, sadly, a lot of these quests have glimpses no matter what happens. God is born. Yes.
Leave this place.
Close your eyes. Fear the dark.
By the Frostman of old.
3 moons converge.
Stay okay.
Observe. Be silent. To dust. Goodness, how the world has changed. Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
Really not a good idea. Best idea to take a lot of quests on hand because of reasons.
You poor lost lamb.
Oh my. Really? That would have been bad. That would have been really bad. Oh, I have a quest blocking this one. No, I'll have it chaptered. Block. Problem right now, I have this quest blocking the one. Not good. Oh my. God damn it.
Leave this place.
Fucking course it's raining.
For the everlasting forest.
Why does it have to be raining and fighting frost?
Be silent. Close your eyes. Fear the dark.
Stay okay. And
Be silent. Close your eyes. Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey. Please, I insist.
We can go. Here's the last one. Oh, I see it. Oh, God, what? the hell do you get that one up there? That's the problem right now. I need to get some of these. Oh, there's a simpler way, I'm sure. I'd call bullshit on that. That's what I thought you had to do. Yeah, so basically you have to do that one. Reuse a fragment too now. Jesus. Sorry about that. This is so stupid. Hey, it's dumb. More robots there for place fragments. Activate. I'm missing something obvious. I mean, forward. Oh. I had it right except for one.
Did they run from home too?
Yes. See, the problem now is I need one more boulder. One more stone. Where is the other stone? Wow, see, okay, that is annoying. Yeah, this could be a very annoying quest. I'm probably missing the damn obvious. Pick up, I need a boulder. I don't want to have to fight that. Okay, I'm pissed. See, I need the other stone.
Observe, be silent.
You poor lost lamb. With one heart, we pray.
Kind of wish sometimes. I would really, really, really wish. That one, got that one, exits that way. Put out, talk to her. Fight the one, got that one. Where do you find the other one? I'm an idiot. Oh God, it comes from that one. Okay. Finally, though. It's fine to get the other ones in the statue, though. After generations.
Perhaps this treasure has been waiting for you all along.
See, that's the antidote for him.
So, the wires go here, then there, then here, and then... Ta-da! All done! See?
Why on earth am I here at this class? Where's Flint's? Right. I understand.
Writing it down won't do any good. Last time you said you had it memorized, but today you
What? Wait, let me take one more look.
You have taken multiple looks, but every look is such efforts are futile.
But I haven't even said any.
Your eyes indicate your intent clearly, Mr. E. For instance, you placed a partially finished krumkake in our workshop stove ahead of time. I hypothesized that your plan was to secretly take it out during the practical class to draw Aino's attention. However, I have already removed that krumkake. It can be reheated for consumption after class.
How on earth did you find...
Mr. Flynn has already executed this method once.
What? Flint's told me he hid his krumkake in the cabinet. How come he hid it in the stove, too?
Also, you were carrying a bag of crushed small fish, Mr. Eat Lua. I believe that was an attempt to lure stray cats along the roadside as you walked. You would put the bag under your feet, the kittens would gather around you. Afterwards, you would pick one up and exclaim, "Huh! What a cute kitten!" Upon which Aino's attention would be drawn accordingly. Unfortunately, Mr. Flint has also tried this method before.
Impossible. All small animals are afraid of Flint's. They wouldn't dare to get close to...
While he did not lure the small animals here himself, he taught this method to Aino. Subsequently, Aino utilized this method to play with the small animals for an entire afternoon. The lesson for that
Oh.
day this time, however, I have already fed.
What do you mean you fed all the animals around here?
Affirmative. In order to preserve the learning environment, as such, please start writing down the.
Mr. Itlua. I apologize for intruding. Greetings to you all. Miss Aino, Miss Anefa.
He's here!
It is with great regret that I find myself unable to attend your enlightening lectures. However, a matter of absolute urgency necessitates both my own department.
The same non-negotiable reason has again been invoked.
Such is life, full of non-negotiable frustrations. Indeed, that is what... Now, young master.
Mr. Flint's, none of those tricks you mentioned earlier worked.
I'm very sorry to hear that. I'll make sure to share some new ones with you next time. Just a pity that after what just happened, another one of my best ones is now off the table for the foreseeable future.
Damn, I gotta get 90? Really? I have to get 90. That is a stupid thing. Yeah, Moonlit Watcher's definitely not done. May actually have to do that quest. I don't want to do that quest yet. See, about 2 hours and 11's about when I started the other one. Was it about 6 hours that I have?
Have you decided where
I
you
work on the other ones because I don't know if I'll need.
Why not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while?
It's been a few days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town.
Sure.
Still no news about Rarer, though. Where could he have slunk off to? If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before, there's no way we've seen the last of him.
Hello! You must be the traveler in Paimon? Mr. Flint has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the...
A wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. We better get him. Come on, let's go!
I mean, at least this one starts off with combat. You know what? I'll give it that. It starts off with combat, so at least that's a good sign. That's a good part. Oh, well, that is definitely a wild hunt attack, at least.
can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable.
Remember.
As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger. Ah, everyone's here already. Hey, we made...
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rerir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. That is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the Crystonite itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is all but completely...
And we're sure that Rerir did this.
More than likely.
He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain.
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rerir just after regaining his body? There wasn't a shred of sanity left.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then, Paimon get...
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. Only go into hiding.
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted... Unless something went wrong. His whole resurrection thing...
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly?
Functional insanity?
Beats me.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality. It may be that he is simply living in a world of his own.
That actually sounds about right.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about his past, or what he might be hoping to achieve.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Reir. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nod-krai, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. But if we want to investigate him, we have no idea where to look. Last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us, and we still barely held our ground. If we had to face him alone... Oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we supposed to do against a threat this big?
Get fucked. That's probably what that
I do
means.
have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, I'd say it's likely he'll target other places rich in Kuvaki. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure. If we just sit back and let him keep absorbing Kuvaki, we really won't stand a chance to get...
That's actually true.
A perfectly reasonable
Because
hypothesis.
if he gets too powerful,
However,
we're all
it is
screwed.
worth noting that these two locations are quite far apart. To investigate them both, we'll need to split up.
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rerir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki.
Wait, why?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore.
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential target of his.
Splitting up's always gonna be risky. But, and if we do run into
That's when you follow the 3rd rule of treasure hunting. Run like the wind.
Didn't you say that...
I don't know.
Agreed.
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Ineffa, let's go.
I was wrong. It's not combat. It's fetch and dialogue. It's fetch and dialogue. Called you can't. I'm hoping too much. Hoping and dreaming too much that it's straight combat. Hoping and dreaming.
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost.
See what I need in a
Feels like
week.
we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like this. So, you guys didn't find anything either? Not loving the word either. How about you, Flintz?
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But by the time I got to his place, he was already gone. Almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that, or he's just extremely cautious and doesn't stay in one place for long.
He wouldn't stay and do that anyways.
Now. The question is, where or what is his next target?
That's what I'm talking about. Which dialogue?
Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it.
All we can do now is hope that Aino and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rereer! If you've got the guts, come face me one-on-one! Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it, I swear!
No, it's coming from Silvermoon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick! Why is he attacking the damselette? What's going on?
No time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now you shall plunge into darkness. Thalindus, soon I will find a way.
Watch out!
Now we have a proper war.
Even if it means turning this place to ashes.
Now we got a proper war. Only been funner to fight yourself.
That was too close. He barely made it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about? We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all escalated so quickly, we had no choice but to step in.
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database. I see. So you're the one that the Frost Moon Scions refer to as the Moon Goddess?
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no wonder she looks just like all those statues.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon, and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon, it's no surprise that I am a target.
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes on. But right now, devising a counter strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter strategy? We don't stand a chance against an enemy like this. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long as we can sneak out of Nod-krai undetected. No, I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is serious stuff. You can't suggest we all just chicken out.
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised, but what other choice do we have? We are facing an enemy we cannot possibly defeat in battle.
Well, I mean, yeah, but still.
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Wait, what? You're gonna act as bait?
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. There's no need for you to risk your necks on my behalf. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it, Loma? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential, and this is not my home, so you needn't ask me to stay.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our style.
Yeah, we can't just call it quits after everything we've been through together. Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't
She attempts to redeem herself. She still sucks as a character.
The talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say that we are friends, and friends look out for one another.
Rira's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moon Scion so long ago. It was because people started treating prayer as a form of trade. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect you to perform miracles for them. as if that were their entitlement. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything, and that sometimes it takes losing something precious to appreciate its true worth. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frostmoon Scions need you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay, not out of obligation, but as part of our family. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows? Perhaps it was the moonlight that guided you home.
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now. Very well then.
Those times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the moon goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, and it will be some time before I'm strong enough to do so again. Rejected by the world, my power is dwindling. Like a lake cut off from its source, slowly shrinking away. Now, it has almost run dry.
What do you mean, rejected by the world?
The 3 moons belonged to the ancient Bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself has been steadily sapping away at my strength.
Be right back. Wait, it's a lot better. Man, at least this story's starting off with a bang. See, the problem itself is Colin Bean is a fading entity. Because they're really doubling down on that. Because even if she had true power, I mean, again, I'm very sure. Look, if anything, this is where you need the shades to step in.
The three moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the frost moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other two. Yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing Kuvaki from the eternal moon's marrow. But this method of recovery is painfully slow. If only we could find the...
It's the Wild Hunt! Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later.
See how those Wild Hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir won't be far behind.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here!
Leave this place. By the frost moon.
See you on this! Winged up! They just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Why?
Rerir's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Katar's house to escape! This goes on much longer.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode.
Maybe that's because you give me shit characters. Stop giving me bad characters.
Insulation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust up.
With one heart, we pray. Leave this place.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode. Accelerate.
Observe. Night falls. The night comes.
Forest, protect us.
Fuck this story. There's something you can do. This is stupid. Okay, cool. Luke? No. Man. It's Spark. Spark.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
Hold up! Who are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvartnir? Whoa! You're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of...
We could save the intros for later.
Oh, is that where I...
That's the one. Come on, move!
I think I did the Vark quest before that.
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nod-krai, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network, aka the Black Market of Intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nod-krai, but they've got contacts in every nation. As an expeditionary force on foreign soil, Working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. This is where we meet, so naturally, it's secure. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nod-krai should be pretty familiar with me by now, but I believe this is the first time we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. This meeting's been a long time coming. You look way younger than Paimon expected. But you're definitely
Oh,
not
this
that
is taking
Grand
3
Master guy.
chapters. 3 chapters, even though you're introduced to him in the first one. I have a feeling that at least there's combat, but that's still like canned combat you're meant to lose.
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsfartnir without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you fought him before?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from a mile off. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt. The rest, you already know.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days? Because he sees you as a threat?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nod-krai? Why has the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid form? And why is it after you?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this Wild Hunt activity in Nod-krai is the work of the Raker of Solnari, one of the 5 sinners. That's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't predict which way the wind will blow next. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. Turns out, we were just delaying the inevitable. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean us?
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rarir is an individual with an agenda. He's gotta have a weak spot somewhere. That said, while I know I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added caught my attention.
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't have a clue.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log. a Nod-krai and Ratnik's field journal, and Kuvaki survey log.
Oh. No. Still doesn't ring a bell.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the wild hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it, but clearly, it served its purpose. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you've told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was all a part of his plan. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari. Nod-krai of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So, what do we do now? Got any ideas?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rarier. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nod-krai's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rarier in his current state, let alone with his power still growing.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own?
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost Moon was the brightest. And the Iridescent Moon was the most mysterious. They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power. Enough to shape the workings of the world itself. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting...
The iridescent moon, the last piece in the puzzle.
That's right. If we can find the Iridescent Moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding.
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one
I
major
warned
condition.
this is all
How do
dialogue.
we locate the iridescent moon's marrow?
I know a way, but we will need to visit the Fatui's Experimental Design Bureau.
Experimental Design Bureau? Are you saying we need to involve Marionette?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go alone.
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure out Rarier's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his wild hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Raker of Solnari. The wild hunt has plagued Nod-krai for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him.
Of course you
If
would.
God hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nod-krai has a clue, and she has info coming out of her ears.
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines.
Ah! She hurt me!
asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind.
Details. Miss Sneffer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rarier. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Nod-krai. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Nefer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network? And isn't it supposed to be super hidden?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nod-krai without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course,
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all.
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Yeah.
Why should I get involved? What could possibly be in it for me?
What if we told you we can't do this without you?
Oh? Then I'd say you'd better make it worth my while.
Make sure your your adopted home nation doesn't get burned to the dirt. That would be the easy part now, wouldn't it?
But then again, you and I have always been polar opposites in this regard. So I can't exactly say I didn't see this coming. If you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a formal commission. Sound fair?
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a Moonchanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the donation box around among the faithful.
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you can take the difference out of my next few paychecks. Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rarier. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. I'd be gone for good, boss. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her. Please? I'm begging you.
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. They are the hardest debts to repay. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well, Yehoda, I will help. But just this once. Don't count on this happening again. Flins, that fragment that Rarier was after, do you still have it on you?
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have some leads?
Shh. This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you. So we'll leave the intel gathering in your hands.
15-20 minutes of straight audio.
Brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move, so someone will have to stall him. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing here. I'm way ahead of you here. Nefa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Kramkake craft shop. Anyone who's in, follow me. Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nod-krai. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't—
I like it. Genius.
No biggie.
All right, then. We'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, Return here and wait for the others. Dismissed!
I might even get a chance to stop before.
Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't blame us for doing what we have to.
Huh. You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Sandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece. But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them in.
But...
Are you going to make me repeat that?
No, my lady.
Sandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
This is all cutscenes.
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Columbina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What? Huh? You mean the knave?
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nod-krai?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nod-krai are me and... What is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon.
Well, she's tempted by forbidden knowledge, so why wouldn't she go? Because if she's tempted by forbidden knowledge, she's going to take it. I should have waited to start this tonight.
Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent and sensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than the multi-centenarian goddess, who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment. Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around, too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Favronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message from me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so openly.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day, it was just another transaction. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people, but I see the same greed in their eyes.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return, until it was more than you could bear. I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be enemies for real.
Guess that's our cute
That might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else wants you to stay a little longer.
Huh? What do you mean?
See for yourselves.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this.
Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself?
You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can afford to worry about me? Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau is rigged for war.
Well, I believe that one.
Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in a weapon system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick. Or you'll just get him. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know. But thank you anyway, Sandra.
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on you.
What happens to her eventually?
Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
God, this is all still cutscenes. Right up against time, too.
That's it. Keep them pinned down. Don't let them get near. Rotate out. Deploy all backup units. Get in there and hold the line. They're more tenacious than I thought. Whatever. This is where the real fun begins.
To be honest, if you think you can stop a lot of these, this is basically the Abyss on steroids.
Finally, the Ranger himself. Time to... Huh? Where'd he go? Uh-oh.
Yeah, good job.
Helonia, get him!
go.
Hey! Over here, you big...
I mean,
Moon. Go. Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
yeah, I'm gonna have to find a place to stop. If I had known this, I would have not started this immediately. It's gonna drag on.
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past. It almost looks like some kind of ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the Frostmoon Scions.
Not enough time.
Time I've ever been in here.
It cuts off in
Boss
about
always
2
said it was
minutes.
minutes, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. But it's actually kind of nice. Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it... When do we begin?
Damn, stuck in
Whenever you
dialogue.
wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well.
Gonna cut off in 1 minute.
I've never faced Rarir myself, but from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying
But this has literally been cutscenes for the last 30
make
minutes.
sure I come out of this alive if things spiral out of control.
A little bit of combat,
Death
mostly
is the one thing
cutscenes.
we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important to consider how to spend what lifespan we have left.
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rarir, there's no such thing as being too prepared. Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day. Yehoda, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner the better.
Eh? Find who?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was exactly what I needed. Trust me, she's a good person.
Really? Dory? Actually, it will stay
I know
there.
who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
So we can get cut off. No YouTube. Nope, it won't cut off. Just yet. But the VOD will only save.
Aren't you?
But the VOD is only gonna save it to 11:54.
Dragged me out of a dream where I was
And it's already one after.
I'm charging double my usual attendance fee.
So who's ever saying this now is in good luck.
Easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us. But instead, she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee.
Little treat.
Dory Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured you two doing business together.
If you want to make it big in Nod-krai, it's all about connections.
Lady Nefford
I have a solution.
happens to have a lot of intel that interests me.
I should have did it right when it hit about a minute ago.
Favor in the past.
It'll be about a minute missing.
When I first arrived in Nod-krai, my trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction to the Kuvaki and fainted. And when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. Good thing my compatriot was there to swoop in and save the day. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount to fellow friends of Boss Nefford. Plus, any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say?
So it'll be at least recorded
Nothing, if not
for future use.